Angelic Wars. Legend of the Godchild. Written by Timothy R. Green. Narrated by Adam Daly. Angelic Wars. Book 1.
Author's Note. Hi, I'm Timothy R. Green. You're about to listen to the full audiobook of my first novel I ever wrote, back in the summer of 2005, where I still thought I was a pantser. If you're not sure about writing terms, it just means you figure out the story as you're writing, instead of figuring it out ahead of time. This book was written at a time of my life where I was very religious and held to certain beliefs. I cannot stress enough that I no longer hold those beliefs, nor am I religious. This novel is rough, unpolished, and the same goes for the audiobook. It's not a professional recording or edited. It's recorded separately for the Storytime Podcast Season 1, where I and Adam, the narrator, discussed it after each reading. I'm putting this out there for anyone who may want to listen to the whole story uninterrupted by Adam's and mine's ramblings. I do hope you enjoy the story, though it is very much a Christian novel, though it was never meant to be one, but totally turned out to be one. So again, I hope you enjoy, and thank you for listening.
Chapter 1. Unexpected Delivery. Dear Dr. David Toller, I have been told by many close friends that you have been searching for many years for evidence to prove that the Penetrovox existed. If you open the wood box, you will find all the proof you need to prove it surely does exist. I leave it in your care. I have no use for the scroll or the desire for the fame it would bring. I have a feeling that you will have more use for this scroll than I ever could. Only myths and legends exist on this scroll, and not in much detail. However, I am positive if you search with all your resources, you will find what you need. Sincerely, a friend. With the finding of that letter and the wooden box that contained the Penetrovox in it, Dr. David Toller began a search through his personal library for any information he could find on the scroll. Just as the letter said, only myths and legends he could find. Struggling with not being able to find the information that he was looking for, he recounted how only hours before the scroll arrived, he thought his plans were ruined for the night by the full moon. A bright silver light shone from the sky that lit up what might normally covered. All with dark hearts stayed indoors, fearing their deeds would be revealed. With much to do and the moon so bright, Dr. Toller worried that he would fall behind schedule and would not accomplish his goals. Well, that was until around 9, when a knock at his door would change everything. When the butler answered it, all that was found was a well-carved wooden box with a letter taped to it on the doorstep. The box was clearly the work of master craftsmen. The butler brought the box to the elderly man in the dining room. After almost dying upon seeing the wooden box in his butler's hands, Dr. Toller quickly read the letter. Before he could finish it, he opened the box. There it was. The Penetrovox, very old parchment with a blood-red lace wrapped around it with a black wax seal to keep it tight. Not able to contain himself from knowing what was written on this much-desired scroll by many ancient civilizations, he carefully picked up the scroll and lifted up the wax so it would not tear the parchment. Once he removed the wax, he unrolled the scroll and could not believe his eyes. The text was written in an ancient form of Latin that he had not seen for years. Eager to know what the scroll said, Dr. Toller stood up from his chair at the table and walked over to a cabinet and pulled out a handheld light. He closed the cabinet door and returned to his chair and pulled out his laptop computer and turned it on. As he waited for it to boot up, he finished reading the rest of the letter. Several questions came up in his mind as he read the writer's words. Does this person mean by I may have more use for this scroll? Dr. Toller asked. Also, what does this person mean about all my resources? That's when he noticed his computer had finished loading, so he hooked the handheld light up to the computer. He clicked on a program that could translate ancient languages very fast. Once the program finished loading, he began to scan the scroll with the light very cautiously. Once he was done, he clicked on the button to translate. He became very excited to finally know what this scroll actually said and why so many wars were fought over it. As minutes went by, Dr. Toller became very impatient. What normally took only moments was taking even longer. Not even the title of the scroll had been translated. After 10 minutes, the words, "The Legend of the God," appeared in translation box. Dr. Toller almost exploded with rage when that was all that was translated. However, he was able to calm himself. Another few minutes went by and the word child appeared next to God. "The Legend of the Godchild," Dr. Toller said. He became even more interested in what the scroll said. Quickly checked the translation time for the rest of the scroll. He almost lost it once he saw that it was going to take 72 hours, which was only a guess. It could be longer or sooner. Not wanting to wait, he now had something that he did not the last time he searched for information on the scroll. He could now search under "The Legend of the Godchild." Packing up his computer very quickly, he headed upstairs to his personal library. Once at his desk, he opened his computer so he could continually check for any new translations that appeared. The search began, and before he knew it, 3 hours had passed by. Fearing that his night was ruined, he now had purpose. However, this ended when he still could not find anything in all of the books in his library. With many more to check, he found nothing new. At one point, he took a break and re-examined the letter, and came to the part about using all of his resources. So he gave a call to someone whom he felt might be able to help him. With an hour's drive before the person could get there, Dr. Toller was starting to wish that he'd not been given the scroll. After hours of finding nothing, Dr. Toller sat in his chair behind his desk, and the very impatient look had returned. The look made him look much older than he was. In his early 60s, he had a gray goatee that matched his full head of hair. His eyes were dark brown, and there were wrinkles on his forehead. He was a very tall man, only a few inches shy of 7 feet. This allowed him to intimidate those shorter than he, which he loved to do. Being so tall, he was skin and bones. However, he was very strong for his age and usually surprised people. That was when a much younger man stepped into the library. He had dark brown hair and eyes, clearly in his early 30s. He was also very tall, but nowhere as tall as Dr. Toller. He walked over to a chair that was right in front of Dr. Toller's desk. He sat down in the chair and looked right at him. "So, what was so important that you could not wait until tomorrow?" asked the young man. "Dr. Piper," Dr. Toller said, "I'm glad you could come." "I drove an hour," he responded. "Why did you drag me out of bed?" "I have acquired an item that falls in your field of knowledge," Dr. Toller said. "What is it? An old book?" he asked. "No," replied Toller. "It's an ancient scroll." "You dragged me here in the middle of the night for an ancient scroll, which is your field," Dr. Piper shouted. "Yes," said Dr. Toller. "I am out of here," Dr. Piper said, standing up. "Jacob!" "What?" "I said this scroll falls in your field," Dr. Toller continued. "However, I never said what field that was." "I am a librarian," Dr. Piper said. "I deal with old books and history. That is it." "Also ancient languages," Dr. Toller said. "You know the ones that have spells written in." Dr. Piper froze for a second, as something that Dr. Toller just said had caught him off guard. He turned and faced him with a most unpleasant look. "So you know my secret," he said. "You must die now. I cannot allow anyone to know that information." "Relax, silly boy," Dr. Toller said. "I am not going to tell anyone. I only know because I like to know all I can about the people I hire at my school. Now sit down." Dr. Piper took a seat once again, now with somewhat of an interested look on his face as well as an impatient one. "Go on," Dr. Piper said. "The scroll I came across is called the Penetro Vox," Dr. Toller said. "I've been searching for years for this artifact. Now I have it, but I cannot translate it. My computer is taking forever to translate it into English. I've only gotten the title completely translated." What is the title? Asked Dr. Piper. The Legend of the Godchild, answered Dr. Toller. Dr. Piper's eyes widened at the mention of the title. I knew you were the person to go to, Dr. Toller said. You've heard of it. I have, Dr. Piper said. I don't know much. I only know that many people, like me, would love to get their hands on it. I'm not sure why. Where did you get it? It just showed up on my doorstep tonight, answered Dr. Toller. It's written in an ancient form of Latin, which is why I think the translation program is having such a problem. Where is it? Asked Dr. Piper. It's in the box right in front of you, Dr. Toller said, pointing to the wood box. Dr. Piper took the top of the box and looked inside. There the scroll was. He picked it up and began to look it over. Dr. Toller almost had a heart attack when he saw how careless he was as he handled the scroll. This parchment is very old, Dr. Piper said after a few moments. I know, Dr. Toller said. That is why you should be careful with it. I do not think you realize how old this parchment is, Dr. Piper said. Yes, it is old, but I can feel energy coming off it, meaning the person who wrote this scroll wanted it to stay around and not age as fast as it normally would. Are you sure? I am positive, he replied. I must take a closer look. Let me take it with me and examine it. Absolutely not, Dr. Toll said, standing up from his chair. That scroll is staying with me. Did not mean I wanted to take it to my home, Dr. Piper said. Let me look at it more closely by myself. This way I can fully concentrate. I am not too sure about that, Dr. Toll said. However, go. You have 1 hour to examine the scroll the best you can. Okay, Dr. Piper said. He put the scroll back in the wooden box. As he stood, he picked up the box and placed it under his right arm and walked out the door to the hall and out of sight. Wondering if he should check to make sure Dr. Piper did not leave, Dr. Toller stood up and walked towards the entrance of the library. A book caught his eye. Turned his head so he could read the title. Once he did, his face lit up. There have you been, he said, grabbing the book and returned to his desk, which was an exact copy of one Franklin Roosevelt had in the Oval Office. It was made entirely out of American wood with an exterior of Michigan maple. He sat down in his chair, placed the book upon the desktop, and began searching through the book. After several minutes, he stopped turning the pages as frequently. He found what he was looking for. Well, something close to it. He began quickly writing down several words from the page he was reading. Once he was done writing, closed the book, and pushed it off to the side. He pulled his laptop computer in front of him. He minimized the translating program. Clicking on the internet icon, he began to search the words he had written down. One by one, he began to slowly but surely cross out all of the words he wrote down. Not one of them brought him any new information on the scroll. Of these books, has to have some kind of information about that scroll, murmured Dr. Toller. I have enough of them on rare myths and legends, but which ones would it be in? After glaring at his computer, he remembered an old site that he once came across by mistake. The name of that site he could not remember, but it had information on all mythical artifacts that were supposedly not real. He began to search for the site. Every way of how to describe the site came up with no search results. Finally, he typed in MAD. Many resources came up, but he noticed one such result that did not fit with the other search results. Mystical Artifact Database. He clicked the link, and he was back at the site. Finally, he said, maybe I can get some information now. He typed in Penetrovox. 20 pages of information appeared on the screen. All of the information was on how different people could have been the writer of the scroll. Merlin was one of the most likely people who wrote it. After reading the whole article, he found no mention of what was actually written on the parchment. This infuriated Dr. Toller. The one piece of information he was looking for was not mentioned. He pounded his fist on his desk really hard, still angry, as he noticed Dr. Piper was standing in the doorway. Should I come back? Asked Dr. Piper. Dr. Toller looked at the clock. An hour had gone by, so he waved him to come in. Dr. Piper walked in and sat down in the same chair, placed the box on the desk where it was before he took it. So what did you discover? Dr. Toller asked. I am sure that this scroll is the Penetra Vox, he answered. The energy coming off this scroll is very powerful. Only a mighty sorcerer could have done that. My guess is that this scroll was written back around the time of Moses, if not earlier. How could that be possible? Dr. Toller asked. The sorcerer was very strong who wrote it, Dr. Piper said. How does this explain the form of Latin? Dr. Toller asked. Once I determined how old the scroll was, I asked myself the same question, Dr. Piper answered. I believe the enchantment that the writer put on this was not only to keep it from aging normally, but it was so that the person who was reading it would be able to translate it. Why not just turn it into the language that reader can read? Dr. Toller asked. I have a feeling that it was like that, Dr. Piper continued. However, the writer changed his mind so that only someone who desires to know what it says would take the time to translate it. This could explain why your program is taking so long to translate it. Did you find out what it says? Dr. Toller asked. No, answered Dr. Piper. I am not familiar with that form of ancient Latin. Do you know anywhere you could find out any more information on the scroll? Dr. Toller asked. Yes, Dr. Piper said. Not here, though. I would have to go to the Forbidden Crypt of Magic. There are records in there on absolutely everything. Great, Dr. Toller said. When can you leave? Never, Dr. Piper said. I have class tomorrow and other more important items to do. I never said you had a choice, did I? Dr. Toller said. I want you to leave ASAP and report back to me anything you find. Do not order me around, Dr. Piper shouted, standing up. I could kill you in so many ways that you would not know what happened. Oh, really? Dr. Toller said. I dare you to try, because you would be dead before you could take a step. Are you sure about that? Dr. Piper asked. Yes, Dr. Toller said, pointing across the room to an incense burner. It is called the Scent of the Fold. Any magic done in the room where it is lit will cause the users to be hit by the same thing threefold. You must have gotten it through one of your connections, Dr. Piper said. Yes, Dr. Toller said. However, did you notice that I left the door open, making my whole house a barrier against magic? Now get going. I will make sure your classes are taken care of until you get back. I will go, Dr. Piper said. However, you will pay for this one day. I am sure I will, Dr. Toller said. However, until that day comes. Dr. Piper headed for the hallway down the steps. He did not wait for the butler to open the door for him. He opened it and slammed it shut. Dr. Toller laughed as if he had won a major battle with ease. After a few moments, he thought about something, then walked back over to his chair behind his desk and sat down. He leaned forward and picked up the old-fashioned telephone and dialed a number. He sat back and listened to the phone ring. After 4 rings, a voice on the other side picked up. Hello, said the voice. Daniel, Dr. Toller said. Yes, who is this? It's David. Dr. Toller said, do you have any free time tomorrow? I want to talk about the coven. I am sorry, Daniel said. I am busy all day tomorrow. However, the day after I am free in the afternoon. Great, replied Dr. Toller. Okay, Daniel continued. I'll swing by around 4. Chapter 2. Nightmare. Let's go, Lisa, Ken shouted, grabbing her hand and taking off down the road of the park. The couple ran as fast as they could, fear in their eyes, and not sure of what was going on. They ran past the soccer field and the swimming pool before Lisa could run no more. Ken, she said, stopping in the road and trying to catch her breath. I need to rest. Not here, he replied. With her hand still in his hand, they took off down the road that led towards the pool. After a few hundred feet, they came to the main building. They went around to the other side. Once around the second corner, they stopped and caught their breath. They were right next to the fence that connected to the building and went around the pool, with an overhead light just above their heads. Lisa stood next to the wall with one hand against it, holding her up. She looked to be about 16 years old, with shoulder-length red hair and freckles on her cheeks and nose. About 5'7", she was wearing a pink spaghetti string tank top with a light blue button-down knitted sweater, which was unbuttoned and hung low, with a black knee-length skirt and sandals. Ken stood on the edge of the corner, peering around it to make sure nothing was coming. He looked a little older than Lisa, probably around 17. His hair was dark and very short, which he shaved due to being on the swim team. 6 feet, 2 inches, he wore a gray sleeveless shirt with dark blue cargo shorts and sandals. He peered around the corner one more time to make sure they were alone before he turned and looked at Lisa. "What was that thing?" she asked, taking her hand off the wall and walking closer to Ken. "I'm not sure," he replied. "It was like something in a bad dream or the movies." "Do you think it followed us?" Lisa asked. "I haven't seen anything since we got here," Ken answered. "Also, we were running pretty fast. Whatever it was, it didn't look like it had legs. So unless the thing can move fast, we got away." I want to go home now," Lisa said. "Okay," he said, "but my car is back at the swings where that thing was. So unless you want to go back there, we're going to have to walk." "My house is only a mile from here," she said. "I would rather walk than take the chance that that thing is still over there." "Same here," Ken replied. "I can come back for my car in the morning." Ken peered around the corner one last time. The coast was clear. He turned around and faced Lisa, and taking her hand, they began to walk close around the building. When they reached the next corner, he made sure nothing was waiting around it. "Nothing there, Lisa," he said, turning to look at her, wanting to make her feel safe as he could. Once he was facing her, he saw a few feet behind her something was emerging from the ground. It was all black, like shadows, with 8 red eyes. "Lisa!" She turned around and saw the creature. She screamed before they both turned and took off running. She didn't get far when the creature grabbed her sweater and began pulling her back. Lisa quickly let go of Ken's hand and let the creature pull the sweater off from her. In the process, she fell to the ground. The creature, not liking that it only got a piece of her clothing, threw it to the ground and reached for her again. Just as the creature's claws were about to pierce her, Ken grabbed her by the arm and pulled her to her feet. They took off into the nearby woods. Dodging low branches, they ran down the path. After a few 100 yards, Ken's leg caught on a log, causing them to fall to the ground. Lisa fell as well since they were holding hands. Ken rolled onto his back, only to see this creature standing over him. It grabbed one of his legs and lifted him into the air. The creature pulled him so he was staring right into the 8 eyes. Unable to do anything, the creature brought up one of its claws and placed it right to Ken's throat. Just then, a stick was shoved into one of its eyes, causing it to drop Ken. With a thud, Ken hit the ground. He quickly looked up to see Lisa holding a long, sharp stick. She just shoved it into another one of the creature's eyes. Once Ken was up to his feet, she dropped the stick and they tried to get away. Before they got 6 steps, they were backhanded, sending them to the ground. When they glanced up, they saw another creature with 8 eyes. They quickly turned and saw that it was not the same one that had been following them. Now with 2 creatures blocking their way, they were not sure what to do, but it was only the beginning. A purplish glow came around the 2 creatures, and within seconds the 2 creatures had split into 4 creatures each. Now surrounded by 8 creatures with 8 eyes each, they still could not make it out. All hope of surviving quickly left the room, and they were filled by fear. Lisa was so scared she couldn't move. Ken realized that and moved over to her to protect her and tried to snap her out of it. "Lisa," he said, "don't give up on me." The 8 creatures started to move in on their prey when a loud shout came from above. The creatures looked up, as did both Ken and Lisa. A dark figure was falling from the sky towards them. As the figure came closer, it came in the shape of a man. The stranger landed in the middle of the circle. Dirt flew up into the air from his impact. The creatures backed off a little, but quickly took back their ground. When the dust cleared, the stranger seemed to be kneeling, but it was hard to tell with the little light in the woods. Also, he was wearing a black trench coat which was draped along the ground. The 8 creatures seemed to act different with the arrival of the stranger. Ken realized that their focus was no longer on him and Lisa, but on this new guy. With a quick movement, all the creatures moved in for an attack on him. Still kneeling, he was easy prey for them. Once the creatures reached him, in one quick movement of his own, the stranger pulled from inside his coat a sword and stood up and spun around, slashing all 8 of the creatures. The creatures stopped dead in their tracks, and the heads of all of them fell to the ground. With the blade held in the air, the sword began to glow bright blue, lighting up the whole area. His face was now able to be seen. He had a real serious look, with straight brown hair just below his nose. Lisa glanced away from this person who just saved her and Ken's lives. When she noticed movement on the ground, the creatures were not dead yet. They were starting to reform. Without hesitation, the stranger shoved his sword into the ground right in front of him. 8 beams of light shot out from the sword into the ground and came up right where the creatures had reformed. Once the 8 lights came up from the ground, they connected to each other, forming a circle. Once the circle was complete, lightning from the sky shot down in a full circle, striking all the creatures. The light that came off the lightning was so bright, both Ken and Lisa had to close their eyes. A few moments, the light vanished, and both opened their eyes. They were shocked to see that the creatures were gone, but even more, surprised to see that the ground where they were standing was not even singed. The stranger had yet to move from where he was standing. He had sheathed his sword and was looking around the woods. It looked like he was trying to see if there were any more creatures hiding out there. Even though it was dark, it didn't seem to affect him. "Who are you?" Ken eventually asked. "How did you do that trick with the lightning?" Lisa added. "Let's get out of here," the stranger said, still not looking at them. After a few moments, he looked over at them. They were still shocked at what they went through. He walked over to them and stared right at them. "Get moving," he shouted. "Why did you help us?" Lisa said, who was now standing next to Ken. "I do not have time for your questions," the stranger replied. "You need to get somewhere safe. Even though I don't sense or see any more creatures, they could be hiding in the shadows. So let's get moving." "Who are you?" Ken finally managed to ask again. "I am a friend," the stranger answered. "It's my job to protect you from things like those creatures. Now, unless you want me to leave you here and let you take your chances with any more of them waiting to strike, I suggest you get moving." The stranger pointed down the path that they had come, so Ken took a hold of Lisa's hand and began to walk. The stranger followed close behind them. His attention was more focused on whatever was going on in the woods, trying to find anything that might try to jump them. After a few minutes, they reached the edge of the woods and the swimming pool. Once out in the open, Ken and Lisa turned to thank the stranger for saving their lives. "So, can you now please tell us what those things were?" asked Lisa with a very curious look on her face. "Something not of this world," the stranger answered. "Now you two go back to the way you came and get in your car. I will keep an eye on you as you go. If anything attacks you, I will intervene." "Okay," Ken said, not sure how he was going to keep an eye on them unless he came with them. "Thank you very much," said Lisa, giving the stranger a big hug. The stranger didn't turn away or stop her. He hugged her back and released once she did. She backed up a few feet when Ken took her hand. "Let's go, Lisa," he said. "Okay," she said, glancing back at him. Lisa turned to face the stranger, only to see the creatures were back. "Behind you!" As the stranger turned around, he grabbed his sword and began to draw it. When he was completely facing the creature, his sword was only partly drawn. It was too late. The creature's claws wrapped around his body. Just then, the stranger shot straight up in bed, breathing heavily with beads of sweat on his forehead. His hair was bright blue, and his eyes glowed white with a tint of blue where the pupils were. As he sat there, slowly breathing less heavily, he looked around his room. "It was just a dream," the young man said. After a few minutes of breathing, his hair and eyes returned to the normal color, brown. However, he did not move from the spot he was in. He was breathing normal, but something about this dream had really freaked him out. "That makes 6 this month," the young man said. "Why am I having these weird dreams?" with the light coming from the shadows from the window. He could be seen. He had on a gray sleeveless shirt that covered his toned and muscular body. He was no weightlifter, but he was in great shape. He just continued to stare at the same spot on his bed sheet where his feet were, trying to figure out what his dream meant or why he had it. He did not notice the door to his room open. In the doorway stood a young teen girl, around the age of 14. She had bright blonde hair down to the middle of her neck. She was about 5'6" and had on a white t-shirt that had the word princess written on it, with the words "Waiting for my Prince Charming" written smaller underneath it. Besides that, she had tight blue jeans with a black belt around her waist. She realized that she had not yet been spotted, so she slowly walked over to the edge of the bed. Once there, she leaned forward so her mouth was only a few inches from the young man's ear. "Sage, it's time to get up!" the teen girl shouted as loud as she could. Sage jumped up and almost hit the ceiling as soon as she shouted. When he came back down and landed on his bed, she turned and saw who had shouted in his ear. Now the girl was rolling on the floor laughing so hard at his reaction. "Natalie," he shouted, "why did you shout in my ear?" "Sorry," Natalie said after a few moments of trying to stop laughing. I couldn't resist when I saw that you didn't notice me." "Well, if I wasn't awake before, I am now." "Hey, Sage," a voice came from the hall. "Catch me." A 12-year-old girl with a navy blue beanie on covering the top of her head with light brown hair coming out of the hat that reached down to the middle of her back came running from the hall into the room. She got about halfway from the door to the bed before she jumped into the air. Once she reached the bed, Sage grabbed her as she fell on him. "Ah!" Sage said. The young girl quickly got off him and sat on the bed. She waited for Sage to get up, but he didn't move. Thinking she heard him, she leaned over. "Sage, are you all right?" the young girl asked. "I'm fine," shouted Sage as he grabbed her and began to tickle her on her sides. The young girl laughed as she squirmed to get free. After a few moments, Sage stopped and let the young girl sit beside him on the bed. She had on a black long-sleeve shirt and a dark purple short-sleeve shirt over it, with dark navy blue cargo pants. "Aren't you hot?" "Nope," she said. "Okay," Sage replied. "I'll never understand you. Always. Anyways, so, how are things going, Kiana?" "Okay." "What are you two doing here?" Sage asked. "Mom told me that you would be here later tonight." "That was the plan," Natalie said. "Until we reminded her we had no school today," Kiana interrupted. "Oh, that is not good. Because I have classes today. Also, I have something I have to do until about dinner." "Well, that's okay," Natalie said. "Kiana is going over to a friend's house later today and staying the night. She will be going to school with her." "Oh, what time is that?" Sage replied. 10, Kiana said. "Okay," Sage said. "Natalie gets to watch you until you go." "What?" Natalie said. "I have to watch her?" "Yeah," Sage replied. "I just told you I have classes I have to go to. When she is picked up, you're free to go, but not until then. Oh yeah, if you leave here, I want to know where you go." "Okay," Natalie said. "I'll just call your cell phone. The number is still the same, right?" "Yep," he answered. "Kiana, why don't you go unpack your stuff in the guest room?" "Okay," she said. "Once I'm done, can you make me some of your pancakes?" "If I have time before my first class," Sage answered. "Okay," Kiana said, jumping off his lap onto the floor and running out the door into the hall. Natalie walked over to the door and shut it after her. "So, what was that look on your face when I came in to get you up?" Natalie asked. "Nothing," Sage said as he placed his legs over the edge of the bed and then stood up. "You had another dream," Natalie continued. "What happened this time?" "This was the weirdest one yet," he said. "A teen couple about 2 years older than you were on a date in a park. When a creature made of shadows attacked them, they ran around until they went into the woods. After almost getting killed, they tried to run again, but were blocked by a second creature. Both had 8 eyes. It was then the 2 creatures started glowing and split it into a total of 8 creatures. All had only 2 eyes, and they surrounded the couple. when I came in and quickly killed the creatures. Well, cut their heads off. Before they started reforming. That is when I shoved my sword into the ground and light shot into the ground from a circle under the creatures. Lightning then came down on top of them in a circle. That's cool, Natalie said. You never had powers before in any of your other dreams. Well, that wasn't the end of the dream, Sage continued. After I got a couple out of the woods, the creatures came back and attacked me. But before I could defend myself, they grabbed me. That is when I woke up. That is weird, Natalie said. Even weirder than the dream where you were fighting that dragon creature in ancient Rome and you smashed through the walls and no one around seemed to see it. I think that was because we were invisible to them, Sage said, walking towards the door. When those dreams first started, I thought they might be things from my past, until I started fighting these creatures. I'm sure that you will figure out why you're having them, Natalie said. When did they first start again? Last month, Sage replied. I've already had 6 this month, and they are only 10 days into the month. Only had 6 all of last month. So they're coming more frequently? Natalie continued. Maybe they're a warning that something bad is about to happen. Possibly, Sage said. I'll believe about anything right now. If I could only figure out why I'm having these dreams. Wait, I just remembered something. Is it from your past? Asked Natalie. No. Last month, when I had the very first dream, it was exactly 7 years to the day when I lost my memory. I think I was right about these dreams being attached to my past, but they are some kind of metaphor, except in a dream. It's possible, Natalie said. I am sure that if you looked up dream interpretation, you might find out what they mean. I think I will, said Sage. I'll do it this afternoon after classes. By the way, what time is it? Sage glanced over at his alarm clock and saw that it was 5 after 8. Realizing that he only had 25 minutes before his first class, and he promised to make Kiana some pancakes, he had to move. Natalie, Sage said as he walked over to his dresser, I need you to do me a favor. While I'm in the shower, I need you to make up the batter for the pancakes. I'll add my secret ingredient when I get out. Okay, she said. However, it is going to cost you. I want to sleep in your room this week. I hate that couch, and Kiana always gets the guest room. Deal, Sage said as he pulled out a shirt and a pair of socks from the dresser, quickly ran into the closet, which was right next to it, and came out with a navy blue long-sleeve shirt and a pair of shoes. He threw the shoes on the bed and walked back over to the door. You can unpack after you make the batter. Sage opened the door and walked out into the hallway and down into the bathroom. He closed the door, and moments later the water was running. Natalie decided not to waste time, so she headed down to the kitchen and began to make the batter. A minute later, Kiana came into the kitchen giggling. What's so funny? Natalie asked. Sage is singing in the shower, and it's way off key, she replied. You have to hear it. Natalie put down the bowl and ran down the hall to the bathroom door and placed her ear to the door. After a moment, she started laughing out loud. That is one of the funniest things I have ever heard, she said. Almost as funny as his reaction when I woke him up earlier today. You should have gotten that on tape, Kiana said. That way I could have seen it. Oh well, said Natalie. Pancakes will be ready as soon as Sage gets out of the shower. Okay, Kiana said. Chapter 3. Discovery. Why can't I find one page that will tell me what I want to know? Said Sage as he sat in the school's cafe in a separate room in the gym building. He sat at his normal table with his favorite drink, a raspberry Snapple iced tea, which was left to his laptop computer. He had been searching the net for an hour looking for information on how to interpret dreams. However, not a single page he went to told him that. It always talked about how it was an art or a gift from a higher being. Getting frustrated that he could not find the information, he sat back in his chair and took his drink and gulped what was left of it before placing it back on the table. They call this the highway of information, Sage said. Yet, when you want to find something specific, you can never find it unless millions of people are interested in it. He sat in his chair thinking of other word combinations that he could type into the search engine that might give him the information he wanted. After a few moments, he thought of the information and quickly typed it in. A moment later, a page came up saying, "No search results." Sage leaned back into his chair, disappointed. I'm never going to figure out what my dreams mean, he said as he stared at the table. He reached for his drink but noticed it was empty. He pulled out his wallet from his pocket and quickly opened it to see how much money he had. $6. Looks like I am going to have to use my debit card to pay for dinner tonight. Sage stood up and quickly stretched before heading over to the counter. He stepped down onto the floor from the small stage his table was on. He walked around a few tables, then followed the bar to the lit-up display case. There were a few people waiting, so he got in line and waited his turn. While he was waiting, he began to think of other places he could look that might have what he was looking for. What time is it? He asked himself as he searched for the clock. He got out of line to check the big clock that faced the direction of his table. 1:15. I still have more than enough time before I need to get back home. Sage returned to his place in line. After a few minutes, it was his turn. The girl behind the counter was a little younger than he. She was about 19, only 2 years younger. Her long, dark brown hair was pulled back into a ponytail. She had a black Red Creek Community College Cafe shirt and blue jeans on. Let me guess. A raspberry iced tea, said the girl. Yeah, Sage replied. How did you know? You're in here every afternoon, she answered as he walked over to the display case and pulled an iced tea from the back and walked over and placed it down in front of Sage. You always get that or a Pepsi. It didn't take me long before I had it memorized. That's pretty good, he said, handing her the money for the drink. How did you know I wanted an iced tea? Well, you got one when you first came in, she continued. Normally, you only get Pepsi when you're tired or you have a lot of work to do. You look a little tired, but I have noticed that you always get iced tea when you are stressed out or frustrated, hands down. Boy, you're good, Sage said. I am Sage. And you are? I'm Raven, the girl said. I know who you are. You're in my history class. I don't know why you're in a freshman class. Aren't you a junior? I should be, Sage said. I took a year off from high school before I came here. I also failed the class last year. How? Raven said. You're always answering his questions. Dr. Hill has said several times that you have knowledge of history like you were there or at least witnessed it. I had cut too many classes, Sage said. I got a lot of headaches my first semester here. Luckily, that was the only class I failed. I would have passed it, but I was far behind in the work before I started missing classes, even though Dr. Hill said he would pass me if I could get all the work in. Oh, Raven said. So what's got you so stressed out that you need this iced tea? I'm looking up dream interpretation on the net, Sage answered. Oh, really? She replied. I wouldn't take you as one of those people who are interested in that kind of stuff. I figured you would take things as they are instead of having a deeper meaning. You may have figured out the drink I always get, Sage said. However, I am a whole different story. I'm a lot more complicated than most people. Mind if I try? She said. Go right ahead, he replied. About 5 years ago, you lost your memory, she continued. You have no clue to anything about yourself since that time except your name. However, you aren't even sure if that's your name, since it was the only thing you knew. You thought it was your name. You were taken in by a family that takes in kids who are up for adoption, but have never had a steady home. After living with them for a few years, they decided to adopt you. Once you finished high school, you took a year off to find yourself. Since that didn't work, you decided to go to college. Are you a mind reader or something? Sage asked. No, Raven answered. You have come in here every day since you came to this school. You're just one of those people who stick out in a crowd. You know, there is something different about you. Instead of being one of those who are loud, you're always quiet. Since last spring semester, I have been asking around. It took me all last semester and this semester to find all that out. How did you find out all that information? Sage asked. I found nothing out about you at all last semester, she continued. No one even knew who I was talking about when I asked about you. My sister is in your psychology class, and you shared all that with the class. Oh yeah, he replied. I forgot about that. The professor wanted me to share some since the class deals with that stuff. Raven, said a voice from the back. I need your help. Coming, she replied. It was nice talking to you, Sage. I hope you find what you're looking for. Oh yeah, I saw a book over in the library on dream interpretation. Oh, thanks for telling me, Sage said. No problem, Raven said. I'll see you around. But a little advice. You would be wise to take whatever you need that book for as what it is instead of a deeper meaning. You have a path to look into instead of trying to dig into something you have no clue about. If you knew the reasons why I was looking into dream interpretation, he said, doing that would be highly unlikely. Thanks for the advice. I still stand by what I said, she replied. Okay, bye. Bye, Raven said, reaching her hand out and placing his change into his hand. Raven walked back to where she was being called. Sage was not too sure about what she meant about staying with her advice. He didn't think much about it and returned back to his seat. Once there, he sat back down, opened his tea, and took a sip. After setting his drink down on the table, his cell phone began to ring. He picked it up and answered it. Hello, Sage said. This is Chris Strong, Sage Richards' secretary. How can I help you? Sage, said a girl's voice, stop pretending that you're important enough to have a secretary. Sorry, Sage said. What can I do for you, Natalie? Josh Knapp just called and wants me to go over to his house and hang out, Natalie said. Can I go? Are his parents or an older sibling going to be there? One that is over 18 years old or other friends? No, Natalie said. It's just going to be us. Then no, Sage said. You know Mom and Dad's rule? Unless there's going to be a group or a parent or sibling over the age of 18 there, you can't go. Come on, Natalie said. He is the cutest guy in the 9th grade. I don't go, then he will ask another girl out. So, Sage said. So, she said, I have been hoping that this guy would ask me out since school started. Finally has, and just because my parents have rules against it, I can't go. They're out of town, so it's not like they will find out. The answer is no, Sage said. You might just want to ask yourself why he has invited you over to his house when his parents aren't home. Sounds like he wants to do something that he doesn't want his parents to know about. Fine, Natalie said. By the way, what time are you going to be back? It's a little after 1, so I should be back around 4, Sage said as a thought popped into his head, which was Natalie inviting Josh over to his apartment while he was gone. Okay, Natalie said. I'll see you then. Don't even think about inviting Josh over to the apartment while I am gone, Sage said. How did you know that I was going to do that? Natalie asked, shocked that he knew what she was thinking. She didn't realize. She said it out loud. So you were planning on it, Sage said. I'm going to call Mrs. Rose to keep an eye on you, and to give me a call if you have someone come over, and to follow you if you go anywhere. Fine, Natalie said angrily. See you when you get back. Natalie hung up, but Sage didn't wait a second and dialed Mrs. Rose's number, and after 3 rings, she picked up. Hello? Said Mrs. Rose. Hey, Mrs. Rose, Sage said. I have a request to ask you. Sure, dear. What is it? She asked. You know Natalie Richards, right? He asked. You know, my foster sister. Of course. Karen and John's oldest daughter, said Mrs. Rose. Yeah, Sage said. Well, she and Kiana are staying with me while our parents are away this week. I have a feeling that Natalie might go over to a guy's house or invite him over while I'm gone. If you see her leave or have a guy come over, can you contact me, please? I would be more than happy to, answered Mrs. Rose. I owe you for all of the times you feed my 2 cats when I'm away visiting my grandkids. You have my cell phone number, right? Sage asked. I sure do, said Mrs. Rose. Thanks a lot, Mrs. Rose, Sage said. No problem, said Mrs. Rose. I'll be sure to call you if she leaves or has a guy come over. Talk to you later, Sage said before hanging up. After setting his phone back on the table, he just realized that he knew what Natalie was up to without her even telling him. That started to freak him out, but he quickly dismissed it as something that any teen would think of if they were told no. After a few more minutes went by before Sage decided to stop wasting his time trying to find any information on the internet, he stood up as he shut his laptop. He began to unhook the power cord. Why take my computer? Sage said. Just going to the library to find a book. I can take it out and bring it right back here. So Sage reconnected the power cord to his computer, then walked back over to the counter where Raven was wiping it down. Hey, Raven, he said. Do you remember the name of that book you told me about? It's been a while since I saw it, she replied. Let me think. After a few moments, Raven thought about what the name of the book was. Then, just like a light turned on, the name came to her. It's called Dream Dictionary, Understanding Your Dreams, she said. Thanks, Sage said. I'm going to see if that book has anything that might help me. I hope it does, she replied. However, I don't think it will. Well, I am about to find out, he said. While I'm over at the library, can you keep an eye on my stuff? Make sure no one touches it. Sure, Raven said. I'm off in 30 minutes, so you better hurry. Okay, Sage said. Thanks again. No problem, she replied. Sage headed out of the gym entrance into the breezy October afternoon. It was cool, but it was still warm. He jogged over to the corner of the main building where he started to walk. As he came around, the main building of the library was right in front of him. He glanced to his right as he walked past the corner of the building. He saw two juniors from the football team pushing and shoving a skinny senior. Sage thought he should break it up, but he was on a quest and didn't want to sidetrack, so he kept on his path towards the library. However, he kept his eye on what was going on with the three guys. As he reached the steps of the library, he saw one of the two guys pick up the skinny guy and carry him on his shoulder to the back of the main building. Sage decided he needed to get involved. A teacher was coming out of the glass doors, so he walked up to him. Two guys from the football team just took a skinny guy behind the main building. He told him, Did you see who they were? The teacher asked. No, Sage replied. Can you call the campus police? I'm going to go break it up. Okay, said the teacher. I'll be there once I notify the police. Sure, Sage said. He took off, running as fast as he could. He didn't realize how fast he ran until he got to the far corner of the main building. It is a good 200 yards between the two buildings, and he reached the other end in a few seconds. Not worrying about how fast he ran, he turned the corner and saw the two guys beating on the skinny guy. Sage walked over to them, trying not to be threatening. He was hoping they wouldn't see him until he was within distance to help defend the other guy. He was in luck. He got about 10 feet from them when he spoke up. What's going on, guys? He asked. What do you mean? The taller guy asked, stepping towards him. You're Brad Kingsley, Sage said, captain of the men's lacrosse team. I see you know who I am, he replied. Well, if you're the captain of the football team, Sage continued, why do you think it's all right that you two beat on this guy who is clearly no match for either of you one-on-one? You see, the nerd and I had a deal, Brad said. He would do my homework, and I wouldn't beat the crap out of him. And just when I have a 20-page paper due, he tells me he's not gonna do it. I thought he was joking, so I left him alone. When I came to get it, he didn't have it. So he needs to be taught a lesson. Know that I mean business. Now, unless you want the same beating, I suggest you forget what you saw here and leave. I can't do that, Sage said. The campus police have been called and will be here soon. I suggest you just leave him as well as anyone else whom you might try to make do your homework alone. And I might not inform academics and admissions. I am sure you don't want them to find out about this. Fine, Brad said. I'll leave him alone. However, you better watch your back. I'll make sure you get what's coming to you. Whatever, said Sage. Brad and his buddy turned and started walking away. Sage turned and helped the skinny guy up to his feet. He made sure that he was all right. He brushed him off when he saw that Brad had stopped only a few feet away. Brad only turned and began to walk away so Sage wouldn't see him pull out a knife. Once the blade was out, he turned back around and thrust the knife at Sage's chest. Sage knew what he was going to do before he did it, so he had shoved the skinny guy out of the way as he turned his body so the knife would miss. At the same time, he chopped the guy's arm right at the joint with his right hand and chopped him in the throat. Brad dropped to the ground, gasping for air, and his buddy could not believe what he just saw. It all happened so fast. He didn't even see Sage sidestep the knife. Brad's buddy did not hesitate to jump him, but it wasn't any good. Sage knew that he was going to attack, so he turned around and grabbed the arm he was throwing a punch with and picked him up and dropped him right down in front of his legs. Still holding the arm, he laid the elbow across his leg and added pressure. The guy they were picking on just stood there with his jaw wide open, because Sage did all that faster than he did in taking down Brad. Most of what he did was just a blur to him. Sage looked around and saw Brad was hardly breathing, and he still had his friend in an arm bar, so he couldn't do anything unless he wanted his arm broken. "What happened here?" the teacher asked, coming around the corner. "He was protecting me," said the kid before Sage could say anything. "They were beating me up for not doing their homework. Sage got them to back down, but Brad pulled a knife and tried to stab him. He was just defending himself." "I'll take that as true," said the teacher. "You can let go of his arm. He isn't going to do anything." "Okay," Sage said. "What took you so long? I thought you were going to come as soon as you called campus police." "I did," the teacher said. "It's only been 3 minutes since you talked to me." "What?" Sage said. He was shocked that it had only been that short. Now that he thought about it, he quickly took down the guys so when they were talking is what made it about 3 minutes. "Well, son," the teacher said, "you must know how to defend yourself. Take down 2 football players their size all by yourself is pretty amazing." "You're telling me," Sage said. "However, I never took self-defense for the last 7 years. Chapter 4. Watcher. "So, the rumors going around school is that you gave up a chance to spend a day alone with Josh Knapp," said a young teen girl's voice. "Yeah, so?" Natalie said. "Why don't you go bug someone who actually cares about what you think, Erin? Just admit to it. You were afraid to be alone with a guy," Erin said. "I am not," Natalie said. "Reason I didn't go over to Josh's house was because I am staying with my foster brother while my parents are out of town. But he wouldn't let me go. Now that I think of it, I'm glad I didn't. All he wanted to do was to add another girl to the list of who he's been with." "Excuses," Erin said. "I bet you stayed up all night trying to figure out that excuse because you knew I was going to say something." "No," Natalie said. "I told that to Josh when I called him to let him know I was not going to be able to hang out with him." "That's not what he's saying," Erin said. "He said you called him and told him you changed your mind about sleeping with him." "I was never going to sleep with him," Natalie said. "We were just going to make out. That's it." "Sure," Erin said. "Every girl knows that Josh only says that. He really wants to sleep with you. I wouldn't think twice about it if he asked me over to his house." "Yeah, I can just see that you in a few years down the road," Natalie said. "Pregnant, alone, with the father gone, no money, and unpaid bills," Natalie said. "All because you're willing to give him what he wants with no attachments." "Why, you little," Erin said. "Oh, shove it," Natalie said. "I'm going to be late for English. I gave you way too much of my time." "Well, I hope you enjoy being single for the rest of your life," Erin said. "No guy will ever date you if you aren't willing to do what they want." "Believe what you want, Erin," Natalie said. "I'll find myself a guy who cares about me for who I am, not for what I'm willing to let him do." Natalie walked away from Erin, who was steaming mad over how Natalie talked to her. Erin loved to make Natalie's life miserable as she could. Natalie did her best to not let her comments ruin her day. However, she was never really good at that. "I cannot believe I just said that," Natalie said to herself. "I know Sage said it, but it has been a while since he has been in high school. He doesn't know what it's like now. Why live if you are not part of the in crowd? I have no clue anymore. At least I ticked Erin off." Words kept traveling around in her head. Before she knew it, she almost walked by her English classroom. She walked inside and sat down in the second-to-last seat in the last row near the window. She placed her backpack on the ground when the bell sounded. Just as she looked up, Josh Knapp had decided to come to class. He took his sweet time walking across the classroom to her row and made his way to the empty desk behind her. This was very unusual for Josh. He normally sat in the first seat next to the door so he could be the first one out at the end of class. Well, that is when he showed up. "All right, class," the teacher said. I hope you enjoyed your day off yesterday and did your reading. As I promised, we won't be reading from the book. However, we are going to have a discussion on what you thought about the concept of love at first sight that Shakespeare brought out in Romeo and Juliet. So get your books out and turn to the scene where Romeo and Juliet first see each other. The sound of students rummaging through their backpacks to get their books out filled the classroom. While Natalie leaned forward to get her book, Josh leaned over and spoke into her ear. "Nice skirt you've got on today," said Josh. It was a nice skirt. It was knee-length skirt that was bright pink and had a heart pattern on it. It went well with her black sleeveless shirt. "Thanks," Natalie said. My friend Shane told me I could use his car at lunch," said Josh. "I think we should hang out in it. Yeah, you get to see the back seat." "Drop dead," Natalie said. "Oh," said Josh. "Is it okay to be a little nervous? Being alone with a guy for the first time can be scary." "I wouldn't be caught alone with you for all the money in the world," Natalie said. "You're just a creep who doesn't know how to treat a girl." "Oh, I don't know," said Josh as he grabbed a fistful of her hair and pulled her back. Natalie turned around and slapped him so hard, everyone in the room, including the teacher, turned to see what made the noise. What is going on back there?" the teacher asked. "Mr. Sampson," said Josh, "I was just telling Natalie that I liked her skirt, and she turned around and slapped me." "That is not true," Natalie said. "Enough," said Mr. Sampson. "Natalie, you can go to the office. We don't hit people in this classroom or in school." "I'm only slapped him because he grabbed my," Natalie said. I don't want to hear it," said Mr. Sampson. "I'll be down after class is over. Don't try to skip out by not going." "Fine," Natalie said as she packed up her things into her backpack. "You will pay for hitting me," said Josh as Natalie started to get up. Once Natalie was out in the hall, she knew she had 45 minutes before Mr. Sampson would be able to come down to the office. So she decided to go to her locker on her way to the office. She had gym next and then lunch, so there was no reason for her to carry her books around with her. As she walked down the empty hall, she couldn't believe how big they actually were. She never took the time to see how wide they were. She was always rushing to get to her next class. Once she got to her locker, she popped it open and placed her books inside, grabbed her lunch. After fixing her hair quickly, since Josh messed it up. When she was all done, she closed her locker and headed to the office. She couldn't believe that she was getting punished for something Josh started. As she walked in, this weird feeling that she was being watched by someone was in the back of her mind. But there was no one else in the halls, so she ignored it and continued down the hall. After a minute or two, she arrived at the office, which had several windows so the teachers could see students passing by. She walked in and sat down. "Can I help you?" one of the ladies at the desk asked. "Mr. Sampson sent me down here to see Mr. Lawrence," Natalie said. "He is busy with another student right now," said the lady. "It may be a little while. I'll let him know that you are waiting as soon as he is done." Natalie sat there staring at a spot on the floor, thinking of the two things that just happened. The things Erin said before English and what Josh told her. She would pay for hitting him. This was just one of those days Natalie wished she could forget about. After several minutes, staring at the same spot made her sleepy. She slowly drifted off. Suddenly the bell sounded. Natalie's head shot up and she didn't see the lady at her desk. And Mr. Sampson had yet to show up. So she decided to go to gym and she would worry about Mr. Sampson showing up later. As she walked down the hall, she noticed that the halls were empty. It was not normal after the bell sounded. That is when the feeling of being watched returned. And looked around and did not see anyone. So she made her way down the hall. As she walked, she noticed a dark reflection in the glass door in front of her. She turned around, and down by the office stood a tall person wearing a long black cloak with a hood over its head. Not seeming right, she started to walk faster and turned the corner. Before she completely turned the corner, she looked back and saw the cloaked figure was gone. Freaked out about this cloaked figure, she started to get worried, not seeing anyone in the halls. She ran down the hallway, and as she passed the computer lab, she turned her head and looked in the windows of the room. There was the cloaked figure staring at her. "Natalie," said a voice. Natalie's eyes shot wide open as she lifted her head to hear who was calling her. Natalie," said Mr. Sampson. "Yes, Mr. Sampson," Natalie said. I wanted to say I'm sorry. Someone came to me after class and told me that Josh grabbed some of your hair and pulled it. right before you slapped him. Oh, Natalie said. I'm glad he got caught. That's why I was trying to say to you before you told me to be quiet. I assumed that, said Mr. Sampson. Josh is in with Mr. Lawrence right now. You're free to go to your next class. Thank you, Mr. Sampson, Natalie said as she grabbed her backpack and headed out of the office. The halls were still packed, and she only had a few minutes to get to the other side of the school. She pressed her way through the crowds of students. As she got to where she stood in her dream, she turned around and looked to see if there was any cloaked figures watching her. There was none, so she hurried down the hall to the gym. When she arrived at the gym, she walked into the girls' locker room and ran over to her locker. She was the only girl inside, and the bell rang. She threw her backpack inside and grabbed her gym shorts and shirt and quickly changed. She ran out into the gym where Mrs. Wilson was giving instructions to the class. Oh, look, it's little Miss I want a guy who likes me for who I am, Erin said, so the whole class could hear her. Erin, said Mrs. Wilson, that is enough. I better see you actually do something today, or I'm going to fail you. But, Mrs. Wilson, Erin said, if I run, then I'll sweat, then I'll have to take a shower, then redo my makeup and hair. Well, I guess you better figure out a way to do it fast when you come in, said Mrs. Wilson, because you are playing today, and I'm going to make sure of it. Natalie smiled at the sound of seeing Erin not happy. Was even happier when the teams for soccer were made up and Erin was on the other team. Natalie loved soccer, was one of the star players for the school. All right, said Mrs. Wilson. Natalie's team wears the pennies. Grab one on the way outside. All the girls stood up and headed to the doors that led outside. As she passed the box, Natalie grabbed a red penny and put it on as she walked out the door. Once outside, the girls had to walk to the top of the hill where the soccer field was located. After a few minutes, all the girls finally made it to the top of the hill, and Mrs. Wilson had the teams pick sides. Erin was the last person up the hill and was sucking in air. Mrs. Wilson, Erin finally was able to say, I am too winded to play. My asthma might be acting up. Nice try, said Mrs. Wilson. I know you don't have asthma, so quit pretending and get on the field. Ah! Screeched Erin, still not happy about having to actually take part in gym class. All right, class, said Mrs. Wilson. We have 30 minutes before we have to go in. Let's have a good game and play hard. Mrs. Wilson blew the whistle and let the game start. Natalie quickly took control of the ball for her team and passed it back and forth between two other girls. They were able to quickly score the first point. However, it wasn't that easy. All the serious soccer players treated this game as an actual game, while the other popular girls, like Erin, did just enough to please Mrs. Wilson so they would pass. After 29 minutes of playing, the score was even at 1 goal each. The ball was passed to Erin, who was shocked that she still got the ball. She was about to pass it to another girl on her team, but Mrs. Wilson would not let her. Erin, said Mrs. Wilson, you have the ball and you need to run with it and try to score. Only if you get trapped can you pass it. That made Erin even angrier, but she did what she was told and ran towards the goal, kicking the ball. As she got closer to the goal, Natalie came up from the side and slid and kicked the ball away from her, which caused her to trip and get all dirty. Natalie quickly grabbed the ball and broke away from the other team headed down the field. It was just her and the goalie. She was determined not to let anyone stop her from scoring the winning goal. With only a few more feet to go, she glanced over to the woods nearby and saw the cloaked figure standing in the shadows, staring right at her. Natalie lost her balance and tripped over the ball. Just as she got back up to her feet, Mrs. Wilson blew the whistle, signaling the end of the game. All right, ladies, let's head inside, shouted Mrs. Wilson. Natalie quickly looked back over where the cloaked figure was standing, but the figure was gone. She started to wonder if she had even seen the figure, and if it was just her mind playing tricks on her. Why did you trip? Asked a girl from her team. I thought I saw someone on the edge of the woods when I glanced over there, Natalie said. Turns out it was nothing. Too bad, said the girl. If you didn't trip, you surely would have scored the winning goal. Yeah, I know, Natalie said. After kicking the ground for messing up, she looked back and saw Erin freaking out about how she got dirty. She saw Natalie looking at her and she walked right over to her. You did that on purpose, Erin said. I can't let Josh see me like this. It's your fault. I'll make you pay for this. Erin and her friends stormed off towards the school. Natalie couldn't help feeling a little enjoyment for sending Erin right into the ground. However, now she had two people who told her that they were going to make her pay for what she did. Luckily, it did not bug her that much. She was to focus on whether or not she actually saw that cloaked figure from her dream. As she walked into the school for the rest of the day, all she could think about was the cloaked figure and her dream. Once inside, Natalie changed back into her clothes and headed to her usual spot where she and her friends always sat. Chapter 5. The search begins.
So what did you want to see me about, David?
Daniel asked as he walked into the library. Daniel was a tall, elderly man more than 20 years older than Dr. David Toller.
I'm glad you could make it, my friend,
David said, standing up from his chair and greeting Daniel with a handshake and a hug.
Please, take a seat.
Did you know there was a fog rolling into your yard? Daniel asked as he took a seat in a chair in front of the desk.
However, it's only in your yard. It's weird. Oh well, so what do you have on your mind? Last night I received a certain package, replied David. Something I have been looking for the 20 years as an archaeologist.
What is this package? Daniel asked.
The Penetra Vox,
answered David.
You're joking, aren't you?
Daniel asked.
You've heard of it?
David asked.
Yes, answered Daniel. Jackie has several books on the scroll. None of the information is fact, just possible thoughts about what it could be. So, what is it?
It's a scroll, replied David.
What does it say?
Daniel asked.
I have no clue,
answered David.
It's in a form of Latin that is very old. My translation program is still working on translating it. The title took 10 minutes to be translated, and I checked about 2 hours ago and nothing new has shown up. I don't know what to say,
Daniel said.
What is the title of the scroll?
The Legend of the Godchild, David said.
Has Jackie ever heard of that? Not that I know of, replied Daniel. She normally tells me about stuff like that, but I'm pretty sure she hasn't.
Crap, David said.
I've been searching information on the internet books by both titles, Penetra Vox and The Legend of the Godchild, and nothing has come up that helps. I don't know what to tell you, Daniel said. Is this what you wanted to talk to me about?
Yes, David said. I have Jacob Piper searching for information on the legend and the scroll in the Forbidden Crypt of Magic. I should soon know something. I want to use this to help us accomplish the goals of the Coven.
Why do you think you will even be able to use it to help the Coven to accomplish its goals?
Daniel asked. Because of this note that was inside the box that the scroll was in, answered David. David handed the note to Daniel, who quickly skimmed over it. His eyes widened when he came to the part saying he would have more use for it.
This just shows how to...
This just goes to show that our coven is true, Daniel said.
I believe this is a gift from heaven, since we are doing his will.
If that is so, David said, why can't we read the scroll or find anything about it?
Maybe because he wanted us to have faith that he will reveal it to us when it is in his time, replied Daniel.
I would like to take a look at the books your wife has, David said.
Sure,
Daniel said.
I'll call her and have her bring them over.
Good. Daniel pulled out his cell phone and quickly dialed a number and placed it to his ear. The phone rang for a moment before jumping to the answering machine.
"Jackie," Daniel said, "I need you to bring over the books that you were telling me about that have information on the Penetra Vox over to David Toller's house. Please bring them once you get this message."
Daniel closed up the phone and placed the phone back into his coat pocket.
"So, when are you going to hear from Jacob?"
Daniel asked.
"Whenever he finds something," David said. "So it could be days, maybe even months."
"Well, I'm going to go home and see if I can't find those books," Daniel said. "Don't worry about it," David said. "Whenever Jackie gets the message, it will be fine."
"Okay,"
Daniel said, standing. He walked over to the window and glanced outside. The fog was much thicker now and covered the whole house. Daniel couldn't believe how thick the fog had become.
"The fog outside is getting very thick," Daniel said. I can't see anything out there."
"What are you talking about?" David asked as he stood up and walked over to the window. He looked out and saw the fog and was shocked. At that time, the butler walked into the library.
"Sir," said the butler, "Dr. Jacob Piper is here to see you."
"Yes?" David asked, walking back over to his desk. "Have him come up." "I am already here," said Jacob, walking to the room. "Your butler made me wait outside to make sure it was all right I come in."
"So, what have you found?"
David asked, sitting back in his chair. "A lot, actually," said Jacob.
"What is a lot?"
Daniel asked, who joined them. "How does a translation into Latin sound?" asked Jacob. That is what the scroll is already in," David said. "Yes," said Jacob. "That is an ancient form of Latin. I am talking about a more modern version."
"You're joking,"
Daniel said. "No," said Jacob.
"Well, what does it say?"
David asked. At that point, the beeping sound came from David's computer.
"What is it?"
Daniel asked. "It's the alarm on my computer," David said. "I set it so it would let me know when the translation is done."
"Perfect timing,"
Daniel said.
"We can see how close the translations are between yours and the actual scroll."
"Just as I wanted to see," said Jacob. David pulled over his laptop computer and lifted the top. The screen showed a pop-up that said, "Click to read translation." Using the mouse, David clicked on the link, and the screen went black. The translation began to scroll up the screen. This is what it said. "The legend of the Godchild. Chosen child, born of light, fallen star, full of fright. Darkness creeps, no light to see. Questions come with answers unlike. A life set free when the time is right. Battles come and battles go. Victory ensured, child of light."
"That makes no sense,"
Daniel said. "Well, if you had any knowledge in this field, it would," said Jacob. "Well, is that what you found?" David asked. "Not exactly," said Jacob. "I have something similar to it, very minor changes."
"Like what?"
Daniel asked. "Just different words," answered Jacob. "Does that change the whole meaning?" David asked. "Normally," replied Jacob. "However, the words in my translation can be translated into the same words in your translation."
"Oh,"
Daniel said.
"So tell us what it means, since you're the expert."
"Let me see your translation,"
said Jacob. Hold on, replied David. I am printing out a copy now. The printer by the door kicked on, and out came the translation of the scroll. Jacob walked over to the printer and grabbed the paper. He began reading it as he walked back over to the desk. He did not realize that the fog was slowly creeping into the room from the hall. This is very tricky, said Jacob. I have never seen anything like this before. So, suddenly the expert isn't an expert, Daniel said. I will figure it out, said Jacob. It might just take me a while to figure it out. How long do you think it took the theologians to determine what the book of Revelations was about? Jacob sat down in one of the chairs and read the legend over and over again, trying to make sense of it. David and Daniel looked over the translation on the computer. None of them realized the fog that was now in the room was starting to get very thick and come very close to them. The fog began to move across the hardwood floors and crept around the ankles of the three men in the room. Still, they had not noticed the fog. That is when some laughter came, deep within. The room shook from the power that came from the voice. The fog started to change colors, from white to red to blue, then to purple, then to black. The fog began to fill the room and became even thicker. A purplish glow began to come off it. Once the room was filled with the fog, as fast as it filled, it disappeared. As the light returned and the fog left the room, the three men could make out a figure of a very tall person, almost the same height as David. The fog still covered the desk by which the person was standing. As the fog lifted, the figure became clear. Whoever it might be was wearing a long black cloak that covered his body. The hood was up and covered the person's face. The fog continued to clear up as it moved back out into the hall. When the room was clear, several other cloaked figures were in the room, none of them as tall as the one standing by the desk.
You have something that belongs to me,
the tall cloaked figure said.
The Penetro Vox is mine. Now hand it over.
Daniel, Jacob, and David could not move. Fear had its ugly hands wrapped around them, preventing them from speaking a word. After several moments, David managed to speak up.
Who are you?
He asked nervously.
I am the owner of the scroll,
the tall cloaked figure said.
I have come for it.
Why do you want it? Daniel asked as he was slowly calming himself down.
The Godchild shall be mine,
answered the tall cloaked figure.
Now hand over the scroll.
No, David said, taking a step closer. The scroll belongs to me.
Are you willing to die to keep that scroll?
Asked the tall cloaked figure.
Because I will not think twice about killing you for it.
Bring it on, David said, who was now free of fear's grip. I may be old, but I can still fight.
Pathetic mortal,
the tall cloaked figure said.
You are willing to die for a legend that you have no clue what it means.
Let me guess, Daniel said, who was also now free from fear's grip. You do know, right?
Yes,
answered the tall cloaked figure.
When you have been around as long as I have been, you learn things. Now give me the scroll.
If you know what it means, said Jacob, why do you need the scroll?
I do not need to answer to you,
the tall cloaked said, as he walked forward and grabbed David by his neck and began to crush his esophagus.
Now give me
the scroll.
Put him down, Jacob shouted as he charged the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure dropped David and grabbed him by the neck and threw him across the room into the wall with great force. On impact with the wall, his spine shattered, sending pieces of bone throughout his body. Large pieces pierced every major organ, causing him to die immediately.
That one's down, the tall cloaked figure said. You both will be next if you do not give me the scroll. Tell me what the legend means, and I will give it to you, David said as he was gasping for air. Fine, the tall cloaked figure said. I am sure you are familiar with the Mormon belief that God was once man, and man can become God. That is a take of this legend. After a certain time, the Almighty moves on to something far greater, but someone must take his place. The Godchild is the one picked to take his place. After the child grows up, the Almighty will send for the child, who is taken to the heavenly kingdom and taken to the throne. How do you know this? Daniel asked. Elijah was the first, the tall cloaked figure responded. The chariot of fire that took him to heaven was taking him to his throne. After that, 2 more children were picked. The current holder of the throne determines how long before they move on. How do you know the child is alive now? David asked, standing up slowly. The legend does not tell about the child, replied the cloaked figure. It tells the sign of the coming child. The first 4 lines say, Chosen child, born of light, fallen star, full of fear. The child is born when a falling star comes. There have been 2 comets in the past 15 years who have filled this planet with fear. So you're saying that the child was born on one of those nights? Daniel asked. Yes, answered the tall cloaked figure. Now that you know, give me the scroll. 2 more questions, and it's yours, David said. What are you going to do with the child, and why did you need the scroll? The child is born the heir to the throne, said the cloaked figure. When I find the child, I will kill him. Once the child is dead, the person who reads the enchantment on the scroll will receive the power. Now that you know, give me the scroll. No, said David, as he grabbed the wooden box with the scroll. The scroll is mine, and I will find the child. You will find the child? The tall cloaked figure said. How are you going to find the child when you're dead? You will find that I am not that easy to kill, David answered. Once I take care of you, I will use my connections to find the child. Connections? The tall cloaked figure asked. What are you talking about? We are part of the worldwide secret coven, Daniel answered. We have connections all around the world and can get any information or find anything we want. Oh, really? The tall cloaked figure replied. I'll make a deal with you. I'll let you live if you help me find the child. Deal, David said. However, you have to do more than just that. You must seat me at the throne, to your right hand once you take the throne. Deal, the tall cloaked figure said. Your lives and a seat at my right hand when I take the Almighty's throne."
The two shook hands, and David handed the scroll to him. David was shocked by the request David made. Daniel was shocked by the request David made. He was not sure if the whole deal, but that all faded away when he remembered something the cloaked figure said.
"Why do you refer to us as mortals?" Daniel asked. "You are one, aren't you?" "No," answered the cloaked figure. "I am an immortal, a former angel of the original Almighty. The great dragon convinced me and others to fight alongside him to take the throne, but we failed. Now I will succeed where he failed." "Oh." Daniel said, Oh, yeah." David said, "You have to tell us your name." My name is Monono," he answered.
"I am David Toller," David said. "This is Daniel Banks. Now, Monono, I have already called an emergency meeting of our coven tonight, and I want you there."
"I will be,"
Monono said. "Good," replied David. "If we are going to find this child, we are going to need to know how to recognize him."
"I have several possible candidates,"
Monono said.
"I cannot get too close to them, or the Almighty will send his angels to stop me."
"Now, I see why you have made us this offer," David said. "Who are the possible candidates?"
"Only one lives here," Monono said. "The rest are in different areas."
"Oh," David said. "Well, after our meeting, you can go to other sections of the Covenant in the areas where the other candidates live."
"Who is the child who lives here?" Daniel asked. "I do not know her name," replied Monono. "However, she is related to one of your students at your school. Sage is his name."
"Sage," David said. "Why does that name sound so familiar?" "That's right. He just crippled the captain of the football team, defending another student. I'll just have to make an appointment with him, and we'll find out how to get close to the girl. But how do I tell if she is the child?"
"Look for a birthmark on her right hand that looks like a falling star,"
Monono answered. "I will," David said. "Now one more thing. I would like to see the face of a fallen angel and a person I have made a deal with before we go any further."
"Understandable,"
Monono said as he pulled his hood down. Both Daniel and David were shocked at Monono's face. Chapter 6. Visitor. "No!" shouted Sage as he opened his eyes and sat up on the couch. Realizing it was another dream, he blinked his eyes rapidly to help them focus. "Not another dream! Why am I having these dreams? What time is it?" Sage glanced at the cable box for the first time, which read 11:33. He stood up from the couch and stretched. His muscles were starting to ache, and he didn't want to have them too tight when he finally went to bed. After stretching, he walked into the kitchen. "Hello," Sage said as he passed a man sitting at the table reading the newspaper. He continued to walk over to the fridge and opened it and bent forward to look for something to drink. It was then he stood up and looked at the stranger. "Who are you?" The stranger put the newspaper down, revealing what he was wearing. Oddly enough, it was the same thing Sage had on in all of his dreams. The black leather trench coat, right down to the samurai sword attached to the black baggy cargo pants. "Wow, you must be tired from not getting enough sleep from your dreams," said the man. "How long have you been in my apartment?" Sage asked. "Also, how do you know I have been getting that I haven't been getting a lot of sleep due to my dreams. What question do you want me to answer first? Asked the stranger. Why am I here? How long I've been here? Or how I know about your dreams? Oh yeah, your foster sister, Natalie, came in about 20 minutes ago. How do you know about my foster sister? Sage asked. You better not have done anything to them. I've only been in the kitchen waiting for you to wake up, said the stranger. I'm going to go check on them, Sage replied. You better not be here when I get back, or I'm going to call the cops. Sage walked past the stranger back into the living room. Once he was sure the man could not see him, he turned and ran down the hall. He peered into his room where Natalie was out cold in his bed. He gently closed the door and turned to the guest room. As he slowly opened it, he saw light from the TV. He opened the door the rest of the way to see Kiana was still up watching her favorite movie, Aladdin. Bed? She said as her head turns towards the door. Bedtime was about 2 hours ago, Sage said as he walked over to the bed. He picked up the TV and VCR remote controls as he sat on the edge. What are you still doing up? It's 11:30. I started watching this movie about an hour ago, Kiana replied. I knew you would come in when it was time for me to go to bed. I didn't even realize that it was this late. Or I'd be sleeping already. I guess it is my fault, he replied. I fell asleep on the couch. Oh, Kiana said. Well, good night. Good night, Sage. Good night, Sage said as he kissed her on the forehead. He stood up and turned off both the TV and VCR before heading towards the door. Once there, he closed it slowly and as quietly as he could. Relieved that both Natalie and Kiana were fine, he walked back down the hall. As he passed the bathroom, he saw the light was on, so he quickly stepped in and turned it off. Once Sage reached the living room, he slowly turned into the kitchen. The stranger was gone. He was thinking it might have just been his imagination. He went back over to the fridge, which he left open, and grabbed an iced tea and closed the fridge door. He opened the bottle and took a long gulp of the tea as he walked back into the living room. After finishing, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. That was good, he said. I told you I was only in the kitchen, said the stranger who was now sitting on the couch. Sage almost hit the ceiling when the stranger began to talk. He dropped the iced tea, but it never hit the ground. When Sage realized he had dropped his drink, he looked at the floor. His drink was not there. You would not want to drop this iced tea, the stranger says as he held up the iced tea bottle. The bottle could break, and then you'd have glass on the floor. You would not want that with your younger siblings in the apartment. How did you do that? Sage asked. Boy, you have a lot of questions, the stranger replied. I am still waiting for you to tell me which one you want me to answer. Fine, Sage said. Who are you? Finally, we are getting somewhere, said the stranger. The name's Cyrus, and I am guessing your next question you want me to answer is, how long have I been here? Yes, Sage said. Well, I've been here since creation, Cyrus answered. However, you more than likely would want to know how long I've been in your apartment. However, you would know that answer if you were paying attention when I told you your foster sister came in 20 minutes ago. However, I've been around you a lot longer than that. Actually, I've been keeping my eye on you for about 7 years now, since the second you lost your memory. Okay, Sage said. So why have you been stalking me? Did I do something to you before I lost my memory? No, Cyrus said. I am not stalking you. I said watching you. Watching and stalking are two totally different things. For me to stalk you, I would have to follow you around. I just said I've been watching you. You'd have to follow me around to always be watching me, Sage replied. I also thought I told you if you were still here when I came back, I would call the cops. Actually, you said if I was still here when I was in the kitchen, Cyrus said. When you came back, I was not there. Now I am on your couch. So technically, I was not still here when you came back. Ah, Sage said. What do you want with me? I'm glad you asked, Cyrus said, standing up. I have a task for you that I need you to do. I just met you, and you already want me to do something for you? Sage said angrily. You don't have to do it, Cyrus replied. It's up to you. I just thought you would want to do it. Well, with all these weird dreams you have, as well as being able to move very fast, as well to tell what others are thinking and they are going to do before they do it or tell you. How do you know about that? Sage asked. Did I not already tell you that I've been watching you? Cyrus said. Sure, I was not watching you every single second the past 7 years, but enough to know the important information. You're starting to get really under my skin, Sage said. You know what I've been suffering from, and that I can move faster than normal people and read other people's minds. What would that have to do with this task you have for me? I guess I'll be going now, Cyrus said. I left all the information you need to know to complete the task on the kitchen table. Cyrus walked over to the door and quickly opened it. He walked into the hallway and slowly began to close the door behind him. When he got about halfway, he stopped. Sage, he said. What? Sage asked. Do you want a reason you should even care about this task? Cyrus asked. Sure, Sage replied. When you complete it, you'll have your memory back, Cyrus said before he closed the door. Sage waited a second. Then what Cyrus had said hit him. He grabbed the door and yanked it open, but Cyrus was nowhere in sight. Sage ran outside, but he was not there. After getting back inside his apartment, he walked into the kitchen and grabbed the information Cyrus had left. He brought it back back into the living room. Sage sat on the couch and began to look it over. It was not long before Sage fell back to sleep. When he woke up the next morning, he only had about 10 minutes before his first class. Kiana and Natalie had already left for school, so he ran to his room and quickly changed into some clean clothes. Once he had finished getting changed, he grabbed his computer bag and was out the door. After lunch, Sage had his history class that Raven was in. He decided to ask her for her opinion on everything that happened the night before. Once class was done, he walked over to her and tapped her on the shoulder. She quickly turned around and was a little surprised to see him. I feel privileged that you have the hero of the campus coming over and wanting to speak to little old me, she said. What are you talking about? Sage asked. Like, you don't know, Raven replied. Just that you took on 2 of the biggest and toughest football players all by yourself the other day. Oh, that? Sage said. I forgot how fast news spreads on this campus. Anyway, I need your opinion on something. Do you have a free minute? Sure, Raven answered. You can walk me to the cafe. Okay, Sage said. The two went out the side door that led to the side of the main building. It was only a 3-minute walk to the cafe from there, so Sage did not waste any time. I know what you think about the dream thing, he said. However, what would you say if I told you that I know a way that I could get my memories back? How? She asked. A task. Sage continued. Once I complete this task, my memory will come back. You're not making sense, Sage, Raven said. I thought so, he said. I was foolish to think that I could get my memory back from just doing a task. So, you don't want my input now? Raven asked. Why don't you calm down and tell me what's going on? Okay, Sage said. Last night, a strange man was in my apartment. He wasn't trying to rob me of anything. He told me that if I completed the task he had for me, I would get my memory back. How do you know you lost your memory? Asked Raven. That's the thing, he replied. This guy knew about my lack of sleep due to my dreams as well as the events of yesterday. Like, he was right there watching it take place. I mean, I've never seen this guy in the past 7 years. He said that he has been watching me since I lost my memory. You mean stalking you? Raven interrupted. No, watching me, Sage said. Watching and stalking are two totally different things. How? Asked Raven. One, you follow the person around, Sage continued. The other, you just watch. You have to follow a person around, Raven started. That is what I said, Sage interrupted. However, this guy stressed that there was a difference. Anyways, when he and I could get my memory back. I have yet to stop thinking if this could be true. I highly doubt it, Raven said, stopping at the glasses door to the gym. However, you will never know unless you actually do it and see. This guy may be from your past, and he's trying to help you remember him and other things. Even though I don't think you'll get your memory back by just completing this one task. I say give it a try. Okay, Sage said, confused after what was just said. Thanks. I'll take that into consideration. Good, Raven replied. I have to go to work. Are you going to stay? No, Sage said. I'm going to go back to my apartment and think about what you said and try to figure this whole thing out. After the 10-minute drive to his apartment, he parked his car in his spot, then headed inside. He walked into the living room and placed his bag on the couch. Hungry since he had yet to eat breakfast and lunch, he quickly raided the fridge. Sage grabbed some cold pizza and began to eat it. He almost left it in the plastic bag. Once he pulled it from the bag, he began to eat. He pulled another iced tea from the fridge as well and walked into the living room and sat down on the couch. After finishing the last slice of pizza, Sage picked up the information on the task Cyrus wanted him to do. He thought about what he said as well as what Raven said. Even though he had just met her the other day, she really knew what she was talking about. However, her advice seemed a little mixed up. After an hour and 10 minutes of thinking, Sage heard Natalie come running into the apartment down the hall into the bathroom. When the door slammed open, Sage realized how much time had gone by. He knew he had to make a decision quick. Kiana would be home within the next hour, and he had accepted her challenge to a rematch in Mario Party. After a few minutes, Natalie came out of the bathroom and back into the living room. She walked over and sat next to Sage on the couch. After a few minutes of his not acknowledging her, she punched him in the arm. Ow! Sage said. What was that for? You have yet to say hi to me since I got home, she replied. Oh, sorry, Sage said. Hi, how was your day? Not good, Natalie said. I really don't want to talk about it. Okay, Sage said. How about we talk about you coming in an hour and a half late for your curfew last night? So, what are you looking at? Natalie asked. Nice try, Sage replied. What were you doing until 11 o'clock at night? My friend Nikki found her ex-boyfriend making out with Erin Fletcher, Natalie said.
So, why did that make you late for your curfew? Sage asked. Don't tell me she was crying over that.
If they were no longer going out, then she had no reason to be upset. They were still going out when she caught him, Natalie scolded.
Oh, Sage replied. So you were comforting her until 11 at night?
Yeah, that's when she finally went to sleep, Natalie continued. Her dad gave me a ride back here.
Okay, Sage said. So you have a good reason for being out past curfew, but next time I want you to call and let me know.
Okay, Natalie said. So, now are you going to answer my question about what you were looking at?
Oh, this stuff? Sage said. It's just a trip I might be going on soon.
Where would you be going?
Natalie asked. Camping on Mount Cronus, he replied. Not sure where on the mountain, though.
Oh, Natalie said. Well, I'm going to go do my homework.
She got up off the couch and started walking down the hall, but before she reached it, Sage said her name.
What?
Natalie asked. Let me ask you a question, Sage said. Have you ever wondered what it would be like if someday I got my memory back?
Of course I have, Natalie said. I fear that you will remember your old life and decide to go back to it and leave me and Kiana.
You know I wouldn't do that, Sage said. Sure, I might go find my family, but I would never just leave you. You and Kiana have been my family for the past 7 years.
That's what I keep telling myself when I think of it, Natalie replied. I also think about how I will be able to listen to you tell stories from when you were a kid. Take me and Kiana to some of the places you visited when you were young. You have seen and heard all of my stories. I'd love to hear your stories.
See, that would be cool, Sage said.
Is that all?
Yep, Sage said. You can go do your homework. Natalie turned and headed back down the hall to Sage's room. She closed the door behind her, thinking of how it'd be nice to share his stories from his past. He grabbed the plastic bag the pizza was in and walked into the kitchen. He opened the cabinet that the garbage was in. Would it not be fun for you to share memories from your past with your foster sister? Said Sage from behind. With a loud bang, Sage slammed his head onto the top of the cabinets under the counter. He pulled his head back and rubbed it. His face was all red when he turned around, not because he was angry, but from hitting his head and being scared out of his wits. How do you just come and go as you please? Sage said, still rubbing his head. I see you're still in a question-asking mood. Cyrus said, Well, I'm thrilled that you would like to know more about me. However, I'm not here to answer questions. You want to know if I'm going to accept your little task, Sage said. You're getting good at reading other people's minds, Sage replied. I didn't read your mind. Sage replied, What other reason would you have to be here? That? You wanted to say hello? True, Cyrus said. So, are you going to take my task and get your memory back once you have completed it? Chapter 7. Meeting. I can't believe that I'm on this little journey that was brought to me by someone I have never met until just recently. Sage says as he stepped out of his car on the side of the road. Before he closed the door, he popped the trunk and walked around to it. He lifted the door and pulled out a backpack full of supplies. As he shut the trunk, he was startled to see Cyrus standing there. You may not believe that you're on this trip, he said. However, you know that you need to complete it. Deep down in your heart, you know this is where you need to be. What about Natalie and Kiana? Sage asked. You have yet to tell me how long I'll be on this task of yours.
I'll keep an eye on them, Cyrus replied. Natalie is almost 15, and she can take care of Kiana. You left a note letting them know you will be away for a little while. If any trouble comes up, I'll help them out. I'm not so sure I like you keeping an eye on the girls, Sage said. Would you rather have no one keep an eye on them? Cyrus asked. With me watching them, if trouble stirs, I can help them out. If no one watches them, then they're on their own. Good point, Sage replied. I'm not comfortable with you watching them, but if something happens, at least someone can step in. Well, you better be on your way, Cyrus said. Okay, Sage says as he started up the mountain where his task awaited him. After a few feet, he looked back and saw that Cyrus was gone. He quickly pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Herkimer Community College Cafe, a person said. How can I help you? I'm looking for Raven, Sage said. May I ask who this is? The person asked. Tell her it's Sage, he replied. Hold on one moment, the person said before setting the phone down. A few moments later, Raven picked up the phone. Hey, Sage, she said. This is the third time this week. Should I get used to you talking to me? Is this a friendship starting to take place that I don't know about? Really funny, Raven, Sage said. I'm hoping you could do me a favor. What's that? She asked. My younger foster sisters are staying with me this week while our parents are away, Sage said. I'm going to be away for a while, something I need to do. Could you keep an eye on them for me? Sure, Raven said. Why me, though? Well, you're the only person I know who I can trust right now, Sage said. You remember that task I told you about yesterday? Yeah, Raven said. Well, I'm going to go do that task, he replied. However, the guy who gave it to me, his name is Cyrus, and he said he would keep an eye on the girls. Something about him just doesn't add up. I don't like the idea of him keeping an eye on my sisters. Cyrus is the one who gave you this task? Raven asked. Why didn't you tell me that yesterday? He is totally trustworthy. He will not harm your sisters in any way. You sure? Sage asked. Positive, she replied. I gotta go. I hope you find what you're looking for on this quest. Bye! Bye? Sage said as he hung up the phone. How does she know Cyrus? This is getting weird. Oh well. Sage once again began to head up the mountain to whatever awaited him. Natalie, why are you picking me up from the bus stop? Kiana asked. I'm just doing what Sage told me to do, she replied. Told you to do? Kiana asked. Yeah, Natalie said. When I arrived at the apartment after getting off the bus, I walked in and found a note taped to the door. It told me to make sure to pick you up from the bus stop. Okay, Kiana said. Why would he have you pick me up? Why didn't he just come do it? The rest of the note explains that, Natalie said. Sage is going to be away for a night and possibly longer. He wanted me to make sure you got back to the apartment safely. We are to do homework and be in bed no later than 10. He left money so I can order pizza for dinner. Okay, Kiana said. Did the note say where he was going to be? No, Natalie replied. It only says that he had no other choice but to go now. He will call if he is not going to be back tomorrow night. That means you're in charge? Kiana replied. Yep, Natalie said. When we get back to the apartment, you can watch TV until pizza arrives at 5. After dinner, we are both doing our homework. Jeez, Kiana said. Give you a little power and you don't mind using it. I'll tell you what, Natalie said. If you do your homework without giving me a hard time after dinner, then I'll let you stay up until 11. Deal, Kiana said. Good, Natalie said. As they headed back to the apartment, Kiana started to run as soon as they started walking. Natalie was not going to let her younger sister beat her back to the apartment, so she took off after her. It was only a few seconds later when she passed her and kept on running. When Natalie reached the corner gas station, she slowed down so Kiana could catch up. When she turned around and saw that Kiana had stopped and was walking again, Natalie was not surprised to see her walking. Unlike herself, she was not one who liked sports. While she waited, Natalie went into the gas station and bought 2 liters of soda for dinner. One grape and the other root beer. When she got back inside, Kiana was just getting there from walking. "What did you buy?" Kiana asked. "Soda for later tonight," Natalie replied. "You can have grape or root beer." "Good," Kiana said. "I can't stand the milk sage drinks." "That's because it's skim milk," Natalie replied. "Oh," Kiana said. The 2 girls continued back to the apartment. It was now just down the road. Kiana tried to run again, but Natalie just kept walking. When Kiana realized her sister was not accepting the challenge, she just waited for her to catch up before continuing on. When they arrived at the apartment building, they walked around to the back to the door and went inside and walked down the hall all the way to the last apartment. When they got there, the door was open. Natalie stopped and pulled Kiana to the side. She could tell something was not right. If there was a burglar in there, she didn't want him to see them. "What's going on?" asked Kiana. I'm not sure," replied Natalie. "Be quiet. I don't want anyone to hear us, if there is anyone inside." "What if—" "Shh," Natalie said. "What if it's Sage?" asked Kiana. "I don't think it is," Natalie said. "I don't see his car outside." Just then, a figure came walking down the hall into the living room. Natalie pressed herself against the wall as far as she could. The guy looked around and went into the kitchen, then came back into the living room. "I know you're out there," the man said. "No need to fear. I'm not going to hurt you." Now, Natalie was not sure if she should go in or not, but against her better judgment, she walked inside with Kiana behind her. She walked into the kitchen and placed the bag with the soda on the table, then returned to the living room. "Who are you?" asked Natalie. "What are you doing here?"
"I am Dr. David Toller,"
said the man, taking a step closer to them as he put his hand into his pocket. "Stay where you are or I'll scream," Natalie said.
"I was just going to give you my business card," Dr. Toller said. "I am the president of the school Sage attends."
"You still haven't answered why you were here," Kiana said.
"You must be Kiana," replied Dr. Toller, "and that would make you Natalie."
"How do you know our names?" asked Natalie.
"I pulled your foster brother's folder," Dr. Toller said. "I want to know where he lives so I could come talk to him. I tried the phone, but no one picked up. I had a friend at the police station pull his file for me. I wanted to know where his parents lived, since I was not reaching him here. That is where I saw your names."
"Okay," Kiana said. "That still doesn't explain why you're actually in the apartment."
I stopped to see Sage," Dr. Toller continued. "He was in a fight the other day, defending a weaker student. I wanted to talk to Sage and get his words. We're facing a lawsuit from the 2 students he, beat up. Even though we have camera footage proving otherwise, I thought I should let Sage know in person."
"Okay," Natalie said.
"Do you know where Sage is?" asked Dr. Toller.
"No," Kiana said. "He's away for the night. We are expecting him back tomorrow night. Natalie is in charge until then." "Kiana," Natalie said.
"Oh," Dr. Toller said. "Why are you staying here? Where are your parents?"
We're just staying here for the week, replied Natalie. Our parents are away this week. They wanted to go on a second honeymoon while they both had vacation time.
Oh, Dr. Toller said. Well, when he gets back tomorrow, please have him give my office a call. I would like to have a meeting with him.
Okay,
Natalie replied.
Dr. Toller walked towards the door. As he passed Kiana, he noticed a mark on her left hand that looked like a falling star. He remembered what Monono said and knew she had to be the child they were looking for.
Should I grab her? He asked himself. No, her sister would shout and I wouldn't be able to get away without someone seeing me.
Dr. Toller began to think when and how he would get her. Then he thought of it. He had their address, so he could do it later that night. And with Sage gone, there was no one to stop him.
Well, have a good night,
Dr. Toller said as he walked out the door. As soon as he was out of the building and back to his car, he pulled out his cell phone and called Daniel. After several rings, his wife picked up the phone. "Hello?" she said.
"Hello, Jackie. It's David," he said. "Is Daniel there?"
"Sure," she replied. "Oh, just hold on a second." After a few moments, Daniel picked up the phone.
"What's up, David?" he asked. "I found the child," David said. "The boy who Monono was talking about. His youngest foster sister is the child we are looking for. I saw the mark on her hand."
"That's great," Daniel said. "Do you have her?"
"No," he replied. "I am too well known in the community. If I grabbed the girl and someone saw me, the police would be on us. I know Monono would intervene knowing that we had the child, but no reason to alarm anyone about our little coven."
"True," Daniel said.
"So, how are we going to get her?" "I wasn't sure until just now," David said as he filled in Daniel on his idea. Once they agreed on how to get Kiana, Dr. Toller hung up his phone and drove off. Meanwhile, back in the apartment, Kiana and Natalie were watching from the living room. They were interested to see that Dr. Toller did not just leave. He called someone before leaving. "Whom do you think he was calling?" Kiana asked. "Not sure," Natalie replied. "I'm not even sure if he called someone or someone called him. We didn't see if he dialed or not." "True," Kiana replied. "He most likely just called someone at the college to let them know he didn't find Sage." Natalie said, "Anyway, if you're going to watch TV, you better do it now. It's already 4, and pizza's going to arrive at 5. "Good point," Kiana said as she walked over and turned on the TV. "Well, while you watch TV," Natalie said, "I'm going to make sure that guy didn't take anything. If he did, I don't care if he's the president of the college. He can stay in jail tonight." Natalie walked down the hall into Sage's room. After a few minutes, she walked back into the guest room. Over the next 20 minutes, she spent going back and forth, making sure nothing was missing. After that, Natalie gave up and came back into the living room. When she realized she had left the soda on the table, she went into the kitchen and took the 2 sodas and placed them in the fridge. Once that was done, she came back into the living room and sat down and watched TV with Kiana. Once the show was over, Kiana ran down to use the bathroom. Just as she entered the hallway, she heard a knock on the door. "Who is it?" Natalie asked. "Pizza," the voice said. "Oh," Natalie said as she stood up and walked over to the door. She opened the door, and standing there was a Chuck Smith, a sophomore in high school and one of the hottest guys in the school. "Natalie, right?" he said. "Yeah," she replied. "I didn't know you lived here," Chuck said. "I don't," Natalie said. My foster brother lives here,
My sister and I are just staying with him while my parents are away.
Oh, cool, Chuck said.
Just wondering, Natalie said. How did you know my name?
Well, everyone's talking about you in school, he said. How you refused to go over to Josh Knapp's house? Are the rumors true?
Yeah, Natalie said, looking at the floor, kind of ashamed that they were.
That's cool, Chuck said. Josh is a jerk, and I think you made the right decision.
Thanks, Natalie replied with a smile. You're the first person who has said that.
I was wondering, Chuck said. Sometime would you like to hang out after school?
I'd love to, Natalie said. How about Friday?
Okay, Chuck said. I'll see you then.
Great, Natalie said. Oh, here's the money for the pizza.
Right, Chuck said. I almost forgot about that.
After handing him the money and the tip, Natalie closed the door and brought the pizza into the kitchen. Kiana! Pizza's here, Natalie said.
Chapter 8. The Quest.
Okay, Kiana, Natalie said, picking up her paper plate from the kitchen table. It's time to do homework. And remember, if you do it without complaining, you can stay up until 11. I know, Kiana said. I have homework. Mrs. Edwards gives way too much for 5th grade. I know, Natalie replied. I had her too, and I dreaded doing homework just like you. However, she's a close friend of Mom and Dad. And that's why both of us have had her. That's not fair, Kiana said. She should be off limits since she is friends with Mom and Dad. All I hear from Ashley, how has Mr. Henchman hardly gives any homework? That's why Mom and Dad pull strings to get us in Mrs. Edwards' class. They want us to learn something, and not having much homework, they don't think is a good way to get students to learn. It's just not fair, Kiana replied. Well, life isn't fair, so deal with it, Natalie said. You think you have too much homework? I have to do my math, plus write a 5-page creative story for English, as well as study for a history test and science quiz tomorrow. On second thought, Kiana said, I'm glad I'm not you. Now, if you didn't wait until the last minute, you wouldn't be in this situation. I didn't wait until the last minute, Natalie interrupted. I just got all this work today. Well, except the history test, which I have been studying for since Friday, and I'm still not ready to take. I think I'll just go and do my homework, Kiana said, standing up from her chair and walking into the living room. I don't want to prevent you from doing your homework. Really funny, Natalie said. After throwing away the plates and wrapping up the rest of the pizza, Natalie walked into the living room where her backpack was. She pulled out her math book and placed it on the couch, then stood up and walked down the hall to the small closet in between the 2 bedrooms. After opening the door, Natalie pulled out a small TV tray, brought it into the living room, and set it up. Once that was done, she sat on the couch and pulled the tray over her legs. As she placed the math book on the tray, she flipped to the page where her assignment was. Once the book was opened to the correct page, she grabbed the notebook from her backpack and opened that to the first clean page. Natalie wrote out the first problem and began starting to solve it. After a few minutes, she looked at the clock on the cable box. Sage, what are you doing that was so important that you had to leave us alone? She asked herself. What did you want to meet about? Sage asked as he greeted a fellow friend as he came into the room. The person who joined him had on the same outfit as Sage, a long leather trench coat with black armor under it with black baggy cargo pants. We have reasons to believe something big is going to be coming down the road soon, the other person said. I had a feeling so, Sage replied. It would explain the recent lull in activity around the world. I think we're going to see another attempt on the throne. This time, there will be more at stake now than there was last time. I was thinking the same thing, the other person replied. So, is there a plan being worked on? We have some options that we have never done before, Sage said. I never thought we would have to use some of these tactics. That's why we have them. We will use them only if we don't get any more information on what's going on in the enemy's camp. We might have to go through with it. Any word from the boss on this? From what I'm getting, is that he is willing to allow it, the other person said. So he's going to reveal his plan as things happen? Sage replied. I normally don't mind that, but if this is going to be as big as I think it is, then we could be looking at another dark age. Let's hope he won't let it go that far again, the other person said. Anyways, the option you're talking about, that could be Memorius's tactic. Yeah, Sage said. If that's what is decided, I'll be the one who goes through with it. Well, I'll keep you informed on any new information, the person said. Good, Sage said. Take care, Ammonius. Sage's head shot up from his chest, and he began to breathe very heavily. His eyes were wide and almost completely white. The pupils were almost unnoticeable. After a few moments, he started breathing normally, and his pupils returned. He quickly looked around and saw that he was still on the mountain. He had fallen asleep when he sat down on a big rock to rest from his hike. He had no clue how long he had been sleeping, but he feared it was too long. The sun was getting ready to set, and he still had to get to where he had... The sun was ready to set, and he still had to get to where he had to be. With not much time left before he would have to set up camp for the night, Sage jumped off the rock and began to hike. About 3 minutes into his hike, he had stopped. His dream he just had was on his mind. What was with that dream? Sage asked. It was nothing like any of the others. Why have this dream now? Why not before the other dreams? Sage stood still as he began to think about his dream again. He figured when he mentioned the enemy, he referred to those creatures he kept fighting in his other dreams. However, the lull in the activity did not fit with his dreams. It seemed like there was more than enough activity. I don't think I'm ever going to figure out what my dreams mean, Sage said. Well, if you stopped sleeping and actually did some hiking, you might figure out where you need to go to complete this task, said a voice in front of him. Sage lifted his head to see Cyrus standing only a few feet from him. Nothing had changed. He was still wearing the same outfit, the one from his dreams. Do you think you could at least tell me what I have to do? Sage asked. Sure, Cyrus said. However, I would like to know why you had to call Raven before you put your trust in me to watch over your sisters. She told you? Sage asked. No, Cyrus replied. I have my ways of finding things out. To answer your question, no, I am not mad at you or even disappointed. If I were in your shoes and a stranger who knew everything about me showed up and told me about a task that could bring back my memory, but he would watch over my family, I would not trust him either. Well, I trust you now, Sage said. Well, a little. If you would tell me where I am going, I might push that up to I trust you some. I guess telling you what you're looking for wouldn't hurt, Cyrus said. Now we're getting somewhere, Sage said. You're looking for a lost sword, Cyrus said. It just happens to be located somewhere on this mountain, and you have a long trip ahead of you. I know where it is and could tell you. However, I'm not going to tell you that. My boss would not allow me to say. Then how will I find it? Sage asked. You know how big this mountain is? I could spend days on here and still not find it. Keep your eyes open and listen, and you'll find it, Cyrus said. Now I must go check on your sisters. Last time I checked, they were just finishing dinner. You might want to get moving. You only have another 30 minutes of light left. Cyrus walked past Sage and continued down the mountain. Sage watched him determined to see how he just vanishes. However, after 5 minutes, Cyrus was out of sight, still walking. So Sage decided to get moving himself. He continued up the mountain and kept his eyes open for anything that might resemble a sword. While he walked, he thought about how he took his task to find a sword, not knowing where it was. The idea of turning back and going home came to mind, and was starting to sound not that bad. However, what kept him from doing that was the idea of getting his memory back after finding the sword. So Sage continued walking, seeing a few wild animals as he walked through the woods. After 10 minutes, he came across a path that led around the mountain, but kept him moving towards the top. So Sage decided to take it. After 15 more minutes, the light was starting to fail, so he decided to set up camp. He drew his backpack to the ground as he sat down next to it, wanting to catch his breath before setting up camp. It was only a minute or two after sitting down when he heard a growl behind him. He turned around and saw a huge black bear, only 10 feet from him. The bear jumped up on its hind legs and was a few inches taller than he when standing up. Sage jumped to his feet and grabbed his backpack. "Whoa!" Sage said. "Nice bear." That did not change anything. The bear dropped back down on all fours and charged at him. Sage turned and began to run, knowing running up the mountain would just make him bear food, so he took off to his right, jumping over fallen trees and avoiding rocks. Sage sprinted across the mountain with the bear only a few feet behind him. After a few minutes, he came to a slope of the mountain that was not that steep, so he changed his direction and began to run up the mountain. The bear seemed to slow down when it began to climb the slope, but Sage was not going to wait to see if the bear stopped. At the top of the slope, he came to a large stone quarry. He ran into it and found a place to hide. A minute later, the bear reached the quarry and began to look around for its prey. The bear passed the spot where Sage was hiding, but out of fear that if he moved, the bear would find him, he waited there for a few minutes. After 10 minutes, Sage was still afraid to leave, but the bear hadn't come back through yet, and he didn't want to be there if he decided to check where it missed. So he slowly checked to make sure the bear was not in sight before he made a run through the maze of the huge rocks. After running around constantly, Sage realized he was not coming any closer to the entrance. He was trapped in a labyrinth, and he didn't know how to get out. After another few minutes, he leaned up against a rock to rest. His run through the woods from the bear had tired him out. Even though he had been walking for the last 5 minutes, he was still worn out. "Why did I have to run into the quarry?" Sage asked himself. "There has to be a way out. It can't be that big." The growl came again, and it sounded close. Not sure what direction it came from, he took off, heading in the same way he had been going. He quickly came to a dead end, so he turned back until he came to another path. "If I can't find my way out by going the way I came," Sage said, "maybe I can find my way out by going up." So Sage took the path that led towards the top of the mountain. After walking around, it was harder to see where he was going. The sun had set and it was getting dark. After a minute or two, he later came to a big clearing in the quarry. There was enough space for him to set up the tent, with 2 or 3 paths for him to take if the bear found him. So he set his backpack down and pulled out his tent. Within a few minutes, the tent was up, and he had found enough wood to start a small fire. He pulled out some hot dogs from his pack and put 2 on a stick and began to cook them. Within minutes, they were done. As Sage sat next to the fire, eating his hot dogs, the bear came walking down from the path to his right. The smell of the dogs cooking made it easy for it to find him. However, Sage did not even know it was there until it tackled him. Sage Sage hit his head on a rock as he was thrown to the ground. The bear began to slash at him, but Sage was able to roll out of the way. The blow to his head had no effect on him. He quickly got to his feet and stared the bear right in his eyes. The bear charged at him, but Sage moved out of the way before he reached him. The bear turned and charged him again. This time he got to him before he could move. The bear jumped to its hind legs, began slashing at him. Somehow Sage knew right when the bear was going to slash and was able to dodge the claws. After avoiding several of the bear's slashes, Sage realized he was moving a lot faster than the bear was. However, stopping and thinking about how fast he was moving was not a good idea. The bear caught him upside the head, sending him flying into the fire. His jacket and shirt burst into flames as soon as he touched the fire. Sage jumped up and began rolling around on the ground, trying to put the fire out. That's when he noticed his clothes were on fire, but he was not being burned. He could feel the heat, but it was not hurting him. Then an idea popped into his head. He stood up and saw the bear was walking towards him. It jumped back to its hind legs as it got ready to strike. Sage charged the bear and tackled it. The bear flew back and hit one of the rocks and fell to the ground. The fire caught the bear on fire and quickly turned it into a flaming ball of fur that was on fire. Sage had no clue how he forced the bear, that had to be close to 300 pounds, through the air and hit a rock that was 20 feet away. Before he could figure anything out, he took off his jacket and shirt and threw them to the ground and began to stomp on them. His pants were smoking, but hadn't caught fire. "Great," Sage said. "Now what am I going to use for a jacket? Looks like I'm going to have to wear extra layers tomorrow." Sage walked over to his backpack and pulled out another shirt and put it on, before he sat down by the fire. Being able to move faster than a bear, not being burned by fire or hurt by the slash of the bear or hitting his head on a rock, and being able to launch a 300-pound black bear through the air so it could hit its head on a rock, now he was plagued by all of these new questions. "What's going on here?" Sage asked. "What am I? How can I do all of these things?" "Really good questions," Cyrus replied, who was leaning up against the rock directly across from Sage. "Questions that would make anyone wonder about his past and who he is. You know what I am, aren't you? Don't you?" Sage shouted. "I do," Cyrus answered. "Why don't you just tell me?" Sage asked. "I want to know." "I know you do," Cyrus said. "I wish I could tell you, but I've been restricted by the one who sent me. All I can tell you is find the sword and your questions will be answered." "Why would the person who sent you only allow you to give me certain information?" Sage asked. "If I told you," Cyrus said, "you would not believe me and you would not go on this quest. Giving you just enough information at the right time keeps you from turning back." "How can this sword give me back my memories?" Sage asked. "Now you're asking questions I can answer," Cyrus said. "The sword you're looking for is connected to you. You have this strange feeling that you cannot describe. That is the sword calling to you. That is why you decided to find it." "That is not the reason why I decided to come on this task," Sage replied. "Yes, I'll admit that is one of the reasons. However, the idea of knowing my past is the main reason." "You may think that," Cyrus said. "However, it is really the calling of the sword that got you on this trip. You just attribute it to other reasons." "Sure," Cyrus said. "You can believe what you want. I know why I accepted this task." "So do I," Cyrus replied. "How is this sword going to answer all my questions?" Sage asked. "Your memory is linked to it," Cyrus said. "Find the sword, you find your lost memories. Why do you think your dreams have changed and you're discovering you can do all these amazing things? It's because you're getting closer to your memory. You are not far from it. You should be able to find it tomorrow. First off, I realized I could do some amazing things before I got on this mountain, Sage said. Second, I can't find my way out of this quarry. So how am I going to find this sword? That's easy, Cyrus said, pointing to the path the bear came down. That path will lead you out. Just stay on it, and you will be out of this labyrinth in no time. Oh, Sage said as he glanced away. However, Cyrus said, if you do as good a job as you did today, you most likely will not find it tomorrow. So I suggest you try a little harder. Oh yeah, you might need this once you find the sword. Cyrus threw him a black sheath samurai sword with a red stripe down the sides of the sheath. Why will I need this sword when I could just use my sword? Sage said as he turned to face Cyrus. But he was gone. How does he do that? The next time I see him, I'm going to have him tell me all about it. Sage stood up and stretched. After a few minutes of stretching, he thought he could check out the path, just so he would know where he was going in the morning. That is when he realized he could run into another bear or animal. So Sage decided not to do that, even though he had a weapon. I'm getting tired, he said to himself. I better get some sleep. This day has been a weird one. I just hope I don't have any more dreams. Sage picked up the sword and walked over to the tent and unzipped it. He pulled off his shoes and placed them as well the sword inside. He stepped inside and zipped up the tent after him. Before getting into his sleeping bag, he quickly changed clothes. Once in his sleeping bag and his head touched his pillow, he was out. Chapter 9. Failure Accomplish. A loud knock came at the apartment door, which made Natalie's head shoot up from the pillow on the couch. She quickly realized she had fallen asleep while doing her homework. Glancing at the cable box, she saw it was 10:30. Wondering who come knocking at this hour, she quickly stood up as she moved the tray in front of her. Before she could get to the door, Kiana came running down the hall into the living room. She grabbed the doorknob and whipped the door open. Raven stood facing them in the hallway. She must have just gotten off from work, since she was still wearing her cafe work clothes. The black polo shirt with the cafe logo and a white cargo skirt that stopped just above the knees. Her hair was pulled back into a ponytail. Hello, you, she said as Natalie joined her sister at the door. You two must be Natalie and Kiana. Yeah, Kiana said. Who are you? And how do you know who we are? Sage called me earlier today, asking me if I would check in on you, Raven answered. I would have done so sooner, but I just got off from work. How do we know you actually know Sage? Natalie chimed in. Let's see, Raven began. She told them the whole working of how Sage was a part of their family. Come on in, Natalie said. Sorry for doubting, but we already had someone in the apartment when we weren't here. I understand, Raven said, walking into the apartment and closing the door. You could say Sage and I are just starting to form a friendship. That's why you don't know who I am. So, are you staying with us? Natalie asked. Or just stopping by to say hi and see how we're doing? Sage didn't mention staying here, Raven replied. Just wanted to see how things were, as well to see if you needed anything. Okay, Kiana said. I'm watching a movie in my room since my homework is all done, unlike someone who has been sleeping for the past 2 hours. Asleep? Raven asked. I have a lot of work to do tonight, Natalie replied. I fell asleep after I finished my math homework. I still have so much work to do. I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to get it all done. I know what you mean, Raven said. I have a lot of work to do as well. I just got off from work and I'm going to be up until 2 doing it all. Oh, Natalie said. I have a question. Since you're going to be up so late and we both have a lot of work to do, Why not? Raven interrupted. You can help me stay awake. However, I need to go back to my apartment and change. I'll be back in about 30 minutes, and we can have a study group. Great, Natalie said. Yep, Raven replied as she opened the door and walked out into the hallway. I'll leave the door unlocked so you can come right in, Natalie said. Not a good idea, Raven said. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Before I leave my apartment, I'll call and let you know I'm on my way. That way you can unlock the door. This way it isn't unlocked for that long. Good idea, Natalie said. Good. See you in a few. Natalie shut the door as Raven started down the hallway. She quickly locked it and sat back down on the couch and turned on the TV. Kiana walked over and stood in her view so Natalie couldn't see. What do you think you're doing? Asked Kiana. Inviting her to stay and do homework when we hardly know her, and yet you're going to let her come back? Yeah, Natalie said. How many people do you think know about Sage in that much detail? Also, I think I remember him telling me about her the other day. Not really telling me, but, just mentioned her. Well, if you're going to stay up that late, I am too, Kiana said. Oh, no, Natalie said. You have 25 more minutes before you're going to be in bed. That's not fair, Kiana said. Just because you're older and Sage left you in charge, you think you can stay up late as you want? Hey, Natalie replied. I'm only staying up late because I have so much work to do before school tomorrow. I'll tell you what, if you have something school related that you can work on, I'll let you stay up until it's done. Okay, Kiana said. I'll start my state report. Have you even chosen your state yet? Natalie asked. Yep, Kiana replied. We did that just today. I'll make my flag. Fine, Natalie said. However, if I come down to see you playing or watching a movie, you're going to bed. That means no movie or music playing while you're working. Fine, Kiana said as she stomped down the hall into the guest room. Once inside, she slammed the door as hard as she could. I know you're going to watch another movie, Natalie said to herself. I will catch you and make you go to bed. Natalie went back to watching TV. After 20 minutes, the phone rang, and it was Raven, letting her know she was on her way. Before returning back to the couch, she quickly unlocked the door. 5 minutes later, the door flew open, and in walked Raven with her bag hanging from one shoulder and 5 books in her arms. Natalie jumped up and ran over to help her out. She took 3 of the books from her and grabbed her bag. Once she was holding everything, she walked into the kitchen, and as Raven followed. They placed the books on the table and bag under it. Have enough work to do? Natalie asked. Not really, Raven replied. I just have a 20-page paper due tomorrow, and I have about 7 pages done. These books are just a few of my sources. That reminds me, do you have internet down here? Yeah, Natalie said. Sage got a wireless setup down here once he found out that is what the school had. Great, Raven replied. I can access my other resources. Let me just grab my stuff and we can get to work, Natalie said. Sure, Raven said. I have to go back to my car and grab the coffee and donuts I picked up for us. Cool, Natalie said. That should keep us going. I hope so, Raven said. Both girls walked out of the kitchen into the living room. Raven walked back out the door into the hall while Natalie picked up her books and moved them into the kitchen. A few minutes later, Raven returned with a box of donuts and 2 large styrofoam cups of coffee. She placed the food on the counter and the cups on the table. They quickly organized their sitting areas. Once that was done, they began to work. Over the next hour, that is all they did. Every now and then, one of them would get up and grab another donut before returning to her seat. At 12:10, Natalie realized she forgot to check on Kiana to make sure she was doing her schoolwork. She stood up and stretched. then grabbed her cup of coffee, took a quick sip, and then set it back down on the table. "I'll be right back," Natalie said. "I need to go check in on Kiana, make sure she's asleep." "Okay," Raven said. Natalie walked into the living room and down the hall to the guest room. She quickly opened the door and walked inside. Raven continued working when she heard a loud scream coming from the guest room. She jumped up and quickly walked down the hall into the guest room. "Natalie!" Raven said as she knocked on the door. "Is everything okay?"
Say one word, and I swear I'll kill you, said a muffled voice from the inside talking to someone else in the room. Raven grabbed the doorknob and tried to open the door, but it would not move. She stepped back and rammed it as she turned the knob. The door flew open and the light from the hall poured into the dark room. As Raven stepped inside, she saw Natalie lying on the ground unconscious. As she stood up, she saw a figure of someone holding on to Kiana. "Where's Sage?" the figure asked. "He's not here," Raven replied. "Who are you?" "Someone who is seeking revenge after what he did to me," the voice replied. "Brad?" Raven asked. "Brad Kingsley? Is that you?" "Good guess," Brad said, stepping into the light. He had one hand around Kiana's neck with a knife in his other hand, which was placed right next to her neck. "Do you have any idea what it's like to have to depend on a machine to breathe? That punk has almost completely collapsed my windpipe." "Then how are you breathing without the machine now?" Raven asked. "A guy came to the hospital and told me he could heal me if I promised to do something for him," Brad said. "He also said that in the process, I might just be able to get revenge on the person who had hurt me. So of course, I agreed, and I brought some friends." Before Raven could say anything else, someone from behind wrapped his arm around her neck and began to squeeze. Without missing a beat, she stomped on the guy's foot, then quickly elbowed the guy in the gut. She grabbed the arm that was around her neck and threw him over her shoulder onto the floor. With a loud thud, he hit the ground. While still holding his arm, she put her other hand behind his elbow and applied pressure. As soon as Raven looked up at Kiana, a loud bang went off, and she fell to the ground. Brad had dropped the knife and pulled a gun from his pocket while she fought free from her attacker. Blood gushed from the wound as she fell backwards and hit her head on the floor. "Tony," Brad said, looking at the guy on the floor, "hurry up and get up and grab the girl." "Which one?" Tony said. "The one who's bleeding," Brad said. "This brat's sister. You're the strongest of all of us." "I thought we were only supposed to bring the younger one," a voice asked from the corner. "I know, Ryan," Brad said. "His sister can be our reward for doing a job well done." "I like that idea," another voice walking into the room, into the light, said. "Good, Kyle," Brad replied. "Now let's get going before the cops get here. Someone's bound to have heard the gunfire." From the back of the room, a loud tapping was heard. Brad turned around and looked out the window. There was another guy standing looking at him. "Kyle, get the window open," Brad said. Kyle walked over to the window and quickly opened it as far as it could go. "The cops are on their way," the guy said. "I heard it on the police scanner. The closest unit is only a few minutes away." "You guys heard, Keith," Brad said. "Let's get moving." Brad handed Kiana to Keith until he climbed out the window. Ryan was next, then Tony. Once he was on the ground, Kyle pulled Natalie over to the window, lifted her up while Tony grabbed her. Once she was through, Kyle jumped out. Tony quickly lifted Natalie to his shoulder and followed after the others. They headed up the hill that was in back of the apartment building as fast as they could. The hill was very steep, and it was about a quarter-mile walk to the top. Brad was the furthest up, while Ryan, Kyle, and Keith were only a few feet behind. There was a gap between those guys and Tony. He was a big man, which made it tough for him. The extra weight of Natalie made it even harder for him.
With the light of the moon overhead, Kiana could finally see all 5 of them very clearly. They all had on black clothes and ski masks, so no one could see who they were.
You just made us a lot of money, Brad said, looking at Kiana. Dr. Toller has requested that you join him tonight.
Why does he want to meet me? Kiana asked as she tried to get away from the powerful grip around her wrist.
I don't know, kid, Brad said. I was just told to bring you in, and I would get healed as well as a chance to get my revenge. Since I didn't get that, I'm sure the 200,000 will make up for it. You must have done something bad for him to be willing to pay that kind of cash. Yeah, we've done a lot of deeds for Dr. Toller, Kyle said. None of them ever paid even close to how much we're getting tonight.
Kiana was not sure why Dr. Toller wanted her to come to his house tonight. However, she wasn't sure who they were talking about. Then she remembered the man who was in Sage's apartment when they arrived. While Kiana tried to figure out what was going on, the 5 of them had reached the top of the hill. As they kept moving, a figure came into view. The person was tall and had a long black trench coat on. As they drew closer, they could see whoever it was had his back to them, so they decided they would try to get around the person without him seeing them.
Let them go, the guy said. What did you say? Asked Brad. I said, let them go, Cyrus said. I said, let them go, the guy said as he turned and faced them.
Sorry. Mute your phone.
I said, let them go, the guy said as he turned and faced them. The person was Cyrus. I don't know who you are, Brad said, but these girls are coming with us. If you don't let them go, Cyrus said, I will hurt you. I'm not afraid of you, Brad said as he pulled a gun from his pocket with his free hand. He pointed the weapon at Cyrus's head, but before he could pull the trigger, Kiana grabbed his other arm and bit him, causing the gun to fire up in the air. Cyrus rushed him and kicked the gun out of his hand into the air. Brad let go of Kiana after she bit him. Cyrus pushed past him and grabbed her by the hand. As he ran down the hill, he aimed right for Tony, who still had Natalie over his shoulder. He turned his right shoulder towards him, leaned forward, and rammed it into his chest. With the force of running down the hill and the power behind the hit, Tony flew through the air and hit the ground and rolled down the hill. Natalie flew up into the air when Cyrus hit him. Cyrus let go of Kiana and caught Natalie as she came down. He put her over his shoulder, then grabbed Kiana's hand and continued down the hill. About a third of the way until he got to the bottom, Natalie slowly woke up. Not wanting to stop, Cyrus kept her on his shoulder. Once at the bottom of the hill, they ran over to a Ford Stratus. Once there, he set Natalie down and let go of Kiana's hand. Get in, Cyrus said. Why should we go with you? Natalie asked, who was still a little out of it. If you want to live, you'll get in the car, Cyrus said. At that moment, Ryan, Keith, and Kyle came running back and tackled Cyrus. But it was like he knew what they were going to do. Cyrus grabbed and threw Keith up into the air as high as he could, as the other took him to the ground. Keith flipped and landed on his back on the concrete. Kyle and Ryan tried to hold Cyrus down, but he grabbed a hold of their shirts and launched them into the air. They flew through the air and smashed into the dumpster that was at the base of the hill. They bounced off and fell to the ground. After seeing what Cyrus could do, both Natalie and Kiana climbed into the car. They figured they had better go with somebody who was protecting them than with those who were willing to hurt them. Cyrus went around to the driver's side and got in and shut the door behind him.
He pulled down his visor and the keys fell into his hand. Then he started the car up. He quickly put the car into reverse and floored it out of his parking space. Once he had backed out, he threw it into drive and sped towards the driveway to the road. As he approached the road, Brad came running after the car. He jumped and grabbed hold of the bumper and was dragged along the road by the car. He let go of the bumper with one of his hands and grabbed a huge hunting knife. He stabbed it into the trunk. Then he let go of the bumper altogether. "Whatever your name is," Kiana yelled, "his knife is jammed into the trunk and he's lifting himself up." "Hold on," Cyrus said. "I'll try to lose him." "Oh, the name is Cyrus." As Cyrus drove down the road, Brad had reached back with his other hand and pulled out his other knife. He jammed it into the trunk as well, but closer to the rear window. He slowly lifted himself up enough where he could let go of the first knife and use his free hand to punch through the glass and grabbed Kiana's hair as Cyrus made a sharp turn around the corner.
"This brat is coming with me,"
Brad said as he pulled his head and chest into the car as he let go of the other knife. "Ah!" Kiana screamed as her hair was being pulled as Brad pulled himself into the car. Natalie turned around and began to kick at his head so he would let go of Kiana's hair. After a few kicks, he let go and used his hands to catch the next kick and pushed her foot down into the back seat. He reached forward, grabbed Natalie's hair, but she ducked him, causing him to miss. Instead, he grabbed the back of the seat. "Cyrus! He doesn't have a hold of Kiana!" Natalie screamed. Cyrus slammed on the brakes of the car. Brad flew forward with his head smashing into the windshield, then stepped on the gas and spun away. As Brad's body flew out the back window, hit the ground, and rolled across the road. "Is he dead?" Natalie asked. "I'm not sure," Cyrus said. "He took a very hard blow to his head, and his neck looked like it was broken from the brief second I glanced at him." "So, where are we going?" Natalie asked. "Somewhere safe." "Do you mind telling us?" Natalie asked. "In due time," Cyrus said. "We need to get you out of here before they come back." "But you said the guy's neck was broken," Natalie said. "That won't stop him," Cyrus replied. "Trust me." Chapter 10. Dragpent. "Who were those guys back there?" Natalie asked. "And who are you? Why are you helping us?" "My name is Cyrus," he answered. "Brad is the guy Sage injured the other day defending another student. Ryan he also hurt, but not as badly. The person who sent them is head of an underground cult, which has plans to get a member into the Oval Office." "Okay," said Natalie. "That is not it," Cyrus continued. "They want to put a member into every office in every country of the world. That way they can make people follow what they believe." "I guess that is a big plan after all," Natalie said. "Why us?" "The reason those guys grabbed you is because someone you met today believes he needs you to help him and his new allies complete an ancient legend," Cyrus said. "You mean somebody we met today?" Natalie asked. "The only person we met today was—" "Dr. Toller," interrupted Kiana. "That's what I was going to say," Natalie replied. "I just couldn't remember his name." "He is the person who ordered those men," Cyrus said. "He is one of the higher leaders in the cult." "That's why he wanted to meet with me?" Kiana said. "What?" "Brad told me that I was going to make them a lot of money tonight," continued Kiana. "He mentioned how Dr. Toller wanted to meet with me tonight." "He wanted to kill you," Cyrus said. "That is all he wanted to do." "Why kill a girl he doesn't know at all?" Natalie asked. "The person he allied himself with believes by killing her they will receive ultimate power. Cyrus replied. Well, I'm glad you saved us, Kiana said. I might be dead about now. I don't understand why, Kiana, Natalie said. Also, how do you know all of this? Do you stalk this guy and listen in on his private conversations? I am not allowed to tell you that information, Cyrus said. Not yet. Why not? Natalie asked. What are you, some secret agent for the FBI or something? No, Cyrus said. I report to someone much higher than the Federal Bureau of Investigation. You'll just have to trust me. Why should I trust you? Natalie asked. He did just save our lives, Kiana said. True, Cyrus said. I could have just let those guys take you two, which means your sister would be dead and you would have been raped, then most likely killed. Natalie went to speak, but she stopped herself. She knew what Cyrus had just said was true. She wasn't sure about Kiana being dead, but what Brad said made her believe that she would have been raped. After a long silence, she spoke. Okay, Natalie said. Your actions show that we can trust you with our lives. However, I don't see any reason why we should just trust what you say, especially when you are withholding information. That's fine, Cyrus said. My suggestion is that you take my word as if you can trust me. Right now, I am the only person who can keep Dr. Toller and his cult from getting you. Whatever, Natalie said. Cyrus? Kiana said. Yeah, Cyrus said. I'm bleeding back here, Kiana said. What? Natalie said as she turned around and looked at her sister. I think I got cut when that creep punched through the back window, Kiana continued. Let me see, Natalie said as she crawled into the back seat, avoiding the broken glass the best she could. Kiana showed her arm. Blood was gushing out. How did you not notice this until now? Natalie asked. I don't know, Kiana said. I didn't even feel it happen. How bad is it? Cyrus asked. Bad, Natalie said. Do you have any napkins? Sure, Cyrus replied. He leaned over and opened the glove compartment. He pulled out a stack of napkins and handed them back to Natalie. She took a few and wiped some of the blood away. She looked at the cut before it was covered again by more blood. She grabbed another napkin and covered the cut. She added several more as she put pressure on the cut to stop the bleeding. We're going to have to take her to the hospital, Natalie said. She's going to need stitches. That isn't an option, Cyrus said. What do you want her to do? Bleed to death? Natalie asked. Hold on, Cyrus said. I'll pull over and treat the cut. It will have to last until we can get you to someplace safe. A minute later, Cyrus slowed down as he pulled off to the side of the road and pulled up to a street light. Once he put the car into park and got out, he walked around to the trunk that still had 2 knives stuck into it. He pulled them out and dropped them on the ground. He opened the trunk and pushed a baseball bat to the side and pulled out a small first aid kit. He then walked around to the side of the passenger side where Kiana was sitting. She had already opened the door and was sitting with her legs hanging out the door. Okay, Cyrus said. Pull the napkin away and let me see the cut. Kiana did what Cyrus asked and pulled the napkin away. The cut was about 1 inch long and deep. It wasn't bleeding as bad, but for it to heal, it would need stitches. Cyrus set the first aid kit on the ground and opened it. He pulled out some of the gloves and quickly put them on. He then pulled out some gauze pad and some gauze wrap. He tore the wrapper off the gauze and placed it over the cut. Then he began to wrap the gauze pad with the gauze wrap. After a minute or so, the cut was well wrapped. He then wrapped his hand around the gauze, and a bright light appeared under his hand. Kiana didn't even notice it, for it only lasted a second. However, Natalie did, which just brought more questions she wanted to know. That should hold long enough for us to get the 2 of you to a safe place, Cyrus said. Where did you learn to wrap a cut like that? Natalie asked. Yeah, Kiana said. It didn't hurt at all when you touched it with the gauze pad. I've had many years of practice, Cyrus said. Cool, Kiana said. Have you figured out where you are going to take us? Natalie asked. I have an idea, Cyrus said. Well, we are not going until you give us some answers, Natalie said. You are a very nosy girl, Cyrus replied. You just can't stand it that you don't have control over the situation. I just saved your life, yet you won't go with me unless I explain how I know what is going on. Right, Natalie said. You really need to learn to trust people, Cyrus said, especially those who save your life. I don't care what you think, Natalie said. I just know that my sister and I aren't going with you unless you give us some answers. Fine, Cyrus said. Don't trust the person Sage sent to help you out. What? Kiana said. You know Sage? He is the one who sent me, answered Cyrus. Why do you think I was there? Then you know where he is, Natalie said. Please tell us. Is he all right? He's not hurt, is he? Slow down, Cyrus said. I'll make a deal with you. I will answer any questions you have only after I get you somewhere safe. Natalie and Kiana looked at each other as if they weren't sure if they should. But the fact that Cyrus knew where Sage was made it hard for them to say no. Okay, Natalie said. We'll go. But I have a lot of questions, and I'm expecting answers. You will get them, Cyrus said, as he packed up the first aid kit, pulled the gloves off, and stuck them in a bag they came in. He then put it into his pocket, figuring he would just throw them away when they got to where they were going. He picked up the first aid kit and walked back around to the car and placed the first aid kit back into the trunk. Cyrus didn't know that the baseball bat was missing before he closed the trunk. He walked back to the driver's side and reached inside and grabbed a map from the glove compartment. Pulled the map out and walked around to the hood of the car. Cyrus unfolded it and placed it on the hood. Now where would a good place be to go? Cyrus said, looking at the map. Cyrus looked at the map and saw all of the possible places he could go. After a minute or so, he figured out the best place to go. He picked up the map and refolded it. Then he walked around to where Kiana and Natalie were. I know where we're going, Cyrus said. Where? Natalie asked. It's a long drive, Cyrus said. It's about 3 hours from here, so we better get moving. I have a feeling Dr. Toller is not going to be happy that his plan failed. I know his allies won't be happy. Okay, Kiana said. Let's get going. Cyrus stood up and looked Natalie in the eye. A nice smile she had on quickly turned to a face of shock and fear. Cyrus went to turn around to see what it was. Before he could, a baseball bat to the back of the head dropped him to the ground. Kiana looked to see who hit Cyrus from behind, and it was none other than Tom.
Now that he's out, said Tony, we can finish our plan.
Quick, grab the girl and let's go, said a voice from behind the car. That voice sounds like Brad, Natalie said.
It is Brad,
said the voice as he walked into sight. Natalie was shocked at the sight of his face. Blood was oozing down from his forehead, where his head clearly went through the windshield. His neck no longer looked like it was broken, and his face had cuts all over it. You should be dead, Natalie was finally able to manage.
You would think that after a hit I just took, Brad said. Well, I'm not, and your sister's coming with us.
Tom dropped the baseball bat and threw Natalie to the ground, then grabbed Kiana by her arm and pulled her out of the car. They headed across the field towards the woods. Natalie got up and ran after them, hoping to save her sister. Cyrus stood up and looked around. The blow from the bat had no effect on him. He did not see Natalie or Kiana, so he looked around but couldn't find them. Then he heard Natalie scream, and he looked and saw her at the edge of the woods, which was about 100 feet away. He noticed that the bat at his feet, so he picked it up and took off towards Natalie. As he ran, he picked up speed faster than a normal human. As he reached them, he swung the bat and nailed Tom right in the center of his back. Several cracks were heard as ribs broke and the back cracked. He fell to the ground and didn't move. Brad came from behind and hand-clubbed Cyrus with his hands at the base of the neck. The blow did nothing, and Cyrus turned around and stared at him. Brad slowly began to walk backwards out of fear of who Cyrus was. He got about a few feet when Cyrus charged and tackled him to the ground. He picked him up and threw him against a tree. Brad bounced off and fell to the ground. Sure, Brad was not going to be getting back up. He turned and faced Kiana and Natalie. "Are you all right?" Cyrus asked them. "Just some bruises," Natalie said. "Let's go," Cyrus said. "Let's head back to the car." They turned and began walking back to the car. Tony and Brad were not getting back up, and there was no reason to run. As they got about halfway to the car, Kiana heard a noise behind them and turned and looked. There was Brad, hunched over with his arms draped across the ground. Kiana pointed to Cyrus and Natalie to look behind them. They were shocked to see Brad.
"Pathetic humans," Brad said. "They think they are so strong, yet they fail every time."
Suddenly his back blew up like a balloon, and quickly the skin ripped and fell to the ground, revealing the black-scaled dragpent standing in his place. It stood about 6 feet and 7 inches tall. Its lower jaw extended 4 inches out past the top jaw. All the teeth were very sharp. Its arms were long and skinny, and if it bent a little more, they would have been able to touch the ground. The body was big and muscular, and the waist down was small compared to the body. The legs were hardly a quarter of the length of the arms. The feet were like what a dragon would have, long and wide. The hands were also long with 3-inch long pointy nails. The eyes were yellow and were like a cobra's. It stared right at them, and with a quick movement, the creature rushed at Cyrus. With its left arm smacked Cyrus right in the head and sent him flying into the air and threw the car into the road and rolled it to the middle. Natalie and Kiana turned back to the creature, grabbed Kiana and spread its long dragon wings. As the creature spread its wings, they hit Natalie, which sent her to the ground. Kiana shouted for her sister as the creature pulled her into his chest and grasped her around the chest and took off to the sky. "Natalie!" shouted Kiana as the dragpent flew high into the sky. Natalie slowly got back to her feet, with tears rolling down her face. She watched her sister be carried away by an ugly creature. Once they were out of sight, she heard a noise in the woods. Not sure what made the noise, she started moving towards the destroyed car. Before she could take a step, 3 more dragpents jumped out of the woods and surrounded her. They looked like they were going to eat her. One slashed at her but missed and sent her to the ground, and she hit her head. She slowly began to move, but before she could get back to her feet, another dragpent grabbed her. It spread its wings and got ready to take off, when Cyrus dropped from the sky and kicked the creature in the back of the head. The dragpent let go of Natalie as it fell to the ground. Cyrus landed on his feet and ran over to Natalie and picked her up. Once he had her in his arms, the 2 other dragpents charged him. Before they could reach him, 2 huge bird wings shot out of his back. With one flap, Cyrus shot into the air. Chapter 11. The Plan. The dragpent flew about 2,000 feet before it stopped climbing. The full moon was still about and lighting up the marvelous world below. Kiana could not believe how far up they were. The creature held her tight to its chest as it flew across the heavens towards its destination. Kiana began to feel a burning sensation in her left shoulder. She looked to see what might be causing it, and she saw that a few of the nails of the dragpent went through her jacket and shirt and into her skin. She didn't feel the burning until she started moving around. Realizing that, she quickly readjusted herself so the nails were no longer poking into her skin. The burning feeling stopped, so Kiana stopped moving. She would have to stay in that position until they landed. It was a clear night. Kiana wanted to look at the stars since she was so high in the air. However, the ugly creature's wings and body blocked them from her view. Even if she could see them, she would have to strain her neck. After 5 minutes of flying, the drag pent changed its position and slowly started to glide towards the surface. As they came closer, all she could see was trees. They quickly picked up speed and were moving and coming closer and closer to the tops of the trees. At the direction they were coming, they would crash into the trees. Kiana closed her eyes. She did not want to watch. But just as the creature was about to hit one of the trees, it flew straight up into the air. Kiana could feel that the creature had changed directions, so she opened her eyes. The creature only climbed about 30 feet before repositioning himself and heading back towards the trees. They picked up speed again and came very close to the tops of the trees. This time, the creature flew right over them and straightened itself out at the edge of the trees and landed in the backyard of Dr. Toller's house. Kiana couldn't believe the size of the house. Once the drag pent had completely touched the ground, the creature set her down. Before she could do anything, the creature grabbed her arm and started walking towards the back door. Before they reached it, lights came on and the door flew open. Dr. Toller stepped out and quickly walked over to them.
"I am so happy you could come and meet with me tonight," Dr. Toller said. "I know it's late, but it could just not wait."
"You're a monster!" Kiana shouted. "I have done nothing to you. Why do you want me dead?"
"Now, where did you hear that?" Dr. Toller asked.
"Cyrus told me that you wanted me dead to get some kind of mystical power," she replied. "You will pay for kidnapping me."
"Now, why do you think that?" Dr. Toller asked.
"Cyrus knew that you wanted me," answered Kiana. "He knows where I am and will come and get me."
"I think not," Dr. Toller said. "I believe the drag pent that brought you here sent him flying through a car. So, in other words, he's dead."
"No," Kiana said. He can't be."
"Well, he is," replied Dr. Toller. "You can let her go. I'll take her from here."
The drag pent let go of Kiana's arm. Once it did so, Dr. Toller quickly grabbed her by the wrist and pulled her towards the house. He looked at the drag pent, and with his own other free hand, he waved at it. His way of saying it was no longer needed. Once the drag pent vanished, Dr. Toller moved towards the door, pulling Kiana with him. Once they reached the open door, Dr. Toller walked inside and pulled her in after him. Before he could close the door, Kiana grabbed his arm and sank her teeth right into the skin. Dr. Toller let go of her arm, which was her sign to take off. Before she could get a step, he grabbed her by her hair and began to yank. She stopped running and quickly moved to where the tug on her hair stopped hurting. Thinking he had proved that he did not care how he got her to move, he smiled. Kiana just smiled back at him, then stomped on his foot and followed it up with a kick to the shin. Dr. Toller let out a loud yell as he let go of her hair. She ran out the door and down the long... She ran out the door along the side of the house and into the woods. She ran. She could hear him in the back cursing up a storm. Once she reached the woods, she moved as far into them as she could and still see. After 20 feet in, she ran into something, and with a thud, she hit the ground. When she looked up, there was nothing where she had hit. She stood up and put her right hand up and slowly moved it forward. After a few inches, she felt some kind of barrier. "Oh, great," Kiana said. "I can't go any further than this." Not wanting to stay in one place, Kiana started running along a path that led towards the front of the house. After a few minutes, she could see through the woods to the front yard. When she stopped to catch her breath, she saw the road about 200 yards away. So she quickly started to run again. When she was only 10 feet from the road, she smashed into another barrier. She fell backwards into a small pile of leaves that rattled when she fell in them. After a few moments, she started to move again and caused a somewhat loud rattling noise. "Another barrier," Kiana said. "How do I get away from this place?" Kiana slowly stood up and brushed the leaves off her clothes. As she was doing this, she heard a stick snap. And when she looked up, there was a drag pen 10 feet from her. She turned around and ran back the way she had just left. Dodging branches and rocks, Kiana quickly became tired. She glanced back to see if she could see if the drag pent was close. Quickly turning her head, she did not see the creature at all. She slowed her run, then stopped to catch her breath. Looking behind her, the creature was nowhere in sight. She looked through the woods to see how far she had run. All she could see was the dark side of the house. Realizing she was between the front and backyard, she had no clue where to go. If she ran back to the front, the drag pent could be waiting. However, if she ran to the backyard, Dr. Toller might see her. "What to do?" she asked herself. "Why did Cyrus have to die? He would save me if he was alive." Just then, the drag pent came from deep in the woods and grabbed Kiana by her hair and headed to the backyard. Trying everything she could to get free didn't work. With every movement, pain on her head from her hair grew worse. She quickly gave up, wanting the pain to stop. Once they reached the backyard, the drag pent saw Dr. Toller standing only a few feet away. The creature walked over to him with Kiana walking right behind it. The pull was so painful now that all she could think of was the creature letting go of her hair.
"I see she didn't get that far,"
Dr. Toller said as he reached out and grabbed her right arm and squeezed it.
"You can try kicking me again if you want. However, I think you realize escape is pointless. I have a barrier around my property, so that no one can enter or leave without my permission."
Dr. Toller dismissed the drag pent once again and then pulled Kiana as he headed back towards the doorway. Once there, he had Kiana go through first. Then he followed, closing the door behind him. They made his way through the kitchen and into the living room. Daniel was sitting on the couch reading a magazine.
"Daniel,"
Dr. Toller said as he entered the room,
"please take our young guest down to the basement. A second guest should be arriving soon."
"Sure," said Daniel as he stood up and walked over to them.
"Thank you,"
Dr. Toller said before he turned and headed back into the kitchen. Daniel extended his hand and waited for Kiana to take it. She quickly noticed he didn't grab her like Dr. Toller, and he was offering his hand to her. She looked at him as he gave her a big friendly smile. The smile reminded her of her grandfather. Also, down inside, she felt that she could trust him, so she slowly extended hers. Daniel led her through the living room into a huge hallway. The hallway was filled with ancient artifacts and very rare antiques, from a suit of armor to a very beautiful ruby plate. Several rare paintings hung on the wall with frames around them that were just as much art as the paintings. Kiana was amazed at all the items that were in the hallway, as she was led through what seemed to her be a very small museum. After passing several doors, they came to a door right before the end of the hall. Daniel grabbed the door handle and opened it. Kiana went first and started down the stairs, only to have Daniel follow after her. Once she reached the bottom of the steps, she couldn't believe the size of the basement and all the space. "I have never seen a basement with so much space," Kiana said.
"First time in a mansion?"
Daniel asked. Yeah, Kiana said. I wish I lived here. No, you don't. Daniel said, this house is very old, with lots of rooms, and it is 3 miles away from the town. If you were ever left alone, you could get very scared. I am 10 years old, Kiana said. I don't get scared that easily. Oh, Daniel said as he pulled over a chair for Kiana to sit in. That is good. Kiana sat in the chair as she continued to look around the basement. There were boxes all over the place, as well as a small workshop over in the far corner. After a few minutes had passed, Kiana remembered the reason why she was there and began to get nervous. Can I ask you a question? Kiana asked. You just did, Daniel said. Wow. Kiana said, I guess I did. Anyways, go ahead, Daniel interrupted. Why does Dr. Toller want me dead? She asked. I know he's part of a cult, but why do I have to die for his cult to achieve its goals? Well, Daniel said, that is hard to answer. Because we have our goals, Dr. Toller interrupted at the top of the stairs. Nothing must stop us from achieving them. For us to get the power we need to achieve, someone must die. You just happen to be that person. Why not my sister? Or my cousin? Kiana asked. Your cousin was not born the year a comet almost hit the planet, answered Dr. Toller. I wasn't born during that year, Kiana replied. My sister was, though. How do you know that? Daniel asked. She was born before you. My mom told us when I was younger, Kiana answered. So she's the one you need to kill. I guess I can be leaving then. Kiana stood up and began to walk towards the stairs, but Dr. Toller cut her off. He slowly walked towards her, which caused her to walk backwards until she fell back into the chair. Then he grabbed her right arm, pulled her hand close to his face, pulled the jacket up to reveal the birthmark on her hand. Then why do you have this birthmark? Dr. Toller asked. I don't know, Kiana said. At that moment, the whole house began to shake. Fog poured into the basement from the stairs. Seconds later, Monono came out of the fog and down the steps into the basement. He still had his black cloak on, but his hood was now down. His face could be seen, but it was like a normal human's. For a fallen angel, he was not that bad looking. Actually, he was very attractive. He had shoulder-length black hair with black eyes that could put fear into anyone, and scar on his left cheek, which he received from a battle. Where is the girl? Monono asked as he walked down the stairs. She's right here, he responded. Monono walked over to Kiana and began to examine her, looking over her and making sure she was the girl he had been watching. Who are you? Kiana asked, not showing that she wasn't afraid. I am part of the Fallen Force, Monono answered. Fallen Forces, Kiana said. Who are they? You know fallen angels from the grace of the Almighty, Monono said. Oh, Kiana said. If you're an angel, where are your wings? You talk too much, Monono replied. I figured that out. I figured that out before you arrived, Dr. Toller said. The little brat doesn't know when to shut up. Also, she isn't the girl I have been watching, Monono said angrily.
Are you sure? Dr. Toller said. She has the mark on her right hand.
Then it must be her sister, Daniel said. She said that her mother told her that she was born during one of the years the comets almost hit the Earth.
Where is she?
Monono asked. She is on her way, replied Dr. Toller.
I sent 3 other dragpens to make sure she came as well. I thought you sent some of your members to get them,
Monono said. I did, Dr. Toller said.
However, I had a feeling they would mess it up, so I had one of the dragpens kill one of them and use his skin. I was smart in doing so, because some guy named Cyrus showed up and almost messed up our plans. Did you say Cyrus?
Monono asked. Yeah, Dr. Toller said.
Oh, great, Monono said. He must be on to our plans.
Who must be on to our plans? Daniel asked.
The Almighty,
Monono said.
Oh, don't worry, Dr. Toller said. The dragpen sent him through a car. He is dead, or at least paralyzed. You idiot,
Monono said.
Cyrus is an angel of the Almighty himself. That blow only bought enough time for the dragpan to get away with this girl. He would have killed the other 3 you sent, which means he has the girl we need.
I knew he wasn't dead, Kiana said.
Shut up,
Dr. Toller said with Monono. What are we going to do? Daniel asked. An angel is not going to give up the person we need.
If it is Cyrus,
Monono said,
then we might be fortunate that he is the only one. That means he will have to leave her alone at some point to meet up with Michael. If we can use this brat as bait to lure her here.
Good idea, Dr. Toller said.
Once we have her,
Monono said,
it doesn't matter if we kill them both. Either way, I will still become God.
Chapter 12. Trust. The sun slowly rose in the eastern part of the sky. Some clouds hung low over the mountains around Red Creek. The morning dew was just starting to form as Sage unzipped his tent and stepped out fully, rested and ready to find the sword he was looking for. He grabbed his shoes and quickly put them on and tied them. Once they were on, he stood up and stretched and took a deep breath. Not wanting to waste any time, he started to tear down his tent. Within a few minutes, the tent was completely down and back into the carrying case. With his tent down, Sage grabbed an energy bar from his bag and sat next to where the fire was the night before. He took in the scenery as he ate for his breakfast. In between bites of the energy bar, he took a mouthful of water from his water bottle. Now that I think of it, I'm glad I came out on this task, Sage said. I've been stressing over schoolwork. I haven't had time to relax. Even though I'm not sure how everything fits together, this trip is worth it, even if I don't get my memory back. I'm glad to hear that you're in a better mood than you were last night, Cyrus said, walking out from behind one of the rocks. What are you doing here? Sage asked. If you keep showing up, I'm going to start to believe you're my tour guide to the sword. As much as I would love to show you where your sword is right now, Cyrus said, I'm here for another reason. Which would be? Sage asked. Last night, Kiana and Natalie were in danger, Cyrus said. What? Sage replied.
5 guys showed up at the apartment last night and tried to kidnap them, Cyrus continued. I intervened, since you asked me to keep an eye on them. However, after getting them away from your apartment, one of them, the guy you beat up the other day, Brad, found us and took Kiana.
You're joking, Sage said.
Right, this is all a joke.
I wish it was, Cyrus replied.
Natalie's fine. I got her somewhere safe. However, Kiana is in the hands of someone very dangerous. With his new allies, he is even more dangerous.
Who has her? Sage asked. Who has my sister?
This is going to be hard to believe, Cyrus said. Dr. David Toller has her locked up in his basement.
No,
Sage said. You're telling me that the president of my school has my younger sister in his basement? That is impossible. He doesn't even know about my family.
He does now, Cyrus said.
After he joined forces with his new allies, your name was given to him, saying you had connection to a possible child they needed. So Dr. Toller found out where you lived about your sisters. He showed up there yesterday afternoon and met them.
If he wanted Natalie and Kiana, why didn't he just take them when he first met them? Sage asked.
He's very well known in Red Creek, Cyrus answered. If he tried to kidnap a child in daylight, someone would recognize him and report him to the police. So that's why I waited until last night to get them.
Well, I need to get back there so I can save Kiana, Sage said, walking over to his bag.
No, Cyrus said. You will only be in the way if you go back. I told you I would watch over your sisters, and I will.
Yeah, Sage replied.
Look at the job you've been doing. Your best chance to help your sisters is to find the sword, Cyrus said. Once you do that, then we will talk about you helping out. I will get Kiana out away from Dr. Toller. I promise.
Sage was quiet for several minutes. His fists were balled up and ready to hit something. After thinking about everything, he realized Cyrus was right about his being in the way if he went back now. Okay, Sage said. I'll continue to look for the sword, but I want to know details about what is going on when anything new happens.
I'll tell you whatever I am allowed to tell you, Cyrus said. Now get moving. You're burning daylight.
Sage grabbed his tent carrying case and placed it into his bag. He stood up and picked the bag up and put it on his back. When he turned around, Cyrus was already gone. So he started walking up the path that he had been shown the night before. After a few feet, Sage realized something that Cyrus had said. What does he mean, allowed to say? Sage asked himself. The sun rays peered through the windows of the motel room onto the bed where Natalie had laid sleeping. It'd been a long night for her, and she hit her head twice. She slowly began to roll around in the bed, trying to recover her eyes from the light. After several minutes of not getting back to sleep, she finally sat up. Where am I? Natalie said. I don't remember coming here, and where's Cyrus? Natalie looked around the room but didn't see him. A frustrated look came on her face. She didn't know where she was, and the person who promised to answer all of her questions was not around. I bet he dropped me off and jetted so he wouldn't have to answer my questions, Natalie said to herself. She pulled the covers off her and swung her feet off the bed, placing her feet on the floor. She looked at her legs and saw that she still had on the clothes she had worn the other night. That is when she noticed her backpack at her feet. She bent over and picked it up. I didn't have this with me last night, she said as she unzipped it. Once she unzipped the bag, she looked inside to find some extra clothes. She was puzzled by how they got there. Then she figured that Cyrus must have stopped and picked up some while she was out. That was the only explanation she could think of. "Even though he jetted, so I couldn't get my answers," Natalie said, "at least he was nice enough to get my clothes." She stood up and took her backpack and walked over to the bathroom. After walking inside, she closed the door. After getting undressed, she stood under the shower as the warm water poured over her body. As she stood there, she began to think about the events of the previous night. How she went from doing homework to almost being kidnapped by some thugs to a guy trying to grab her sister from a moving car to a huge dragon-like creature taking her sister, as well as almost being taken as well. She did this for several minutes. Finally, she snapped out of it. She wasn't just going to get clean by standing under the shower. She used the motel bar soap and shampoo before she turned the water off and grabbed a towel. She wrapped it around her body and pulled the curtain back. After stepping out onto the floor, she grabbed her brush and started to brush her hair. Once again, she fell back to her thoughts of last night. All she could see was Kiana being carried away by that creature. It wasn't long before she came to and saw her hair was completely brushed. Did that even happen?" Natalie asked. No, of course not. But then, how do I get to this hotel room?" Still with tons of questions and no idea how to answer them, she knew the only person who could have ditched her. A few minutes later, she came out of the bathroom. She had on a clean pair of jeans and white tank top. She had in her hands a pink short-sleeved shirt. She grabbed her bag and threw it on the bed. She quickly put the shirt on, then grabbed her shoes. Natalie sat on the edge of the bed as she put some socks on, then her shoes. Now that she was dressed, she grabbed her jacket and backpack and walked over to the door. "Well, if Cyrus is not going to help me get back to my sister," Natalie said, "then I guess I'm going to have to do it myself." The door swung open, causing Natalie to jump back. Cyrus came walking in with 2 boxes of donuts and a gallon of milk. He walked over and set the boxes and milk on the table next to the bathroom. Natalie was still getting over the door opening without her expecting it.
I see you're finally up," Cyrus said.
"Where have you been?" Natalie asked as the shock faded. "I thought you left, so you wouldn't have to answer my questions."
"Why did you think that?" Cyrus asked. "I told you when I got you some place safe, I would answer any questions you had."
"Well, when you wake up and don't see the person who you made a deal with, possible outcomes run through your mind," Natalie said.
"Just went out to get some breakfast," Cyrus said. "I figured I would be back before you got up. I see that I was wrong. I wasn't sure what kind of donuts you liked, so I got one of every kind."
"Thanks," Natalie replied as she opened one of the boxes and took a Boston cream out. She took a bite and another. In 30 seconds, the donut was completely in her mouth.
"I have never seen anyone eat a donut as fast as you just did," Cyrus said. "Not even a slob."
"I was hungry," Natalie said with her mouth still full. She chewed the donut and swallowed before she spoke again. When did we get here last night?"
About midnight," Cyrus answered.
"Midnight?" Natalie responded. "Where are we?"
"Oneonta," Cyrus answered.
"We're about 45 minutes from home?" Natalie said. "I thought you said it was going to take about 2 to 3 hours.
"That was before your sister was kidnapped," Cyrus said. "I wanted to stay nearby, but far enough away that they would have to cover a lot of ground."
"Oh," Natalie replied. "I want my answers now."
5 minutes and 22 seconds,
Cyrus said. "What?" Natalie asked.
"That's how long I've been here," Cyrus answered. "I figured you would start asking questions as soon as you saw me."
"Oh," Natalie replied. "Well, I didn't, but now I am."
Very well, Cyrus said. Ask away.
Okay, Natalie said, grabbing a chair and pulling it in front of where Cyrus was now sitting. What are those creatures?
They're called dragpens. Cyrus replied, they are dark creatures that are servants to the fallen.
The fallen? Natalie said, with a confused look on her face.
The fallen armies of the great dragon.
Cyrus continued.
In the beginning, when the Almighty was still creating the earth, the great dragon tried to take his throne by force. However, Michael and hundreds of angels fought against him. In the end, the dragon lost, and all of the angels that followed him were kicked from the heavenly realm to this planet.
Sure, Natalie said. Like, I'm gonna believe that. I don't believe in a god.
That's why I didn't answer your questions, Cyrus replied. It's the truth. I have dealt with creatures like the ones you saw last night millions of times.
How? Natalie asked. Also, how do you know all this information?
I knew this was coming, Cyrus says as he stood up. If you did not believe what I just told you, there is no way you're going to believe what I'm about to say.
Stop trying to avoid the question, Natalie said.
Okay, Cyrus said. I know this information because I am an angel. Well, not one of the fallen angels, but an angel of the righteous armies. I have been keeping an eye on Dr. Toller for quite some time.
You're an angel, Natalie said, now standing. Sure you are. Angels have wings, and looking at your back, I don't see you have any.
An annoyed look came over Cyrus's face. He knew what he had to do, but he did not want to do it. 2 huge bird-like wings shot out of his back and wrapped around Natalie. She dropped the donut she had just picked up. The wings were bright white, with a tint of blue to them. Natalie reached her hand out to touch the wing closest to her, but her hand went right through it. She quickly yanked her hand back, surprised they were not solid.
Why aren't your wings solid?
Natalie asked. I am not in my angel form, Cyrus responded. You see, angels have 2 forms, our actual angel form and our human form. When we are in our human form, our wings are not attached to our backs. We can summon them anytime we want. They will go through anything, but yet still can catch air.
This is amazing, Natalie said. Is this as big as they get?
No, Cyrus answered. I can stretch them out to about 20 feet. I kept them small because they will go through walls, so no one outside or in another room can see them. Too much explaining to do.
Oh,
Natalie said, still shocked. Any more questions? Cyrus asked and folded his wings on his back. Natalie watched as they faded into his back.
Oh,
Natalie said, breaking free from shock.
You said Sage sent you? Where is he, and does he know you're an angel?
Sage is on the mountain that Dr. Toller's house is on. Cyrus replied, well, his house is at the base of the mountain.
What is he doing there?
Natalie asked. He is completing a task I've asked him to do, Cyrus answered. I am going to check in on him very soon to see how he's doing. Oh, and no, he does not know I am an angel. Well, he does not remember it.
I can't remember any more of my questions, Natalie said. Is this why you wanted to wait until we got here?
No, Cyrus said. The time you were asking them was not the best time for me to answer them. Also, I do believe you asked all of your questions you asked last night.
Oh, Natalie said as she sat back down in her chair. She picked the donut up off the floor and bit into it.
I never thought you would be the girl to eat something that had been on the floor, Cyrus said, especially the floor of a motel.
What?
Natalie asked.
They clean these rooms every time the last person checks out.
Okay, Cyrus said, moving his chair back to where it was. He started walking towards the door when Natalie jumped up, ran over to it, and stood in front of it.
Where do you think you're going? She asked. Are you going to save Kiana?
No, Cyrus replied. That would be playing right into their hands. Monono was one of the strongest angels in the fallen army. I would be no match for him.
Who is Monono?
Natalie asked. He is one of the 5 archangels that joined the great dragon in his war to take the throne from the Almighty, Cyrus answered. When they were thrown to earth, the 5 archangels became mad with the dragon. He guaranteed them they would win. They were so mad that they went their own ways and took some common angels with them. 6 covens were formed, each still loyal to the dragon, but they all now desire to take the throne from the Almighty and send the dragon to the abyss.
Oh, okay,
Natalie said.
When are you going to save my sister?
I have to meet up with Michael, Cyrus replied. Then I'll go and get your sister and stop Monono.
What about me?
You're going to stay here, Cyrus said. They have no clue where you are, and if you don't draw attention to yourself, they will not find you. I haven't left enough money on the table for you to get meals. The room is already paid for.
There's no money on the table,
Natalie said. Go check, Cyrus said. It's under the second box of donuts.
I know there's no money there, Natalie said. I'll even prove it to you.
She walked over to the table and lifted up the first box of donuts, but there was no money. She lifted up the second, and there was a whole stack of $20 bills. She picked them up and turned towards the door.
Oh, okay, maybe you did leave the... Natalie said as she turned to see the door was open and Cyrus was gone.
Chapter 13. To the Rescue.
So, that is Dr. Toller's house, Natalie said as she turned onto the driveway of his property. I guess he made a lot of money as a former archaeologist and president of a college. 2 hours had passed since Cyrus left her in the motel room in Oneonta. She was still not sure of what to make of what she was told was going on. All she knew was that she was not going to let her younger sister stay in an evil man's house any longer. After using the money Cyrus left, she bought some food and water. Natalie called a cab to bring her back to Red Creek. After looking at Dr. Toller's address online at her house, she had the cab take her part way. The last half mile she walked. It was around noon when she reached his driveway. As she stood at the entrance of the man who wanted to kill her, Natalie realized she had no clue where in the house they might be keeping Kiana, or how she was going to rescue her. At that time, she heard a car coming up the road, so she ran across the property into the woods that surrounded the backyard. The car pulled into the driveway just as Natalie entered the woods. She went farther enough where she could still see the house, but not be seen. She found an old oak tree. She put her backpack behind so she wouldn't have to lug it around. Natalie lost track of the car since she was too busy hiding. Once behind the old oak tree, she turned and began surveying the house as she looked for the car. She was on the side of the house now, where the car drove was out of sight. A few moments later, she saw the car leave. Did Dr. Toller leave in that car? Natalie wondered. I could try to look around the house and see if I can make out if anyone is home. However, if I'm caught, they would have me. And what if Cyrus was telling me was true? They would be able to kill me. Natalie looked around the house. She noticed the woods went around the back, so she figured she would stay in the woods and watch from a distance. Only then would she try to enter the house. So she began to walk around the house, moving through the woods. After several minutes, she came to a spot where she could see the whole backyard. She quickly surveyed to see if she could see anyone or anything that that would tell her if anyone was home. She noticed a window partly open on the second floor over the garage. She noted it before she moved on. Natalie made her way over toward the garage so she could check to see if there were any cars inside. There was a good 10 feet between the woods and the garage, so if she didn't move fast, if there was anyone inside, they would see her. After reaching the edge of the woods, Natalie scanned the windows on all the floors in the surroundings several times. Each time, she saw nothing that made her think otherwise, so she stood up and sprinted towards the garage. Once there, she quickly peered through the window and saw no cars. The window she was looking through was dirty, so she moved to the next one and double-checked. Her first view was right, no cars. No cars, Natalie said to herself. So he's most likely not home. Natalie ran back to the edge of the woods. She slowly moved in deeper until she knew no one would see her if she was wrong. After catching her breath, she continued around the house to check to see if she could see anyone. Once she was on the exact opposite of where she left her backpack, Natalie was sure no one was home. So as fast as she could, Natalie made her way back to the big oak tree to figure out what to do next. Once she arrived back at the tree, she noticed the outside doors that led down into the basement. If I could get into the basement, I might be able to listen in on his conversations, Natalie thought. It looks like an old house. I'm sure I could overhear what he was saying. Well, at least if it was on the first floor. Sure of it, Natalie grabbed her backpack. Remembering how heavy it was, she opened it up and pulled out her clothes. She had a plastic bag inside, so she placed the clothes in the bag and placed the bag on the ground and zipped up the backpack. Then Natalie quickly checked around before running over to the basement doors. Once there, she grabbed the handle of the door on her right. She pulled, only for the door not to budge. So Natalie tried the other, only to find that they were both locked. Frustrated, she remembered the window that was partly open on the second floor. She ran around to the backyard. She found the window, but she wasn't sure how to get to it. If she could get on the roof of the garage, she would have no problem reaching it. After scanning the surroundings, she came across some lawn furniture. She ran over, grabbed the white chair, and dragged it over to the side of the garage. Once in the right place, Natalie stood on the chair and grabbed onto the roof. The chair got her close enough so she could reach it, and if it wasn't for all those years of gymnastics, she wouldn't have the upper body strength to lift her up. After lifting herself up on the roof, she walked over to the window. She pushed up the screen so she could climb through. As she was climbing through, she slipped and fell to the floor with a loud bang. She stood, still hoping that no one heard, if anyone was home. After a minute of not hearing any voices, she stood up. The room she was in had nothing in it. Natalie was surprised that a window was open in a room that wasn't being used. However, she didn't think much of it. She walked over to the door and opened it as quietly as she could. She peeked out into the hallway, but didn't see or hear anyone, so she walked down the hall until she came to the stairs. Natalie made her way down the stairs to the first floor. Then she came into another long hallway with several doors. Not knowing where she was going, she just started opening doors in this hallway. As she passed some of the artifacts that were on display, she was amazed by them. She did not look long. She knew she needed to find Kiana and get out as fast as she could. She eventually came to the door to the basement. After carefully closing the door, she made her way down the stairs. Once in the basement, she looked around, trying to find a good hiding place. After glancing over to her right, she saw Kiana lying on a board that was screwed to the wall. She was curled up into a little ball, trying to keep warm, when she heard something. Kiana couldn't believe that her sister was there. She jumped off the board and flew to the cell bars. "I can't believe you came for me," Kiana said. "Quiet," Natalie said. "I don't want anyone to hear you if anyone is in the house." "Oh, sorry," Kiana said. "I figured Cyrus would come for me. Where is Cyrus?" No, Natalie said. It's a long story, and I will try to explain it later. Maybe if you are lucky. Cyrus will be able to explain it to you. Where are the keys? They're on the staircase, hanging from a nail, Natalie said. Okay, now... They're on the staircase hanging from a nail, Kiana said. Okay, Natalie said. I'll go find them. So Natalie returned to the staircase and quickly found the keys and grabbed them. She hurried back and unlocked the cell door. Once she opened the door, Kiana grabbed her sister and gave her a big hug. Thanks for coming for me, Kiana said. No problem, Natalie replied. Let's get out of here before someone catches us. Natalie and Kiana headed back towards the stairs when Kiana ran over to a drawer and opened it quickly. She grabbed the box that the scroll was in and closed the drawer. Kiana, what are you doing? Natalie asked. This is the reason why they kidnapped me, Kiana said. That's the scroll? Natalie asked. How did you know about it? Kiana asked. Cyrus filled me in earlier, Natalie answered. Oh, Kiana said. Let's take it, Natalie said. This way, if they get you or me, they won't be able to find it. That's what I was thinking, Kiana said. Give it to me, Natalie said. I'll put it in my backpack so we don't have to worry about holding on to it. Kiana handed the box over to Natalie as she opened her backpack. Before she could put it inside, she had to move some of the food around to make space. Once the backpack was zipped up, they headed up the stairs to the big hallway. Natalie knew that the way she got in wasn't going to be the way they got out. As they went through the hallway, they entered into the living room, where she saw a bunch of windows. She quickly opened one in the screen and threw the backpack out. Kiana, you go first, Natalie said. I'll follow after you. Natalie moved so Kiana could get through. As she put her legs through, Natalie heard a noise behind them. She quickly turned and saw Dr. Toller and David standing in the living room entrance.
Look, Daniel, Dr. Toller said. We have a visitor for our prisoner.
Go, Kiana, Natalie said as she pushed her out the window. Grab the backpack. Natalie turned and noticed there was only one way out of the room other than the way she came in. Natalie took off to the kitchen and flew past the table. Dr. Toller and Daniel tried to follow her, but she was too fast. They got into the kitchen as she stormed up the back stairs.
You follow her, I'll take the other stairs,
Dr. Toller said. So Daniel went up the stairs as Dr. Toller went around to the front stairs. Once up the stairs, Daniel didn't hear any noise or even see where she went. As he ran around the upstairs, he quickly ran into the vacant room. He knew that the window was open, since he left it open so she could get in. When he got into the room, the door was shut, but not locked. Dr. Toller quickly joined him, and they went inside together. The window was still open, so Daniel peeked out, but it didn't see anything.
I don't see her,
Daniel said, pulling his head back in and shutting the window.
She must still be here,
David said.
She is fast, but not fast enough to get into this room and out the window and off the roof without being seen.
She must be hiding, Daniel said. Let's break up and look everywhere.
I'm going to call for the drug pens to search the woods just in case she did get away,
David said. While Daniel and Dr. Toller were in the vacant room, Natalie made her way down the steps back into the hallway. She knew that if she made any sound, she would give herself away. She walked over to the living room windows and was about to open one when she saw a drag pent walk by. She quickly ran back into the hallway. She ran down to the door that led to the basement. After practically jumping down the steps, she ran over to the basement doors and tried to open them. Something kept them from moving. I need to hide, Natalie said. At least until they think I did get away. She turned looking for a hiding place, but before she could find one, she heard banging on the basement doors as well as crying. It sounded like Kiana. Kiana! Natalie said. Natalie! Kiana replied. Kiana, you need to go, Natalie said. One of those creatures who grabbed you is heading your way. I can't leave you, cried Kiana. You're the one they really want. They made a mistake and thought I was the one that they needed. So, that is what Cyrus was talking about, Natalie said. Kiana, don't worry. You have the scroll. They won't be able to do anything to me unless they have it. I can't just leave you here, Kiana said. Kiana, I hear one of them coming, Natalie said. I need to hide. Go to the woods. I'll be there as soon as I can. Natalie moved from the door and found a big, huge silver pot sitting on the floor against the wall. She knew it would be a tight squeeze, but it would have to do. So she quickly moved the pot and got behind it. Once behind the pot, she moved it enough so someone would have to pick it up to look behind it. She just finished moving it as the door to the hallway flung open. Natalie! Kiana yelled. Are you still there? Kiana began to cry on the basement doors as the drag pent turned the corner of the house and saw her. The creature charged towards her and reached out, about to grab the backpack, when a blade punctured the drag pent's left shoulder. A yellowish blood sprayed out as the blade broke through the other side. The creature fell with its arms stretched out to the ground. Kiana turned only to see it fall with its hand only an inch away from her. She turned, looked up, and saw Cyrus standing, pulling his sword from the shoulder. He quickly jammed it back into the back right through the chest, killing the creature. He pulled his sword from the lifeless creature and resheathed it. Cyrus, Kiana said as she stood up. Kiana, Cyrus replied, where's Natalie? She's trapped inside, Kiana said. I think they found her. She was just talking to me. Your sister is fine, Cyrus said. I need to get you to safety. I'll come back for your sister once I get you out of here. The doors to the basement started to lift up, and Kiana jumped off them as they went back down. Hurry, Cyrus said. You are no help to your sister if you get caught. Okay, Kiana said as she ran over to Cyrus. He picked her up in his arms. Just as he picked her up, the basement doors flung open. Cyrus began to run as two huge bright white wings shot out of his back and took them into the sky. Daniel came out of the basement only to see Cyrus take to the air and quickly vanish from sight. He looked over and saw the drag pent laying on the ground. David is not going to be happy about this, Daniel said. Monona won't like it even more. He grabbed the doors and pulled them shut as he walked back down the stairs into the basement. Once the doors were shut, he locked them and headed back towards the stairs. As he walked up them, he saw a huge pot move. Knowing that the pot was heavy and that no rodent would be able to make it move like that, so he quickly walked over to the pot and grabbed a hold of it and pulled it away. Chapter 14. The Child. Cyrus flew higher into the bright blue sky. Kiana remembered the feeling when the drag pent had her around her waist and flew. This time it was different. Cyrus held her to his chest, holding her legs below her knees as she wrapped her arms around his neck. He was going very fast and flew higher than the drag pent did. You're not going to drop me? Kiana asked. No, Cyrus said. Why do you think that? I don't know, Kiana replied. Okay, Cyrus said. Don't worry. I'm not going to let you go until we land. Good, Kiana said. Where are we going? To a cabin on the mountain, Cyrus said. You'll be safe there. How long until we get there? Kiana asked. We have passed it already, Cyrus said. I want them to think I'm taking you far enough away so they won't try to come after us. I thought it would be safer the farther you take me, Kiana said. True,
Cyrus said. If they think you are further away and you actually aren't, by the time they find you, this whole ordeal will be over.
Okay,
Kiana said. Cyrus flew for a few more minutes, then stopped and hovered with his wings flapping to keep them in the air. He quickly looked around, like he could see for miles on end in great detail. Then he finally looked straight at the mountain.
Okay, Cyrus said. We're going to head down to the cabin, but we are going to move in fast and low, so hold on tight.
Before Kiana could even say anything, Cyrus had taken off at twice the speed he had been traveling and headed straight for the mountain. At the angle he went, it was almost like he was flying straight down. As the trees got closer, Kiana had a flashback to when the dragpent was trying to land in the backyard of Dr. Toller's. This time it felt different. She wasn't afraid. The trees came closer and closer, and at the last second, Cyrus changed his direction and flew right over the top of the trees. He flew only for less than a minute before he stopped completely and was straight up, and his wings flapped as he lowered into the trees. After several minutes, he landed on the ground. He bent over as he lowered Kiana's feet to the ground. Once she felt the ground, she slowly let go of his neck. Kiana quickly took a few steps back and looked at Cyrus.
You're an angel,
Kiana said. Yes, Cyrus said.
You didn't have wings until you started running away, Kiana said. Where did they come from?
Being an angel, Cyrus, we have two bodies. The human one you see now and my actual angel one. Only when I'm in my actual body do my wings stay on my back. However, when I'm in my human body, I can call upon them at any time. It is hard to explain what they are when I use them in this body.
Oh,
Kiana said.
They aren't real?
Not really, Cyrus said. Here, try and feel them.
Cyrus brought one of his wings forward and Kiana went to touch it, but her hand went right through it. It was like a ghost. She could see the wings, but her hands would go right through them when she tried to touch it.
This is so weird,
Kiana said. You have no idea, Cyrus said. Besides, your sister, you're the only other human to see my wings.
So you don't show your wings very often?
Kiana asked. Not really, Cyrus said.
There are so many of us. Most of us don't even ever get to reveal ourselves to a human.
Oh,
Kiana said.
Well, I'm glad you got two chances.
Thanks, Cyrus said.
Where's the cabin?
Kiana asked, changing the subject.
Turn around and you'll see it,
Cyrus said. As Kiana did, she couldn't believe how big it was. It was about 3 times the size of a normal cabin, and there was a great pine tree coming out of the center of the cabin, which made it so hard to find the cabin. Kiana couldn't wait to see what the inside looked like. She ran up to the door and opened it and ran in. She expected to see the trunk of the tree, which was over the middle. However, there was no trunk. It was just a huge open space, with 2 new couches, which were by the fireplace. A small wall divides where the kitchen was. Right next to the kitchen was a hallway that led to the bathroom and 2 bedrooms.
Where's the trunk of the tree?
Kiana asked when Cyrus joined her inside the cabin.
Cool, is it not? Cyrus said. We work for the Almighty. He can do some pretty amazing things.
I guess so,
Kiana said.
Do you have anything to eat?
Check the kitchen, Cyrus said. We keep this cabin well stocked. However, before you grab something, we need to talk.
About what?
Kiana asked. I need to go back for your sister, Cyrus said. I need to leave you alone for a while. This cabin has everything you need. Food, a restroom, which is down the hall. Also, there is a good selection of music and books to read.
How long are you going to be gone?
Kiana asked. I don't know, Cyrus said. However, there is a chance that one of the dragpents or another creature could find this place. So I'm going to leave you a weapon to use if they do come. Cyrus reached into his trench coat and pulled out a pen and put it into Kiana's hand. This is a weapon? Kiana asked. It looks like a pen. If you push the top button, Cyrus went on, instead of the tip coming out, a nail will shoot out, followed by a bright flash of holy light. This will kill any creature from the fallen army. Monono has a few angels still with him. If they come after you, this light will weaken them greatly, if not send them to the abyss. It will only work once, so only use it if you really need to. I'll come back and check on you in a little while. There's a fire already going in the fireplace. Stay inside, because you never know where a spy might be. Okay, Kiana said. Good, Cyrus said as he turned toward the door. How do you know Sage? Kiana asked. Cyrus turned around and looked at Kiana. You said you knew him, Kiana said. Well, Cyrus said.
Get into the chair, Dr. Toller said, pushing Natalie. So you thought you would get your sister out before anyone knew you were here.
That was the plan, Natalie said. I guess it didn't work. At least you don't have the one you want.
You're wrong on that, Daniel said. We thought we wanted your sister, but it was you who we really needed.
Oh, Natalie said.
You've got that right, Dr. Toller said. Just to make sure, let's take a look at your forearm. Dr. Toller grabbed her right forearm and pulled up her sleeve, turned the forearm over, and saw the mark. We have the right person, Dr. Toller said. Now we can move on with the plan. Where's Monono when you need him?
The whole house shook, and the door at the top of the stairs opened, and Monono walked down until he reached the floor. He made his way over to Natalie. When he reached her, he grabbed her right forearm and checked it, make sure she has the mark.
We've already made sure, Dr. Toller said.
After the failures you have made, I wanted to make sure for myself,
Monono said.
Now that we have the right girl, let's get this over with. I've waited way too long for this moment.
Dr. Toller went over to the drawer and opened it and saw the scroll was no longer there. His head quickly shot up and he called Daniel over. When he looked into the drawer, he was shocked to see it gone as well.
Did you move it?
Dr. Toller asked.
No,
Daniel said.
I put it here after you told me to.
What is taking so long?
Monono said.
Where is the scroll?
It isn't where we last placed it, Daniel said.
You lost the scroll?
Monono shouted.
Possibly,
Dr. Toller said. You'll never find it either, Natalie said.
You took it,
Dr. Toller said, running over to her and grabbing her by the shirt and lifting her up into the air. You got that right, Natalie said. I put it in my backpack that my sister has now.
Your sister has the scroll,
Monono said. Yep, Natalie said.
Well, you have her locked up in the cell,
Monono said.
Get her out here now.
We don't have the girl's sister anymore,
Dr. Toller said.
What?
Monono shouted.
We caught her when she came to rescue her sister,
Dr. Toller continued.
However, it wasn't until after she freed her sister and pushed her out of a window with the backpack. Before I found her, I saw another angel fly off with your sister,
Daniel said. Daniel, a voice said from atop the stairs, could I have a minute with David? I have something to tell him that you don't need to know.
You're dead,
Daniel said. I am a master of the dark arts, Dr. Piper said. I don't die that easily. Now, if you would not mind, please leave.
David,
Daniel said.
Go on,
Dr. Toller said. Daniel didn't like the idea of leaving David alone with Monono and Dr. Piper. Something did not seem right, but he listened and headed up the stairs after Dr. Piper had moved out of the way. Once he reached the basement floor, once Daniel had shut the door, the two doctors began to talk. You know, I have always found you an interesting person, David, Dr. Piper said.
You little rat,
Dr. Toller said.
I told you to call me Dr. Toller. We are in the middle of something right now. Also, what is up with two marks? This girl and her sister. All have a mark on them, but in different locations.
You will never know, Dr. Piper said. Since you no longer have any power over me, I am no longer doing your work.
Remember that candle. It's still burning, Dr. Toller said. If you do one thing of your magic, you will instantly be hit 3 times with whatever you do to me.
Oh, please, Dr. Piper said. I was able to pass that stupid magical charm the day you told me about it. Yes, I would have been bound by the rules, but if I was a weakling, however, I'm far stronger than you will ever know.
You little rat,
Dr. Toller said.
I'm going to kill you.
Dr. Toller started to walk towards him when Monono put his hand out and stopped him. When Dr. Toller looked up at him, he had a smirk on his face.
How do you think I knew where the scroll was?
Monono asked.
I'm not sure,
Dr. Toller said.
You are so blind to what is right in front of you,
Monono said.
Your connections would have never brought you the information you know right now about the scroll. Since the scroll is powerful, I've spent years ridding the world of anyone who knew about the scroll in great detail, making sure that most people didn't believe it really existed. Only rumors and possible text I allowed to stay around that mentioned such a scroll. However, with no other proof of its existence other than the rumors and brief writings, it would quickly become a false artifact.
When you failed,
Dr. Toller said.
Many good archaeologists would have heard of the skull.
Yes,
Monono said.
However, none of them believe it is real. Not even you. Until you received it. I have followed you around for years, and know you didn't believe in the scroll's existence.
I don't deny that I once didn't believe,
Dr. Toller said.
Now I know it is real.
You see what Monono is saying? Dr. Piper said. If it wasn't for me, he wouldn't be here now. I was the one who told him that you had the scroll. You see, since he made the scroll a myth by getting rid of anything that would prove it was real, no one would be able to give you the information. You don't have the connections deep enough into the world of sorcery to get that information.
That's not true, Dr. Toller said. Daniel's wife, Alyssa, knows people who are heavy into witchcraft.
Not deep enough, Dr. Piper said. If you haven't figured it out by now, Monono and I have been using you. We needed the Godchild, and with the Almighty not allowing Monono to get close enough to the people he thought might be the person, we needed someone who had connections all around and would be able to find out for us. Now that you've brought the one we need, we have no more use.
Now you can go to hell,
Monono said as he stepped out of the way of Dr. Toller. As soon as he stepped out of the way, a creature shot up from the ground, standing in front of Dr. Piper. Very tall, with a black trench coat with a hood over its head. Only a red eye with a scar going through could be seen, other than its sharp teeth. The right sleeve of the coat had been ripped off, revealing long muscular arm with black zinc. The left sleeve just hung there like nothing was in it. Suddenly a long blade shot out of the tater end. The coat opened up at the bottom, showing the creature's gargoyle legs. Let me introduce you to this creature you didn't know about, Dr. Piper said. It's called a Shadkin, and it moves through the world, through the shadows and darkness. You have heard of demon-possessed people. Well, this is the creature who is usually the one in control.
What about the drag pens?
Dr. Toller asked. They only use the skin of the person they kill, Dr. Piper said. Shadkins take over the body without killing the person. But for you, we can make an exception. Oh, before you die, I think you should know my actual name. It's Troll. Dr. Toller was shocked at the name, like he had heard it before. Then he saw the Shadkin was moving towards him, so he began to step backwards until he hit a corner. The Shadkin slowly approached its victim. As it reached striking distance, the creature raised its long blade and with a quick upward slash, dropped Dr. Toller's lifeless body to the ground. Natalie couldn't believe what she just saw. Monono, Troll said, we need to get that scroll back.
I know, Monono said. However, we have a problem. Rumors are going about that Michael is on the mountain. Look for his sword.
When? Troll asked. I thought you said he disappeared.
He did, Monono said. I guess he's back, and he wants his sword.
If he gets that sword and comes after us, Troll said, we don't stand a chance at achieving our goals.
I know, Monono said. I have already sent pretty much of my coven to where the sword is. They will stop him. From what I heard, he cannot use his actual power until he gets his sword. He will not get his sword unless he destroys all of my forces.
What about the scroll? Troll asked.
I do believe we have one Shadkin still here,
Monono said.
We also have a new host for it to use. Shadkin, take control of Toller's body and search all the hiding spots the righteous use for shelter. If you find the girl, kill her and bring her back here."
The Shatkin nodded its head and disappeared, and the next thing Natalie saw was Dr. Tolley's body stand up with his eyes completely black with a purplish glow. Natalie was frozen as she looked into the eyes of a dead man, now under the control of a creature of the fallen. Chapter 15. Freedom. A few hours later, Trall was comfortably sitting on the couch in the living room, while Monono was standing looking out the window only a few feet away. They were both unhappy about the misplacing of the scroll.
"Where could that girl be?"
Monono shouted.
"We finally have the person we need, but we lost the scroll."
"Look at it this way," Trall said as he stood up and walked over to Monono. "That was when you were doing business with that fool David Toller. Of course he was going to make mistakes. However, I have the woods being searched as we speak, where Cyrus would have taken her. It won't be long until we have both the scroll and the Godchild."
"That is true," Monono said. "I will soon have the Almighty's power. The dragon will be no match for me, and once he is out of the way, I'll take the throne of heaven and send that Almighty himself to the abyss where he belongs."
"Yes," Charles said. "I will be at your left hand, and we will rule the universe together."
"I have waited so many years for this to happen,"
Monono said.
"Soon I will finally get what I deserve. I can't wait much longer."
"In due time, Monono," Troll said. "The Shadkins and the Dragpents will find the girl and the scroll."
"One thing I am not good at is patience,"
Monono said.
"Troll, you would be wise not to mention that to me again."
Troll slowly stepped away from Monono, realizing his last comment was not good. Afraid that he might punish him for those words, he wanted to leave him so he could cool down. "I understand, Master," Troll replied. "I'm going to check on our guest downstairs." Troll walked towards the entrance to the hallway when Monono turned around and started to follow him. Troll did not realize this until he was already in the hall. Monono walked up behind him and placed his left hand on his shoulder. Troll stopped, fearing for the most.
"No need to check on her,"
Monono said.
"She is not going anywhere. Come with me to the backyard. I am going to summon all of my followers. I think it is time to motivate them so that they search even harder."
"Sure," Troll said, following behind Monono as they walked through the house. Once they reached the back door in the kitchen, Monono opened it and walked outside. Troll followed and closed the door behind him. When he turned around, he was surprised to see that the yard was full of Shadkins, as well as a few hundred cloaked figures. There were no Dragpents present. Troll figured that was because they were a lower class of dark spirit.
"My fellow followers,"
Monono began,
"we are so close to achieving our goal to gain the power of the Almighty and to take his throne and overthrow the great dragon. We have all waited so long for this time to come, but something remains in our way. The scroll. We need to remove the powers from the Godchild is missing. The girl's younger sister, who we had earlier, has escaped due to help from Cyrus. He has taken her to one of the many safe places they use around the world. I am convinced he did not take her far. So when they have rescued the Godchild, they could unite them. Those who have already been searching, keep at it. But I want to add some motivation for you all. The one who brings me the scroll will be made second in command.
Hey, Troll said. We have a deal.
I know,
Monono said.
that I misspoke. I meant third in command. So if you did not have any motivation to search your hardest, now you do. Now go.
Monono and Troll turned around and walked back to the door. Troll opened it for Monono, who walked inside. He followed after and shut the door. The two walked through the house back into the living room where Monono sat on the couch while Troll remained standing. From the look on his face, he was deep in thought. Monono noticed and piped up.
What's on your mind?
Monono asked. I was just thinking about Cyrus's involvement in the escape of the girl's sister. He replied. Why didn't he attempt to free both of them? She was just on the other side of the basement doors.
He knew that if he stayed too long, he would have to deal with me.
Monono answered. True, Troll said. However, if he is an angel, wouldn't he be able to fight against you?
Yes and no.
Monono said.
Yes, he could fight back against me, but he knows he does not stand a chance against me. Before the fall, I was a higher-ranking angel. He is just a common angel. Even though we are on different sides, I am still far more powerful than he. He is like the angels that follow me. He could fight against them and have a chance at winning. Only an archangel, ranking angel, could do battle against me and stand a chance.
I see, Troll said. They may stand a chance, but they would still lose. Especially once you have the power of their boss.
You got that right,
Monono said. Meanwhile, down in the basement, Natalie was in her cell sitting in the wood board that was bolted to the concrete wall. Meanwhile, down in the basement, Natalie was in her cell sitting on the wood board that was bolted to the concrete wall. She sat with her knees to her chest and her arms wrapped around them and her face pressed into her legs. Quietly, she cried out of fear for her own life. Why did I come here? Natalie said. I should have just listened to Cyrus. I know now that they wouldn't have done anything to Kiana since I was the one they wanted.
You're right. You should have listened, a voice said from somewhere in the basement.
Who said that? Natalie said as she lifted her head from her knees.
I leave you for a few hours and you forget my name?
Cyrus said as he walked up to the cell doors.
Cyrus!
Natalie said, jumping to her feet and walking over to the cell bars. You've come to get me out of here?
Who said anything about me helping you escape? He asked. I just came to see how you were doing.
Why won't you help me escape? Natalie asked.
You made a choice to come here, Cyrus replied. Now you need to live with that choice and the consequence that comes with it. At least you know that you made a mistake. Most people never admit that. They just blame it on someone else.
You're right. I was wrong not to listen to you and stay in the hotel room, Natalie said. But please, get me out of here.
Just because I was sent here to watch over you doesn't mean you get the easy way out, Cyrus said. I must do what I am told, and since you decided not to listen to me, which the Almighty wanted, you decided not to go along with it.
Come on, Natalie said. I made a mistake. I thought the Almighty is the God of second chances.
He is, Cyrus said as he walked over to the stairs. However, just because he does forgive and gives not just second chances, but 1 billionth chances, doesn't mean there are not some kind of consequences.
Please,
Natalie begged as she got on her knees. No, Cyrus said, walking over to the cell. I can tell you this. If you stay in this cell and patiently, I'll be back to help you escape when the Almighty allows it. Until then.
Wait, Natalie said. At least tell me how Kiana is doing.
She's doing great, Cyrus said. I took her somewhere where she will be safe. Goodbye.
Her backpack, Natalie shouted.
What?
Cyrus asked. In the backpack Kiana has with her is the scroll that Monono and Troll are looking for, Natalie said, standing back up.
I know, Cyrus said. That is where it will stay. Why do you think I am not allowed to help you escape? Since the scroll is with her, you are in no real danger. Monono would not think of hurting the Godchild out of fear that you would die and you would have to look for the new Godchild.
Wait, Natalie said. If you know the scroll is in her backpack, why don't you just take it to heaven so Monono can never get it?
Until your sister feels she can trust me, Cyrus said, she will not tell me about having the scroll. Until she does, that I'm ordered not to take it.
Oh, Natalie replied. What if she does tell you? Does that mean you will come set me free?
That would be up to the Almighty, Cyrus said. He might not want Monono to know where the scroll is. I'll be back to check on you later. Be a good girl and do not go anywhere.
Cyrus walked out of sight, but Natalie tried to see if she could see him. After a few minutes, she gave up and sat back down on the wooden board. I am never going to get out of this place, Natalie said. She just sat on the board thinking of what life was like before all of this started. Thinking that dealing with Erin and her rumors was better than what she was going through now, Natalie continued to think about good times. After an hour, something Cyrus had said about how if she stayed and waited patiently and not to go anywhere kept going through her mind. Why would he say that? Natalie asked herself. He knows I can't leave, unless he was hinting that there was some way out. Natalie quickly stood back up and began looking all over the cell for a possible way out. After 5 minutes, she saw nothing that would actually work. A few ideas she had required tools that she did not have. Once again, she sat back on the board when she remembered something. I never returned the keys back to where they were, Natalie said. So where did they go? Natalie glanced over to where she had been standing while Kiana went and grabbed the scroll. She slowly and carefully surveyed the floor until she spotted the keys. They were only a few feet away from the cell door. She jumped to the floor, reached her hand through the opening between the bars, and tried to grab the keys. Her arm was just a few inches too short to reach them. For 10 minutes, all Natalie did was try to grab those keys. Finally, she gave up when she remembered that she had a belt on. She took off the belt and held it in her hand, and once again, she stretched her arm through the bars. When she got as far as her arm could, she threw the buckle of her belt, which hit the keys. Natalie pulled the belt in only to have the keys move a little, so she tried it again and again. After 8 tries, she got the keys to move just enough where she could grab them. Once she had them, she pulled her arm back into the cell. She quickly stood up and put her belt back on. Quickly, she placed the keys in the lock, turned it, unlocking the door. She slowly pushed the door open and stepped out into the open basement. She stretched her arms and back. It felt so good to be out of the small cell. She started walking towards the stairs when it dawned on her. That is why Cyrus was saying not to go anywhere, she said to herself. He knew that he was going to leave the keys just out of reach for me. I should stay and wait to see what happens. Natalie started to walk back towards the cell when she thought again about how Kiana got free without Cyrus's help until she refused to leave with her. She also realized that this was going to be her only chance to escape. If she waited to see if Cyrus was going to help her, it could be a while. Going against her better judgment, Natalie turned back around and headed towards the stairs. How am I going to get through that house without anyone noticing I'm here? Natalie asked herself. Wait, when that guy who found me went through the basement doors, he didn't relock them. Natalie walked carefully over to the basement doors and gently lifted the door open. Seeing that she was right and the fresh air rushing into the room and into her nose felt good, and the smell of the flowers from the garden came into the basement with air. All thoughts of waiting for Cyrus vanished. Wait, what if one of those creatures is outside waiting for me? Natalie asked herself as she looked at the wall of the basement. There she spotted a knife on the shelf. She walked over to it and picked it up. Natalie did not realize it was a hunting knife when she first spotted it. This will work fine. Walking back to the steps that lead out to the basement side doors, Natalie walked up to the steps just enough so she could peek her head out to see if the coast was clear. After a quick glance, she walked up the steps onto the firm ground. Not wanting anyone to know where she went, she closed the basement door as quietly as she could. With the door shut, she took off towards the woods, hoping to reach them and use it as cover before anyone and anything could spot her. Running as fast as she could, the edge of the woods quickly became closer and closer. From the backyard, 2 drag pens came around the corner just before Natalie reached the woods. Spotting her, they took off after her. She reached the woods and continued running further into them as fast as she could. The drag pens were only so far behind her, and since she knew it would only be a matter of time before they caught up to her. After a few moments of running, she came to the path that led further into the woods. Instead of trying to dodge low branches and holes, Natalie jumped on the path, which allowed her to speed up. 2 minutes later, she came across a pile of fallen down dead trees 10 feet off the path. I could hide behind them until the creatures move on, Natalie thought. She jumped off the path and charged right for the pile of trees. Behind her, the drag pens snapped branches and their footsteps could be heard. With nothing to cause her to slow down, Natalie used everything she had to make it to the pile. Once there, she jumped into the pile and climbed to the top and jumped to the ground behind it. As she jumped behind the pile, the two drag pens came into view. Obviously, they did not see her jump on the pile. The creatures continued down the path. Natalie stayed low and slowly caught her breath. All she could think of was how she did it without Cyrus's help. "Easy, Natalie," she said to herself. "You're not out of the danger yet. There is no telling when those creatures might come back." For the next 30 minutes, Natalie stayed behind the pile of dead trees. The two drag pens had yet to come back that way, which made her start to think they might not. Then she started to get this feeling they might come back, but not along the path, but through the woods, and see her hiding behind the pile. So she slowly moved to the edge of the pile and took a look around. Nothing. The coast was clear. Natalie stood up and started to move when she heard a noise up ahead on the path. She ducked back down as the drag pens came back into view. Fearing they might have seen her, she tried to move back behind the pile. While she was moving, she noticed the creatures were not just following the path, but they were searching for any sign where she might be. She moved to a spot where she could see the creatures without giving away she was there. The drag pens walked down the path before walking off it several feet, searching on the branches as well for footprints. Every now and then, one would take a sniff of the air to see if it could pick up her scent. After 10 minutes, the creatures came right up to the opposite side of the pile of trees. It looked around the area but returned to the path. Once it met up with the other one, they continued down the path. Natalie was so relieved she stopped following them. She sat on the ground to wait until they were gone. As she started to sit, her shirt caught one of the branches that was sticking out. With a snap, the branch broke. The noise was picked up by the drag pens, which turned and faced the pile of dead trees. "Great," Natalie said. Not taking the chance the creatures heard it, she took off running. The drag pens saw her and followed her. Once again, dodging branches, holes, and rocks, Natalie was unable to run as fast as she could. Fully recovered from running earlier, she knew she could run for a while, especially when she was not running as fast as she could. As she ran, the two creatures slowly started to close in on her. After 5 minutes, the drag pens were only a few feet behind her. With one of its hands, the one in front reached out its arm and grabbed her by the back of her shirt. Since she was running so fast, the front of her shirt ripped from the top to the bottom of her abdomen. The sleeve part of the lower back ripped as well. Natalie stopped with great force, causing her to fall to the ground. The back of the shirt slipped from the creature's grip as she fell. That did not stop the drag pen from reaching down and grabbing her by it again. As she lifted back to her feet, Natalie grabbed the knife from her belt and slashed at the creature. The blade caught it right across the arm, which made it let go of the shirt. Natalie slashed at the creature again, causing it to back up into the other one. Not wasting any time, she took off running again. Her shirt flapped in the air now that it was ripped, which only slowed her down. "This was a good shirt," Natalie said. "Just glad that I have my tank top under it." Natalie came to a downhill slope that a river ran through. The slope was very steep with brush about halfway down. Before she could run down it, the drag pen grabbed her shirt, causing it to rip even more. The creature lifted her off her feet and brought her right to its face. This creature's eyes were beet red, and the smell of dead animal was on its breath. The drag pen raised its other arms and was ready to strike at her, but Natalie beat it. She shoved the knife into its left eye. The creature let go of her, causing her to drop to the ground. An ear-blistering scream came from the creature as it fell to the ground dead. The other dragpets saw that she did not pull the knife from the eye before she was dropped. Natalie lay on the ground when the other creature reached for her. Seeing the hand coming, she rolled over the edge of the slope, avoiding the dragpet's grasp. Within seconds, she was out of sight. Chapter 16. Confined. White sneakers slowly took steps across the leaves that covered the ground of the woods. With each step, the crunching sound of the leaves echoed throughout the forest. The way the steps were being taken, the person wanted to make as little noise as possible. After several steps and the noise of each step echoing off all the trees, the person gave up trying to be quiet. Moving from tree to tree, Natalie moved, hoping to stay hidden as much as she could. When she made it to a tree, she made sure nothing had heard her. She also made sure nothing was coming, before she moved on to the next tree. Natalie was only a few hundred yards from Dr. Toller's house and was being as careful as she could to stay out of sight of the dragpets. After a few minutes, she came to the last tree wide enough to hide her. The big oak tree where she had left her clothes was only 50 feet from her, but no trees were wide enough for her to hide behind if she saw a creature. After checking angles several times and listening to see if she could hear anything that would tell if a dragpet was nearby, Natalie got the feeling that she was sure nothing was nearby, but she knew she needed to go. With a deep breath, she took off towards the oak tree. Dodging the trees and sticks and rocks on the ground, she moved as fast as she could. The sun had gone down, and it was dark enough that it would be hard to tell what was moving. As she approached the tree, she extended her arms to help her embrace herself. Natalie's arms hit the tree as she ran, which caused her to stop suddenly. Once stopped, she jumped to the side that blocked her from the house. She sat on the ground and sucked in air. After a minute or two, she caught her breath and began looking around for the bag with her clothes. She found it almost immediately. Natalie grabbed it and pulled it to her. The bag made a rattling sound as she opened it. She stopped to make sure nothing came out to see what made the sound. Sure that nothing was coming, she stood up and tied the top of the bag. Natalie had a white tank top that stopped just above her navel. She was left with this shirt under her other shirt that ripped off a few hours before when the dragpets were chasing her. Her arms were red and scratched, as was her face, from falling down the slope into the brush. Clearly, she had received no injuries other than these. Her hands were cut up more than anything else, and her jeans were torn just above the knees. Natalie glanced around the oak tree to make sure the coast was clear. After seeing nothing, she took off running farther into the woods as fast as she could. Every so often, she stopped behind a tree to make sure nothing was following her. After a few stops, she saw the pile of trees that she had hidden behind when she first escaped. Thinking it would be a good place to rest before she headed off again, she made her way to the pile of trees. Once there, she ran around to the other side and sat down and began to suck in air once again. "They have to be following me," Natalie said to herself. "They must think I might lead them to Kiana and the scroll. If they are following me, then they're just doing a good job of keeping themselves hidden." After several minutes, Natalie was ready to go. With her breath fully recovered, she stood up and checked around to make sure she was good to go before running straight back. After a minute, she came to a path and took off down that. A few minutes later, she came to the downhill slope where she jumped and began to run down the hill into the brush. After several yards of running through the brush, she came to the bottom of the slope. Natalie stopped and quickly brushed off any leaves she had on her. It was even darker now and hard to see. She was no longer running as fast. Once she was done, she began to follow the slope for 10 minutes. She came to a flat plain of the woods with rocks all over the place. It was a different rock quarry. She moved into the heart of it. Once in the middle, she dropped her bag and once more began to catch her breath. The heart of this rock quarry had huge rocks all around. There were no other path into it than the one she had used. A small fire was going in the middle, but the light hardly reached to where Natalie was standing. Once she caught her breath, she picked up her bag with her clothes in it and walked over to the fire. Natalie bent over and picked up a few sticks and placed them on the fire. The dying fire roared back to life, giving more light in the quarry. She did not sit. She untied the plastic bag and pulled out a sleeveless black zip-up vest. Only a few feet from the fire stood a huge rock, which was 3 times bigger than Natalie. She walked over to it, and a second later her tank top was thrown and landed on the plastic bag. Almost immediately, she came out and zipped up the vest. She walked over to the fire and sat down. She picked up the tank top and put it inside the plastic bag. As she did that, she found a few cereal bars she brought with her just in case she was hungry. Not wasting any time, she grabbed them and tore them open and engulfed them in seconds. She last had eaten before leaving Oneonta to come back to Red Creek. "That hit the spot," Natalie said. "I just wish I had brought more and had some water or something to drink. Oh well." Natalie grabbed several more sticks and placed them on the fire to keep it going for a while, then lay back on the ground and looked up at the night sky. The thoughts of the day raced through her mind, almost getting caught by the drag pens, rolling down the slope, finding the rock quarry, etc. The one thing that kept popping in her head was what Cyrus said to her before she escaped. "I wonder if he's come back to see me yet," Natalie asked herself. "Won't he be surprised to find out that I didn't need his help after all? I wonder if he was going to help me escape if I stayed." For the next few hours, Natalie fought with herself about if she did the right thing. She had gone against her better judgment when she escaped. She was free now, but that didn't mean she was safe. For all she knew, the drag pens could have followed her and were just waiting for the right time to grab her. While she struggled to determine if she did the right thing, she fell asleep. A slight breeze blew across the forests, which made her cold. The fire had died down where little light was given off it and hardly any heat. Natalie curled up in a ball to keep herself warm during the cold October night. A faint sound that seemed to be far away caught the ear of a sleeping Natalie. It was too far away to tell what it was, but it was slowly growing louder. Not from coming closer, because she was listening more clearly, even though she was asleep. After a few moments, the sound sounded like it was coming from somewhere nearby. The noise sounded something like falling from somewhere, and it was constant. Natalie's eyes shot open, and she sat up to the sound of rushing water. She looked around and saw she was no longer in the stone of the rock quarry. Behind her, not so far away, was a roaring waterfall that rose high into the sky. She could not see the top. The sweet smell of flowers and fruit filled the air. The smell put her at ease to the point where she forgot about all of her troubles. As Natalie continued to look around, she saw no sun, yet it was bright as a summer's day. She rose to her feet to check out her new surroundings. As she walked around, she was amazed by what she saw. All kinds of different flowers. Lilies, marigolds, roses, sunflowers, tulips, etc. However, that was not all. There were hundreds of flowers that she had never seen before. Some had pink petals with yellow mixed in the most unusual ways. Another flower had red dots that melted into purple petals. That was just the beginning. There were colors that she had never seen before. When she smelled one of these new flowers, she was blown away. It was like a perfume, but like nothing she had ever smelled. Every flower had its own scent that was just like perfume. After what seemed to be several hours of smelling flowers, Natalie noticed the fruit in the trees and grabbed a fruit she had never seen before. The fruit looked like a banana, but with the skin of a pineapple. After peeling the skin off, the fruit itself looked like a peach. In 3 bites, she had the whole thing in her mouth. The taste was like nothing she had ever tasted. She reached for another, but realized she was not hungry. Once she was full, she had a thirst and saw a path that led to a lake where the water from the waterfall went. She followed the path down to the lake. A minute or two later, she arrived at the lake and was shocked at how crystal clear it was. Never had she seen water so clear. Not wasting any time, she cupped her hands together and dunked them in and pulled up the water to her mouth. She slurped it down, and to her surprise, after she finished the small bit of water, just like after she ate the fruit, her thirst was gone. "This is weird," Natalie said. "First the fruit, and now the water. Where am I? I feel like I'm in paradise."
"You are,"
said a voice. Natalie jumped at the sound of the voice that seemed to come from all directions. As scared as she was, the voice put her in a peace like nothing she had ever experienced. "Who said that?" Natalie managed after a minute of silence.
"Who do you think I am?"
the voice asked. "I don't know," Natalie said. "That's why I asked."
"I am the Almighty,"
said the voice. "The Almighty?" Natalie asked. "The Almighty Cyrus keeps telling me about?"
"Yes,"
the Almighty said. "Where are you then?" she asked.
"Look up,"
he replied. Natalie glanced up and saw in bright light, standing on top of the water in the middle of the lake.
"Come to me,"
the Almighty said. "How?" she asked.
"Walk on the water,"
he replied. "I can't walk on water," Natalie said.
"How do you know if you do not try?"
the Almighty said. She was not sure about this, but she stood up and extended her right foot and slowly brought it down on the water. To her amazement, it was solid, but still moved like water. Just a few moments ago, it was liquid, but now it was firm as the ground. So she picked up her left leg and brought it down on the water as well. It was still firm. So she began to make her way over to the bright, shining light in the middle of the lake. After a few moments, she reached the light. Natalie had to squint her eyes from all the light coming off from the Almighty. And that's when she realized that all the light was coming from him.
"See, you can walk on water,"
the Almighty said. "I guess I can," Natalie said, ashamed she did not believe him when he told her she could. "What is this place?"
"Eden,"
the Almighty replied. "You mean the place Adam and Eve lived?" Natalie asked, shocked to be where supposedly the first two humans lived before they disobeyed God and were thrown out.
"Yes,"
the Almighty answered.
"Why do you think just one fruit satisfied a hunger that only a full-course meal could? As well, water so clear that it quenches your thirst from just a small amount."
"Why am I here?" Natalie asked.
"You were wondering if escaping was the right thing to do,"
the Almighty reminded her. "Oh, yeah," Natalie replied.
"Your gut was in the right place,"
the Almighty continued.
"You should have stayed, and you would have been rescued from the situation without being harmed. But since you did not listen to Cyrus, you must now face the consequence of your choice."
"Consequence?" Natalie said.
"Fear not, child," the Almighty said. "You will come out of this conflict alive. You have a lot of living to do before I call you. I just hope you will accept me so we can be together forever."
"I would," Natalie began. "I just don't understand why you were allowing me to go through all this."
"To get your attention,"
the Almighty replied. "Couldn't you have done that another way?" Natalie asked. "In a way my life won't be on the line?"
"Sure," the Almighty said. "However, would you have listened?"
I guess, Natalie said.
No, you would not, the Almighty said. I have been trying other ways to get your attention for years. So this way became the only way I decided to make sure I got your attention. Also, others will need your help soon.
Well, you've got my attention, Natalie replied. I just wish...
You just
Wish what? Another voice asked. Natalie opened her eyes and sat up to see Cyrus leaning against the rock only a few feet from the fire. It was all a dream? Natalie asked.
No, Cyrus said, walking over and kneeling down. You really were with the Almighty. What you feel is exactly what he is. Peace.
Are you sure? Natalie asked.
Yes,
Cyrus said. How do you know? She asked.
Your hunger and thirst are gone, are they not?
Cyrus asked. Natalie realized he was right. She was no longer hungry or thirsty. It was like the fruit and water in her dreams she actually ate. It was amazing to be in the Almighty's presence, Natalie said.
I know, Cyrus replied. Just remember that for the time ahead, you will need that to help you get through what is coming.
You mean I am the consequences for my choice? Natalie asked.
Yes, Cyrus said. How it will come about, I am not sure, but the easy way out of this conflict has passed you by.
Oh, great.
Remember, Cyrus said, the Almighty said that you will come out of this alive, which is more than you deserve. Now go back to sleep. You need your sleep.
Natalie did not say another word. She laid back down and closed her eyes. Cyrus stood back up and walked out of the rock quarry. A few minutes later he returned with a bunch of wood, which he put in the almost dead fire. After placing it on the fire, he put his hand over it, and it burst into flames. He stood up and looked at Natalie, who was once again curled up to keep warm. Cyrus took off his trench coat and laid it on top of her to keep her warm. He then sat down next to her and watched the flames dance around. A ray of sunlight came through the branches of the tree and covered her face. The light was so bright she was forced to wake up. She grabbed the coat that was covering her and pulled it over her face. A few minutes later, she realized she was covered by something and pulled it off of her face and looked at it. Cyrus's coat, she said. She looked up to see if he was still there, but as she looked up, all she saw was a shadkin standing by her feet. Before she could move, 6 more appeared all around her. They leaned in on her and vanished. Chapter 17. The Challenge. Loser dies. The 6 shadkins appeared in the basement of Dr. Toller's house. Once there, the creatures let go of Natalie. Sitting on a stool in the far corner where she had hidden was Trowel. He was holding on to a walking stick with a jewel on top. Before moving, he said something to himself. Then he stood to his feet and walked over to them. Think you're so smart escaping here, Charles said. Our plans were almost ruined by those 2 stupid dragpens who chased after you. What are you talking about? Natalie said as she stood. Do you really think that we would just let you go? Charles continued. We knew where you were from the second you left the cell to the rock quarry. You mean you planned it? Natalie asked. Yes, Charles said. We need that scroll, and since your sister has it, we figured that if you were free, you would be taken to her. However, the stupid righteous army must have known that we were hoping to follow. So, that's why the key was still on the ground? Natalie asked. If you planned it, then what keys did Cyrus pick up? I have no clue, Charles replied. I don't live here. I just know I did what I was told. When you weren't taken to your sister, the Shadkins brought you back. They should have done that last night. However, for some reason, they waited until now. You'll never find my sister, Natalie said. You might as well give up trying. You don't understand that Minono has been searching for you and the scroll for longer than your small brain could possibly comprehend, Charles said. He will not let the fact that he cannot find it stop him. He will find the scroll, and you will be here waiting until he does. Not if she tells someone about having the scroll, Natalie said. Then they will come for me, and Minono will have no hope of ever finding the scroll. Who's your sister going to tell? Charles said. Even if she did find someone, who would believe her? They would be unable to do anything about it. I could think of someone who could think of someone she could tell, Natalie said to herself. If she told Cyrus, then this whole mess would be all over with. Now, how are we going to make sure that you don't try to escape? Charles said. I have no clue how you did what you did to the cell bars when you got out, but we can't use them anymore. What are you talking about? Natalie asked. Look and see for yourself, Charles said as he pointed to the corner where the cell was. The back wall, the cell bar doors were melted into the wall. So, instead of having a cell you can move around in, I think we will just chain you to the wall. What? Natalie said. Before she could do anything, one of the Shadkins grabbed both arms and put them together. With one hand, they held them together and led her into the cell. Once in the cell, Charles took one of her arms by the wrist and put it up and attached it to the cuffs that were bolted to the wall. After fastening the first arm, he did the same with the other. Natalie began to kick her legs wildly, trying to hit Charles. With her right foot, she caught him in the chest, sending him back into the wall. The kick had little power, but enough to move him. He did not like that, so he looked at the Shadkin. The creature grabbed both legs and held them against the wall. Charles then picked up his staff and pointed the jewel that was at the end inches from her ankles. And then it flashed, and two cuffs appeared around her ankles that were also bolted to the wall. Once that was done, he dismissed the Shadkin, which disappeared. You got a lucky kick, he said. However, look where it got you. I hope Sage comes, Natalie said. He'll make you pay for how you treat me. Well then, Charles said, I guess I should get my money's worth. You know, I never realized how pretty you were. Charles placed his staff on the wall and leaned his face only a few inches from Natalie's. The way he did it, it was like he was moving in to kiss her. If I'm going to pay for what I do to you, Charles continued, I want the beating to be worth it. So, I'm going to have a little fun. Natalie turned her head to the side, but he grabbed her face with both hands, staring at her. He leaned in to kiss her. Suddenly, a loud scream came from the door to the basement where people were getting tortured, followed by a familiar voice.
Traitors!
Charles let go of Natalie's face and grabbed his staff. He walked out of the cell and continued towards the stairs. Before he could reach them, Dr. Toller walked down into the basement. He was different. He had a long white robe on with the symbol of his cult. On his face, he had a look that would put fear into anyone. Charles was shocked to see him alive. Dr. Piper!
Dr. Piper, he said, we meet again.
How are you? Charles asked.
Alive? Dr. Toller interrupted. For someone who is supposed to be the world's greatest sorcerer, you cannot think of any way I could be alive.
Magic, Trial said.
How you nailed it on the first guess.
Dr. Toller said. You don't know any magic, he replied. The only things you know are the few things that you have been... You don't know any magic, he replied. The only things you are the few things you have brought.
Clearly, I know more than that, Dr. Toller replied. I am, however, standing here in front of you.
Well, then please tell me how you are still alive, Trowell asked.
More than happy to, Dr. Toller said. You see, I am no stranger to the dark arts of the world of magic. I have been studying it for years. You were still in diapers, my friend, when I was mastering spells that you would not know how to defend against.
Get to the point, Trowell said.
You see, I knew that you and Monona were planning something from the beginning, Dr. Toller said. I knew before you came to work for me. I knew exactly why you came to work as a librarian for a community school when you could easily work at a top university. You knew about my search in the past for the Penetra Vox. You figured if you were ever going to find it, I would be the one who would have it or find it.
I guess you are smarter than you look, Trowell said.
Oh, I'm just getting started, Dr. Toller said. You have no clue that this whole thing was a trap for you and Monona. My master had all this planned.
You are in with the Almighty? Trowell said.
No, Dr. Toller. No, Dr. Toller replied. My master is the great dragon. He knew of Monono's betrayal to him.
All of the leaders of the covens have betrayed the great dragon, Trowell said. Why Monono?
My dear Dr. Trowell. That is what you're going by, right? Dr. Toller said. You see, Monono only pretends to follow what the dragon says, but he doesn't. The other covens have betrayed my master, but they still listen when he gives orders. So, my master has been working to find the Godchild, so he could lead him into a situation that would guarantee that the Almighty would bring a stop to it. The dragon was never going to let Monono get the child and the scroll at the same time. Why do you think the marks on both the girl and her sister? Only to confuse him.
You still have yet to explain why you are still alive, Trowell said as he ground his teeth together. I saw to it that you died by the hands of a Shadkin.
Yes, I know, Dr. Toller continued. I was just about to get to that. Since I knew about your plans, I used an ancient magic that allowed me to control a fake body of myself. The spell I used allowed me to put my soul into this fake, and on death my soul would return to my real body. Part of the spell marks it so that while I'm in the fake body, I'm only able to know so much. So the Dr. Toller that you had encountered from the very first night was the fake body. While in the fake body, I knew nothing of my master and the scroll coming. Even though I helped hatch the plan, from the very second you were told about the scroll, you have been slowly moving into our trap.
So, I have underestimated you, Trowell said. This clearly gives you the advantage. Yet why come here now? We only have the girl, and the scroll is still missing.
You fool! Dr. Toller said. This has never been about the scroll. Yes, my master plans to use it and take the Almighty's power. However, the whole purpose is to make sure that you and Monono get what is coming to you. That is death for you and the abyss for him. I am here just to collect the girl. The scroll we shall get when it returns here.
You're going to have to get through me, Trowell replied.
I know, Dr. Toller said. That is why I came while you were here. I could have easily done this when no one was in the basement. However, I wanted to show you that you are nothing compared to me. I am here to challenge you to a magical challenge.
You fool, Trowell said. You may have been around longer, but I have mastered things that you could only dream of knowing. I accept your challenge. Let's begin. Trowell lifted his staff to show his choice of weapon in this contest. Dr. Toller pulled out a 12-inch long twig. He held it straight in the air, showing he made his choice before moving it in front of his face. A wand? Trowell said. You're going to use a wand as your weapon? Look, Grandpa. That may have been something in medieval times. However, now that won't cut it. Trowell lifted his staff and pointed the jeweled end right at Dr. Toller, and an orange beam shot out of it and nailed him in the chest, which sent him into the wall. Once he hit the wall, he dropped his wand, and Trowell shot another beam, this time red, which turned the wand into ash. Ha! Trowell laughed. That was too easy. Trowell walked over to Dr. Toller and put the jeweled end of his staff right at his throat, and it began to glow blue. He had a huge smile on his face as he was ready to lunge in for the death blow.
Foolish boy, Dr. Toller said.
Dr. Toller's eyes glowed bright white as he opened his mouth, and the words Lux Lucis Vis echoed off the walls as bright white light emitted from his mouth and eyes, forced Trowell into the wall of the cell. A loud crashing sound echoed throughout the basement as he hit the wall. Trowell looked up to see what had happened, only to see Dr. Toller standing over him with his eyes still glowing white. Trowell tried to move his staff so he could fire a beam, but Dr. Toller stepped on the staff.
I am so far advanced than you. I have outgrown the need for a staff, Dr. Toller said, leaning forward. My body is the place my power flows from, and the source of that is the dragon himself. You have no hope of winning.
Then kill me, Trowell said, coughing up blood. The impact on the wall had caused some internal injuries.
You have not suffered enough for your crimes, Dr. Toller said. Per movio.
A circle drew around the two of them, and another white light from the circle shot up and engulfed them. Once they were fully engulfed, the light vanished along with them. The two peered in a flat field. All around the edge of the field was a great forest. The sky was bright blue with white fluffy clouds. With the sun directly over them, a slight breeze blew from the southwest. Trowell was shocked once he realized they had moved from the basement.
Now we shall do more damage to my home while we are here, Dr. Toller said. The winner will return there. The loser will die.
He took his foot off from Trowell's staff and took a few steps back. Trowell not sure of what was going on. However, he did not waste time. Quickly he fired the blue beam at him, but Dr. Toller just extended his right hand and blocked the beam.
"You're going to have to do better than that," Dr. Toller said. "I want to see the depth of your power before I kill you."
"It would be my pleasure," Charles said. "Redimio, orbis of incendia." The jewel at the top of Charles' staff glowed, a brighter orange than before. He lifted the staff and pointed it at Dr. Toller. A ring formed on the ground under him and burst into flames. The flaming ring raised up from the ground, shrank, binding his arms at his sides. "Levitas, Vesica, Offendo," Charles shouted. The jewel changed from orange to yellow as he lifted the staff over his head and pointed it to the sky. A yellow beam shot into the air, into the clouds. The white fluffy clouds quickly began to grow in size and became dark. Lightning flashed with thunder following. Within moments, the sky was so dark, the sun was blocked. The field became very dark. Only light came from the lightning overhead and the flaming ring that bound Dr. Toller. A few minutes after the yellow beam shot into the sky, Charles pointed the staff once again at him. A bolt of lightning, the length of a tractor trailer, shot from the sky and smashed into the ground right where Dr. Toller was standing. Charles jumped back to avoid being struck by the powerful bolt of lightning. "Dr. Toller, you wanted my best," Charles shouted. "You got it. However, I don't know why I hear talking this loud. I am here by myself now." The lightning bolt faded and smoke from the whole area filled the sky. A crater the size of the bolt of lightning now was there. After a few minutes, the smoke began to clear from the breeze. In the center of the crater, a ring of fire floated into the air. Once all the smoke had cleared, Charles realized the ring was not floating. It was still around the lifeless body of Dr. Toller, so he walked over to the body and saw how his robe was now burnt. His head was limp against his chest. "You were supposed to be so powerful," Charles said, "yet you could not defend against my best."
"If that is your best, I feel sorry for you,"
Dr. Toller said as his head raised to stare right into Charles' eyes.
"Ostendo sum alica."
Dr. Toller's eyes flashed orange and the ring of fire vanished, only to reappear around Charles, binding him and his arms at his side. He dropped his staff as the ring began to squeeze him. He shouted out in pain as he dropped to his knees.
"You sorry excuse for a sorcerer," Dr. Toller said. "Now, feel my wrath."
Dr. Toller lifted his hand and Charles stood up, and his feet lifted off the ground. He remained floating a few inches off the ground for a few minutes. The ring continued to squeeze even more. Dr. Toller laughed, seeing his enemy in pain. With his arm still extended, he closed his hand, like grabbing onto the ring but not actually doing so. He turned his wrist and extended his other hand and grabbed onto the ring but not actually doing so. As Dr. Toller turned his wrist, Charles began to turn upside down. Once he had control with his other hand, he lifted that arm into the air. Charles followed the motion he made. Once Charles was floating horizontally above Dr. Toller's head, he whipped his arm down, sending Charles headfirst into the ground. Dirt flew up into the air. Dr. Toller quickly raised him up again and threw him towards the forest. Charles flew through the air and smashed to the several trees before colliding with the ground again. Once Charles was on the ground, the ring vanished from around him. Hurting from the ring and smashing the ground head first and through trees, Charles began to fear for his life, not knowing how to beat a man who could survive a powerful blast of lightning. I cannot win, Charles said to himself. How could he be this powerful? I didn't just
underestimate him. I was plain ignorant to the fact that someone could be more powerful than myself.
Just as staff came flying through the air, landing at his feet. Looking up, he saw Dr. Toller only a few yards away, waiting for him to get back to his feet. Trowell reached for his staff and grabbed it. Pointing it at Dr. Toller, he shouted the only spell he could think of.
Niger Lux Lucius of Nex, Trowell shouted.
A purple ball glowed around the top of his staff with black lightning coming off from it. A moment later, the ball fired a beam right at Dr. Toller and hit him right in the chest. He fell to the ground, moaning.
Arg!
Dr. Toller shouted. I hurt him? Trowell said. I'm surprised that did anything. Here's my chance to take control of this battle.
Redimio Chains of Vita.
From the ground under Dr. Toller, chains shot out of the ground and wrapped around him, holding him to the ground. Once he was bound where he was, on the ground, the chains began to glow gold.
Arg!
Dr. Toller shouted. I would not try to get free, Trowell said, standing up. Those chains are draining you of your life as we speak. The more you move, the more they drain from you. The closer you get to death, the more painful it becomes. However, I'm not going to wait to kill you. You are too powerful, and you might be able to escape before that happens. So, I will end this before you get a chance to do that.
Go ahead and try,
Dr. Toller said.
Vita Ripio,
Trowell shouted, raising his staff, pointing the jewel end at Dr. Toller. A golden beam fired from the end of the staff and hit Dr. Toller right in the chest. The bright gold rays coming off of the chains began to be pulled across the beam into Trowell's staff. The longer the beam stayed connected, the more pain Dr. Toller felt and screamed. I am going to weaken you to the point there is no way you can survive. I am taking the life the chains are taking and gathering it in my staff. This will strengthen my attack. I am going to use to kill you.
Try your worst,
Dr. Toller said in between screams of agony. You asked for it, Trowell shouted. Solo Flama of Nex. The golden beam that was attached to the chains vanished, and a brighter golden ball formed around the tip of Trowell's staff. After a few minutes, the glow became so bright, Dr. Toller could not look at it. As soon as the ball of energy reached its brightest, gold flames burst around it. Without warning, the gold energy surrounded by flames fired from the tip and smashed into Dr. Toller's chest, shattering the chains and sending him flying through the air, before crashing to the ground a few hundred yards away. Trowell began to laugh to see his enemy finished off in such a horrible way. A stronger breeze began to blow towards him, causing the body of Dr. Toller to roll over so he was face up. The tip of his staff began to glow a light green as he pointed at the body. I am going to take your soul so I can personally throw it into the lake of fire once Monono has taken the throne from the Almighty, Trowell said. Dr. Toller's chest began to slowly rise and fall, revealing the life that had yet to leave him. A few moments later, he began to slowly get to his feet. From the look of the way he stood, Trowell's last attack had little or no effect on him.
Impossible!
Trowell shouted.
Is that all you've got, weakling?
Dr. Toller shouted.
You're going to have to do better than that.
That's fine, Trowell replied. Let's see if you can take another one of those attacks.
Solo Flama of Nex.
The golden flaming beam shot from the tip of the staff and flew towards Dr. Toller faster than before. Within moments, the beam smashed into a force field which he had put up in front of him. Trowel was shocked to see that he was able to block the attack. "That is how you survived the attack?" Trowel said. "Well, let's see if you block this attack." Trowel lifted his staff over his head, closed his eyes, and began to chant something to himself. The lightning in the sky began to flash rapidly. With a jump, he flew high into the air. While in the sky, lightning struck the jewel end of his staff hundreds of times, causing a huge glowing ball to form. Suddenly, Trowel stopped chanting whatever he was saying and opened his eyes. He dropped to the ground at a fast speed. Just before he was to hit the ground, he brought his staff down and shoved it into the ground as he hit. The glowing ball on top rushed through the staff into the ground. Within seconds, the energy was gone. Dr. Toller began to laugh that his attack failed when the ground beneath him began to shake. With a giant eruption, a beam 6 yards wide shot up from the ground, engulfing him. The beam shot into the sky for several minutes before fading. All that was left of the area was a large bottomless hole. Smoke bellowed from it for a few moments after the beam faded. Trowel's eyes widened as the smoke cleared. Dr. Toller was floating in the air over the hole with more of his robe burnt and destroyed. "You couldn't have survived that," Trowel shouted. As he stared at his enemy, he realized he was hurt by the attack more than he had thought. Realizing this could be his chance to end the battle, he jumped into the sky with his staff end glowing with a light blue energy swirling around it. Dr. Toller looked up into the sky and saw Trowel flying towards him with a spell ready to fire when he got closer. Knowing that if he had let him hit him now, he could possibly lose. Just as Troll was only a few yards away, Dr. Toller's eyes exploded with bright blue energy. Trowel was instantly stopped in midair as if caught in a net. Several colors flashed around him, each hitting him with great power. They started slowly but quickly became faster. After several colors had flashed over him a few times, he fell to the ground with a crash. As he hit the ground, he dropped his staff, which rolled down to his feet. Dr. Toller slowly began to walk over to the body of Trowel. "I have done so very little to him," Trowel said to himself. "Only 2 attacks have actually done damage to him. Wait, Niger Lux Lucius of Nex, that was the first attack that hurt him. He wasn't able to block it. If I made it stronger with a direct shot, I could kill him." Trowel reached for his staff and grabbed it, pointed it at Dr. Toller, and shouted the spell once again. "Gigantic Niger Lux Lucius of Nexus," he shouted. A purple glow returned to the tip of his staff, but was 4 times the size. More black lightning came off from it, as well as red and blue lightning. The ball began to spin from the power gathering. A few moments later, it shot from the staff and flew towards its target. Dr. Toller slowly got back to his feet as the beam flew at him. He looked up just as the beam collided with him. The beam went right through him. "Got him," Trowel said.
"Actually, you missed,"
Dr. Toller said from behind him. He turned around and saw him standing a few feet from him. Trowel jumped back to his feet even though he was hurt. He tried the attack again and pointed his staff at him.
"You sure he's the one you want?"
said a voice from his left. Trowel turned his head and saw Dr. Toller standing there.
"Or am I the one you want?"
Came the same voice from his right. When he turned, there was Dr. Toller again. He quickly looked and saw 3 Dr. Tollers. Then he turned around and saw 3 more, making a total of 6.
"So, which is the one you want?"
The Dr. Toller directly in front of him said. Not thinking, Trowel fired his attack to his right. The beam went right through that Dr. Toller, so he fired to the one to the left, only to see the same result. He continued this until he hit all Dr. 6 Tollers with the attack with no effect. Trowel finally fell to the ground tired, sore, and hurt. He began to breathe heavily, trying to catch his breath. While he did that, the 6 Dr. Tollers merged back to one. He stood there laughing to see the supposedly most powerful sorcerer in the world was breathing his last few breaths.
"You fool," Dr. Toller said. "I told you, I know things that you could only wish to know. Now you see, you are no match for me. You can die now."
I'm out of power, Charles said to himself. I could maybe pull off something here small, but what would that do but delay what is sure to come?
"Terra elementum ray,"
Dr. Toller shouted. A flash of lightning overhead struck the ground only a few feet behind Dr. Toller. It set the grass ablaze and roared to life. Right after that, the rain began to pour, but the fire did not shrink in size, but kept on burning. Charles could not believe what he was seeing. An orange ball came from the fire and flew to the hand that Dr. Toller had in front of him, with the palm facing the sky. A similar blue ball emerged from the small puddle that had formed around his feet. Then 3 more balls appeared, a green one from out of nowhere, and a black and white one from the sky. The 5 balls formed a circle floating around the palm of Dr. Toller. Dr. Toller had a huge grin on his face. However, one could also tell that he was concentrating heavily on what he was doing. His eyes did not blink, and he stared right at the 5 balls.
"Troll," he said, "you see the 5 balls. Each one represented an element: fire, air, water, light, and darkness. Combined, this attack could kill anyone, even me. However, now you will be the one who feels this attack's power. Now die."
Dr. Toller extended his arm, pointing right at Troll. The 5 colored balls merged together, forming a glowing golden ball of energy. The ball flew towards Troll with great speed. "Professio Locus," Troll said without thinking. Instantly, Dr. Toller and himself traded places. Troll appeared where David had stood, and David where Troll lay. Dr. Toller appeared just in time to have the elemental ball smash right into him. With a blinding flash, Dr. Toller was engulfed by his own attack.
"Ah!"
Dr. Toller shouted. The light faded quickly, and Dr. Toller fell to the ground. Troll had yet to realize that he had avoided the death blow. Once he realized what had happened, he got to his feet. He looked around and began to wonder why he was still there. "Why am I still here?" Troll said. As he turned around, Dr. Toller stood inches from him. His face was badly burned. His robe was the same. Well, what was left of it. He was very weak and could hardly keep himself standing. He raised his right arm with a long dagger in it and brought it down towards Troll's heart. "Shadkin!" Troll shouted as he jumped back with the rest of his strength. Immediately a Shadkin appeared behind Dr. Toller, and with a quick slash, he sliced him in half. As the blade of the Shadkin sliced through the body of Dr. Toller, Troll was engulfed in a bright light. Moments later, he was back in the basement of Dr. Toller's house. "I won," Troll said to himself. "How did I do that?" "What are you talking about?" Natalie shouted. "What's going on out there?" Troll walked back into the cell, seeing Natalie still cuffed to the wall. The look on her face was from shock at the appearance of Troll after this battle. "What happened to you?" "What time is it?" he asked. "I have no clue," Natalie said. "How did you get so badly beaten up when you just walked out of the basement a moment ago?" Chapter 18. Found. Troll walked up the stairs of the basement to the long hall. After closing the door, he walked down the hall to the living room where Monono was standing, looking out the window. "We have a problem," Troll began.
Oh,
Monono said.
what would that be?
The dragon now wants the scroll and the girl, Trell continued. I just barely survived a battle against Dr. Tola, who just happened to be a servant of the dragon.
I am not surprised to find this out,
Monono replied.
There are many followers of the beast, and I and the other coven leaders do not know of. He shields them from our knowledge.
Oh, Trell said. So, how are we going to get out of this mess?
What mess would that be?
Monono asked. This trap that the dragon has set for us, Trell said.
I have no doubt that the dragon set a trap for me,
Monono said.
However, you cannot rely on what that idiot Tola said. The dragon does not want anything to do with the girl and the scroll. If he did, he wouldn't have used the scroll when he found the girl.
So, we don't have to worry about the dragon, Trell said. Then why did he set this trap?
To get the Almighty to act against me,
Monono said.
So he can get rid of me. Because he knew, out of all the coven leaders, I would be the one that would overthrow him if it were to happen.
Oh, Trell replied.
What happened to you?
Monono asked.
You look like you've been in a battle.
Did you just not listen to me? Trell asked. I just finished fighting Dr. Tola. I had no clue he was so knowledgeable in the dark arts.
Well, he was a servant of the dragon,
Monono said.
Also, he was much older than you, so it is only reasonable for him to know so much.
No matter what I did to him, he was hardly hurt, except for 2 attacks, Trell said.
His knowledge allowed him to increase his immunity to powerful magic like yours,
Monono said. The only person who can
actually have hurt him would have been himself.
How did he survive that element attack of his? Trell asked. He said that it was strong enough to kill even him.
I just told you. The only person who could beat him was himself,
Monono replied.
The attack did huge damage to him. However, he most likely used a charm that kept him alive, just in case. Somehow, you reversed the attack back at him. Since he did not know all the abilities you have, he wanted to make sure he didn't die.
The charm clearly did exactly what it was supposed to do, which was to keep him alive. After that attack, he was no match for you.
The charm clearly did exactly what it was supposed to do, which was to keep him alive. After that attack, he was no match for you. That is why, when you summoned the Shadkin, it was able to kill him. If he was still able to use his powers, the Shadkin would have failed.
Since you seem to know everything that happened, Charles said, how come when I returned back to the basement, no time had passed? The girl said that he just left the cell when I returned.
You really need to freshen up on your magic, Troll, Monono said. That world you fought in was created by Tola. That is where he has been hiding until it was time to emerge. It exists in his thoughts, so as long as the creator dies, anyone inside returns to the real world. It's exactly after when they first went in. Old sorcerers used it so they could change the tides of war that dragged on for years.
Oh, Charles said. Well, I have some business to finish with the girl. I'll be back in a bit.
Meanwhile, down in the basement, Natalie tried to get comfortable, now shackled to the wall. She tried to slip free, but the cuffs were too tight to even hope of slipping her hands through.
This sucks, she said. I guess this is what the Almighty meant by I would have to deal with the consequences for my actions.
Actually, he said you would suffer for your actions, said Cyrus as he walked into the cell from the basement. So, I'm guessing that things are going to get worse as we get closer to the end of the conflict.
Oh, great, Natalie said. I should have just stayed here.
Yes, you should have, Cyrus said. However, I come with news that might cheer you up.
Kiana told you about the scroll?
Natalie asked. No, Cyrus said. If she had, I would be getting you out of here now instead of later.
Oh,
Natty said, letting her head drop to her chest. A few moments later, she raised her head again and stared Cyrus in his eyes.
You just said instead of later, didn't you?
Boy, you are slow, Cyrus said. Yes, I said that. The Almighty does want you to be away from the action.
So, when are you going to set me free? Natalie asked.
I'm not sure, Cyrus replied.
Wait, how are you going to get me out of here? Natalie asked. What about Monono? He isn't going to just let you free me.
I know, Cyrus said. Whenever you are to be free, Monono will be kept busy. So until then, just hang around.
Really funny,
Natalie said. A noise from the top of the stairs was heard below in the basement. Natalie realized that someone had been listening in on her and Cyrus's conversation. She quickly began talking to herself like that is all she had been doing. Tron walked down the hall back into the living room after closing the door to the basement.
That girl was talking to someone. She tried to pass it off that she was talking to herself.
She was talking to Cyrus, Monono said. He is a common angel from the righteous army.
How do you know? Tron asked. I saw him fly away. Tron walked over to Monono and stood at his left side looking out the window and saw in the far distance Cyrus flying away. What if he had freed the girl? Tron asked. You didn't do anything to stop him. Our plan would be back to where it was only a few days ago.
Cyrus knows better than to try to free the girl, Monono said. He knows my strength as it is, and as a common angel, He would not stand a chance against the likes of me. He was just doing the dirty work for Michael. They are going to plan a rescue, attempt to free the girl and get her away from us. However, I will be ready and waiting for them. They will not stop my plans this time.
If he was planning not to free the girl, Charles said, what was he doing here?
More than likely, telling her the plan of how they will get her out.
Monono said.
The Almighty fears me and is trying to stop me from removing him from his throne. He is selfish, caring more about himself than anyone on this planet, like he claims to do.
I would too, Charles said, if I were him. However, soon you will have his throne, and I will be at your left hand. Cyrus was out of their sights. Well, at least Charles. A thought popped into his head, and he thought of how he should phrase the question. After thinking of it for a few minutes, he was about to ask.
He is going to check on the girl's sister,
Monono said.
He wants to make sure she is doing fine alone before he leaves to meet up with Michael.
Then we should have followed him, Charles said. Thanks to you, we lost a chance to get the scroll back.
You're lucky. You are a faithful servant,
Monono said.
If you were taller and had said that to me, I would have killed you. I have already sent the shotgun looking for her hiding place to follow Cyrus. He will wait until after he leaves to get the scroll back.
What if the girl told him that she had the scroll? Charles said a little nervously.
He would have freed the girl already,
Monono said.
They would have risked losing one common angel for a human. Since he did not, shows they still think we have the scroll.
They clearly would have thought we would have killed the girl by now, Charles said. That is, if we had the scroll.
Not when they have false information,
Monono said.
One of the few pieces of information about the Godchild is that the child must be killed on a certain day. That, however, is a lie that I started to fool the righteous army. For the day I found the Godchild.
When was this day? Charles asked.
Tomorrow,
Monono said.
So they will be planning their rescue attempt a little before midnight. When they think I will kill the girl. Unfortunately for them, I will have killed her already and taken that power of the Almighty for myself. Then I will send whatever forces they send into the abyss and continue with my plan.
Perfect, Trowel said. Later that evening, Cyrus flew along and high in the sky, and just reached the turnaround point to where he could safely fly low and fast to reach the cabin without being seen. Like before, he saw where he needed to go and flew as fast as he could towards the spot. He went faster than he did when he had Kiana. The speed he was going now would have killed her instantly. Her body wouldn't have been able to deal with all that pressure. Traveling about 20 times faster than he did with Kiana, he reached the spot within moments. He had covered close to 7 miles within that short amount of time. This time, he didn't stop suddenly when he arrived at the spot. He went right through the branches, causing tons of snapping sounds. He landed 4 feet from the door. Before he moved, he made his wings vanish, then brushed himself off. He was about to knock on the door when he remembered something and ran around the back to a small woodpile. He grabbed a few logs and slowly made his way back to the front door. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, Kiana had been busy reading a book when she heard the snapping sound of the branches. She got up and looked out the window to see what she could see. There was nothing there. She then saw something run by the windows on the side. Kiana jumped and became a little frightened, thinking that it was another dragpent coming to take her back. After a few moments, she drew up enough strength to look out the side window. Again, she saw nothing. Still sure that she saw something pass by the window, she looked again. As she looked the second time, a knock came at the door. Kiana jumped and almost hit the ceiling. Not thinking before she spoke, she called out to see who it was. "Who's there?" cried Kiana.
"It's Cyrus," said a voice. "Let me in. My hands are full with logs for the fire."
Kiana grabbed the door and opened it. Cyrus walked in with Kiana shutting the door quickly behind him. She almost closed the door on his left arm, but he turned to the side to avoid the door.
"You seem a little jumpy,"
Cyrus said.
"I think one of those creatures is outside," Kiana said. "I saw something run past the windows, yet I could not see when I looked at them."
"That was me," Cyrus said. "I had to go around to the back to grab some wood for the fire. Sorry if I scared you. I guess the breaking of twigs and sticks as I came through the trees didn't help much."
Cyrus put the logs of wood next to the fireplace and threw one into the fire. Then he turned and stood and faced Kiana.
"You could say that,"
Kiana said.
"So, did you see Natalie? Is she okay?"
As she grabbed onto his trench coat, she pulled like she demanded to know what was going on outside the cabin.
"Relax,"
Cyrus said, pulling Kiana's hand from his coat.
"She is fine. She is just trying to sort out why all of this is happening. She had a little visit from the Almighty himself in a dream, as well as my conversation with her."
"Please tell me she will be all right,"
Kiana said.
"You will get her out before they kill her."
"Yes," Cyrus said. "Monono knows we are planning a rescue, but he thinks it will be close to midnight when he plans to kill her and open the scroll. However, I'm going to try to free her within a few hours. Something's going to keep Monono and that sorcerer of his busy."
"What are you going to do once you free her?"
Kiana asked.
"I'm going to wait for Michael to come," Cyrus said. "Then we'll go from there. Something tells me this conflict is not going to end without one of us facing Monono in battle."
"Wow," Kiana said. "That would be really cool to see. 2 angels fighting it out to see who wins?"
"Not really," Cyrus said. "Angel battles are one of the worst forms of battle ever. Especially when you have 2 strong ones going at it. So much power and pride on the line. That's why most of the battles are done in a spiritual setting. This way none of the Almighty's people will get caught in the middle of it."
"It seems like my sister and I did,"
Kiana said, reminding Cyrus of their current situation.
Yes, I know. Cyrus said, every now and then humans get caught in the battle, especially when an item or something the fallen army is after falls into the hands of a human.
However,
Kiana said,
they always come out alive in the end, right?
Not always. Cyrus said humans have died from getting caught in the battle. However, if you have the Almighty in your heart and are doing the best you can to live for Him, no matter if you die within the battle, you will be one with the Almighty forever.
Oh,
Kiana said. While Cyrus was inside with Kiana, the Shadkin who followed him by ground was watching from within the darkness of the woods. The Shadkin had been there in the shadows watching for some time. So this is where the girl is hiding, said the voice of the Shadkin through its host. I must inform Master at once. The Shadkin walked back into the woods a few hundred feet to be far enough away from the cabin, then pulled out a small red stone and rubbed it with its fingers. A red glow quickly appeared, and instantly the host's skin vanished. The Shadkin smiled and grabbed another stone from within its armor. The stone was green, and after rubbing it, a tint of green glow was visible from the darkness. The creature dropped the green jewel where it stood, then vanished into the shadows. Within moments, the Shadkin emerged in the living room of Dr. Toller's house, where Troll and Monono were still talking. Monono quickly noticed the creature had appeared and turned his attention to it.
Why are you here?
Monono asked. In a screechy high tone, the Shadkin responded.
I found the hiding place of the girl in the scroll,
said Shadkin.
They are in a cabin on the other side of the mountain, which is covered by trees.
So, you have the scroll? Troll asked.
No,
said the Shadkin, facing Troll. Then what are you doing here? Troll said in an angry voice. Go get it before you miss your chance.
Easy, Monono said. The Shadkin was making sure that if it fails to get the scroll and the girl, we know where she is and can get it ourselves.
Oh, Troll said. Cyrus must still be with the girl, so that is why it came here?
Yes,
Monono said. But where is its host? Troll asked. The Shadkin opened its hand and showed him the red jewel that was glowing so brightly.
You see, Monono said, the Shadkin use the Quinn jewels for certain tasks, such as holding in a host body while they move through the shadows. It all depends on the color of the jewel. The red ones hold their hosts, while the green ones allow the Shadkin to move instantly back to the place where the jewel is. The other colors do other things, but they are not used as much.
Okay, Troll said.
Master,
said the Shadkin.
I must return to the cabin.
Go, Monono said. Wait until Cyrus leaves and is far enough away before you move in.
The Shadkin shook its head and vanished, and reappeared in the woods near the cabin. The Shadkin appeared out of the jewel before the jewel stopped glowing. The Shadkin crushed the red Quinn jewel, and its host body returned. It picked up the green jewel and placed it in its pocket and returned to its hiding place, waiting for the time to strike.
I must go,
Cyrus said.
When are you going to free my sister?
Kiana said. Soon.
Please don't go.
Kiana said.
I have to.
Cyrus said, if I miss this chance, then there might not be another one to get Natalie free without having to face Winona in battle.
Okay,
Kiana said.
Are you going to bring Natalie back here once you free her?
That's the plan,
Cyrus said.
Sage might show up before I return, so you might not be alone for too long.
Cyrus walked over to the door, opened it, and headed outside.
All right,
Kiana said as she followed after him to watch him take off. She could not get enough of seeing his angel wings. Cyrus walked a few feet from the cabin and spread his wings. With one quick flap, he took off through the sky. He took off through the trees into the sky. Kiana watched in amazement how fast he was able to get into the sky. After a few moments, Kiana turned and headed inside. Once she was in, she turned to shut the door, but before she could get it all the way closed, a boot stopped the door from closing. Kiana didn't see what was stopping the door, so she pulled it open and was about to slam it shut when a hand stopped the door from moving. She looked up and saw Dr. Toller standing in the doorway.
Ah!
I can't scream.
Ah!
Kiana screamed as she tried even harder to shut the door on him. However, her strength could not contend with his. He quickly pushed the door all the way open, which sent Kiana flying to the floor. When she looked up, she noticed that there was something different about him now. She quickly saw it in the eyes. They were completely black and had a strange purplish glow, which creeped her out. That was until she heard it speak.
Where is the skull, you little pest?
Dr. Toll said with a mixture of his voice and that of the Shadkin that dwelled in his body.
You're not the same person,
Kiana said.
You're right,
said the Shadkin.
He has been long dead, and I took over.
You're not one of the dragon creatures, are you?
Kiana asked.
No,
said the Shadkin.
I'm a different creature, and I'm more powerful than those stupid drag pants could even hope to be. I am also more ruthless than they are as well. They enjoy killing people, while I enjoy torturing them before I kill them. Dr. Toller was an exception. Master wanted him dead, so I did what he asked. Now where is the skull?
The Shadkin was now towering over her and breathing its awful breath that smelled like something that had died years ago.
It's in my backpack,
Kiana said, pointing to it over on the kitchen table. The Shadkin rushed over to the kitchen table and ripped it open. Food and water flew everywhere, leaving only the scroll, which it grabbed and then returned its attention to Kiana.
Master said bring you to him,
said the Shadkin.
However, he didn't say you had to be in one piece.
Kiana could not believe what she saw. The left arm slowly started to extend to a long black blade close to 4 feet in length. The Shadkin rushed at Kiana with its new weapon and slashed at her. She quickly jumped towards the door from her kneeling position just before the blade slashed through the floor. Kiana quickly got up and ran out the door into the woods, with the Shadkin right behind her. She tripped and fell to the ground only several feet from the cabin,
When she looked back, the Shadkin was upon her and was bringing down the blade on her body. She closed her eyes and awaited the blow that would take her to be with the Almighty. Chapter 19. Escape? 3 black cars rolled into the driveway of Dr. Toller's house at 9 o'clock sharp. Not wanting to draw any unnecessary attention from anyone in the house, the car lights were off. The cars only pulled into the driveway and pulled off on the yard right behind a tall bush, so the cars were away from the house. Once all 3 cars were parked, the cars were turned off and the driver's front and passenger side doors opened up, and out stepped 6 men, all wearing long black cloaks with a hood over their heads. They walked in front of the cars and gathered together. "Does anyone know why we were summoned here tonight?" one of the cloaked men asked. "As well, why we were not to go to the house but park here?" "Your guess is as good as mine," another replied. "Whoever called me did not sound anything like David," different cloaked men said. "Same here," the other replied. Suddenly a rock flew over the heads of the 6 cloaked men. With a loud crash, the window shattered. All the cloaked men turned towards the woods to see where the rock had come from. On the very edge of the woods stood another cloaked man, but on the sleeves were long red stripes. The man waved them to follow him, before he vanished into the woods. The other 6 men followed after the person who had called them this night. After entering the woods, they lost track of him. A few moments went by before they heard a loud snap of a stick echo off the trees. The 6 men slowly moved through the woods towards the direction the sound came from. A minute later, they saw a person standing near a big rock. They headed towards him, but he took off again, moving further into the woods. Not wanting to lose him, the 6 did their best to keep up. A few of them had to grab their cloaks and pick them up so they could run and not trip. The 6 men did their best to dodge low branches, rocks, potholes, and branches on the ground. 5 minutes after entering the woods, the 6 noticed a light not far up ahead. Once again, they lost track of the person they had been following. They decided the light up ahead was their best bet. A minute later, they came to a small clearing in the woods with several large rocks all around it. It was the rock quarry that Natalie had found when she escaped for a short time. The fire in the middle had been started and was roaring, unlike the night before when Natalie had used the same place for a fire. Standing a few feet from the fire stood the cloaked man who had summoned them. The 6 men walked over and knelt before him. "You summoned us, Daniel," one of the cloaked men said. "I did," the cloaked man replied, removing his hook. "I did," the cloaked man replied, removing his hood. "Why have you called us here tonight?" another asked. "Our beloved leader, Dr. David Toller, is dead," Daniel answered. "My friends, please, do not kneel." "We were just doing what is commanded of us when we approach a leader of the coven," another cloaked man replied. "Carl," Daniel said, "I know, but we have a little time and much to do. Please stand and remove your hoods." The cloaked men nodded their heads and stood as they pulled off their hoods. Daniel looked over who was there and quickly realized 2 were missing from the 8 he had summoned. "I see," he said. "Jason and Jeremy have joined them." "What are you talking about?" asked Carl. "As you know, a few days ago, David and I met the fallen angel, Monono," Daniel began. "Well, I must let you know that was a trap our master had been planning for. It turns out the plan was a trap not just for Monono and his servant Trowel, but for us as well." "What do you mean?" another cloaked man asked. "Well, Steve," Daniel said, "we are to die in the trap." What? The 6 men replied.
Yes, Daniel replied. David realized this too soon. He was killed in battle against Troll. They fought to the death in a magic challenge.
There was no way David could have won, another coven said.
Actually, Tim, he dominated the battle. Daniel said it was due to some unfortunate turn of fate that he lost. When I heard he was dead, I realized I was not far from the same fate.
Well, why are you telling us this? Another member asked.
I fear for your souls, Daniel said. Mark, Tim, Steve, Erin, Justin, and Carl. You have no clue what our coven really is. The master I talked about is none other than the great dragon himself, the angel who led the rebellion in heaven.
What? The 6 men said.
Yes, Daniel continued. When David was killed, I realized I was on the wrong side. The dragon has no love for us and would dispose of us once we have completed what he needed us for. I am afraid that David and I have reached that point. That is why I have gone to the Almighty himself and asked him to forgive me for my actions.
Why?
Carl said. I stand here before you, a member of the Almighty's army.
Daniel said.
Traitor?
Justin said.
Call me what you will, Daniel replied. That, however, is not why I have called you here tonight. David gave me orders what to do if he should die. Even though I am no longer part of this cult and its beliefs, I shall honor my friend's last request.
Which is? Erin asked.
To get the girl who is being held in the basement and take her to a place where Monono cannot find her, Daniel said. I know that by doing this, I may be falling right into the trap the dragon has set for me. However, my soul shall not be his. If you are a traitor to the coven, why do you want us here? Mark asked. I need your help, Daniel answered. You 6 are all that is left of the coven. All the other members have either joined Monono and been killed by David before he was killed by Monono, killed the ones who refused to join him. Your leader has given his last requests, and you are bound by the oath you took when you came into the cult.
You do know that betraying the coven, you are to be killed, Tim said.
I know, and if you feel that you must do that, once we are done with task, you are free to do so, Daniel said.
Good, Mark said, because I do feel that I must do it. However, like you said, it can wait until we finish our task.
Then we are agreed, Daniel said.
Yes, the 6 men said together.
Good, Daniel. Here is the plan.
Wait a second, Erin said. Who said you were the leader? Erin's right, Steve interrupted. You've betrayed the coven. You must forfeit your leadership.
I happily do so, Daniel said. However, I am the only person here that knows what has been going on in that house since the beginning. I have a plan already, and unless any of you come up with a plan within the next 3 minutes, you should listen.
Why 3 minutes? Carl asked.
These grounds are constantly covered by creatures not of this world, Daniel said. Eventually, one of them will spot your cars and realize something is up. Why do you think I took you all so far into the woods?
I hate to say it, guys, Tim said. We have no other option than to listen to him.
You're right, Erin said. All right, tell us the plan.
Good, Daniel said. Monono and Troll are constantly in the living room or the basement. They are waiting for the scroll to be returned to them. I have no clue where they are in that, but as soon as it is returned, they are going about with their plans. So Carl and Steve, you will go back the way you came to the edge of the property and follow it until you are on the other side of the house. Once there, Carl, you will stay in the woods and keep watch. Steve, you will enter the basement door and get the girl. The rest of us will sneak into the house and keep an eye on Monono and Troll.
How will we know when the girl is free? Asked Tim.
We will all have a radio with an earpiece, Daniel said as he pulled out 6 small radios with an earpiece and plugged into the side. Only mine, Carl's, and Steve's can talk. When both Carl and Steve are in the car and on the road, they will radio me. Then we will sneak out of the house and get away from this place. What if I see one of those creatures that is patrolling the grounds? Carl asked. Stay hidden as best as you can, Daniel said. Also, radio Steve and let him know so he doesn't happen to walk out with the girl as it's passing by.
Okay,
Carl said. Oh, yeah, Daniel said. Steve, make sure you close the doors after you get inside and leave. If one of those creatures sees the doors open, they will investigate. As stupid as they might be, they'll know if the girl is missing or not. We don't want them to know until as late as possible.
Is that all?
Asked Mark. No, Daniel said. Carl and Steve, head out. We will not be far behind. I want to talk to Mark, Tim, Erin, and Justin, and about how we are going to get in the house.
Okay, Steve said as both Carl and Steve raised their hoods and slowly began to make their way towards the house.
Carl and Steve,
Daniel said. The two stopped and turned back around facing Daniel.
As well as the rest of you, Daniel said. You are all going into the danger, and your lives will be on the line. I beg you, before you begin your task, that you would seek the Almighty and ask Him to forgive you.
Both Carl and Steve just turned around and headed through the woods back towards the house. After 5 minutes, they reached the edge of the woods. To make sure they were not seen, they headed 10 yards into the woods and began to make their way towards the side of the house. A few minutes later, they reached the oak tree that Natalie used for cover when she was trying to rescue her sister. They waited there for a few minutes before checking to make sure no creatures were in sight. Carl ran towards the backyard to see if there were any there, while Steve checked the front yard. A few minutes later, they met back at the oak tree.
Clear in the back.
Same in the front, Steve said. I'm going in. Keep a sharp eye.
I will,
Carl replied. Steve peered around the oak tree for one last check. Then he was off, running full speed through the woods into the yard and over to the basement doors. He grabbed a hold of the handle of the right door and pulled it up. With a squeak, the door opened and he jumped inside, pulling the door shut. I am in, Steve said, speaking to the microphone so the others knew where he was.
Good, Daniel replied. We are in the house and making our way towards the living room. Keep us informed when you are making the run with the girl and when you are on the road.
We'll do, Steve said. Steve slowly made his way over to the other side of the basement where the cell was, expecting to see bars where Natalie was being kept. He was shocked not to see any. He quickly noticed in the far right-hand corner there was a doorway. He walked over to it and peered inside. Natalie had her head against her chest, sleeping soundly, even though her arms and legs were still bolted to the wall. To make sure no one was coming, he pushed the button on the mic and called Daniel. I found the girl, Steve said. making sure that no one is coming.
We are still moving into position, Daniel said. I hear both Trowel and Monono in the living room. However, any coven members David might have missed could be in the house still. I'll do my best to warn you if something is headed your way.
Okay, Steve said. Steve moved into the cell and walked over to Natalie and tapped her on the top of her head. When she did not wake up, he leaned forward and whispered in her ear.
Wake up,
he said, loud enough for her to hear but no one else. Still, she did not wake up, so he tried it again, but louder. After 2 more tries, he got tired of it and grabbed both her shoulders and began to shake her. Her head flew up and eyes shot open. Seeing Steve standing in front of her, with his hood over his head, scared her. She opened her mouth and began to scream, but he clapped his hand over her mouth before she could make a sound. I am not going to hurt you, Steve said. I'm here to get you out of here. I am going to take my hand off your mouth now. Why are you trying to help me? Natalie asked. It was my master's last request, Steve said. There is no time for questions. If you tell me where the keys are, I'll get you down off the wall. I think they might be out in the other part of the basement, Natalie said. However, I'm not sure if there are any keys. However, it was too late. Steve was already back out in the basement looking to see if he could find the keys to the cuffs. He walked over to the workbench and began to search the drawers. Meanwhile, back in the house, Daniel and the other coven members had taken their places where they could watch Monono and Trowel. Monono was still standing at the window, staring at the mountain, waiting as patiently as he could for the scroll to return. Trowel was sitting on the couch eating some chicken made by the chef. He had changed his clothes from what he was wearing in the battle with David. He now had a white button-down shirt with no collar and blue jeans with holes all over. Around the ankle, they were rolled up. The pants were clearly not his own.
How long has it been since we heard from the Shadkin?
Monono asked. I am not sure, Trowel said. Just be patient, Monono. The creature will be back soon. Even if it was killed, we know right where the girl is, so we can storm the place with hundreds of them and take the scroll.
Wait patiently,
Monono said, turning and facing Troll.
I have been patient. I've been waiting for 6,000 years for this day. The scroll is so close to me now. I will not wait for it to be taken from me. Also, if they did not kill the Shadkin, don't you think they would move the girl to another location?
No, Troll said. That didn't cross my mind. It makes sense. Maybe we should send a few more Shadkins to make sure everything is all right.
That's the first smart thing you've said all day,
Monono said.
Too bad it came this late in the game.
Suddenly, in the right-hand corner of the room, the Shadkin appeared, holding the scroll in his left hand. Monono was shocked to see the creature still alive. He walked over to it and grabbed the scroll. What took you so long? Trowel asked.
I ran into some trouble,
the creature answered. Is that why you didn't
bring the girl?
Monono asked.
Yes,
the Shadkin answered. What kind of trouble did you get in? Trowel asked.
Me
the Shadkin began.
It doesn't matter,
Monono said.
We have the scroll now. Whoever it was will be no match for me once I have the Almighty's power.
What about the other girl? Troll asked.
Look at the scroll,
Monono said. The scroll had a faint orange aura around it. Monono held it up so Troll could see. Both of them could not believe what they were seeing. What's happening? Troll asked.
I heard that scroll glows when the Godchild is near,
Monono said.
I did not believe it was true, but here it is, glowing. That just shows we have no need for her. The girl we need is downstairs.
Then what are we waiting for? Troll said. Monono dismissed the Shadkin before he and Troll made their way towards the long hallway. Daniel realized that he had yet to hear from Steve that he had gotten Natalie out of the house. He knew he was going to have to stall, so he drew a long dagger from within his cloak and ran up behind Troll and put the tip of the dagger to his throat.
Move and I'll send him to burn in the lake of fire,
Daniel said. Monono turned to see Daniel holding Troll from around the neck with the dagger tip poking his carotid artery. His hood was still draped over his face, making it hard to see who it was. But Monono knew exactly who it was.
You fool,
Monono said.
Do you really think that threatening to kill him will get me to surrender to you?
I will kill him if you move, Daniel said, peering out from behind his hood.
You do not understand,
Monono said, taking a step closer.
If you kill him, then there will be nothing to prevent me from getting you. Actually, there's nothing standing in my way now. So if I kill my own servant, I can just raise him from the dead once I have the Almighty's power.
Realizing that what he had done was foolish, Daniel took a step back, bringing Troll with him. He pressed the dagger hard into his neck, just enough so a little bit of blood slowly rolled its way down his neck.
I know that David is dead,
Daniel began, trying to buy time for Steve to get Natalie free.
You should know that the plan my master has for you is working perfectly. Everything is going to plan. If you think that you will take the Almighty's power, you are mistaken.
You know nothing of your former master's plan,
Monono said. You know, Daniel said.
How could I not?
He replied.
It's all over you. His glow is surrounding. Too bad the side you picked is the losing side.
As much as I would love to kill him right now, Daniel said, you're more of the threat. Daniel threw Troll to the ground and charged Monono with the dagger, still clutched in his fist. As he reached him, he raised the dagger and shoved the whole blade into his heart. As the blade pierced the flesh of Monono, a very powerful spark of energy came from his body through the dagger into Daniel's body, killing him instantly. Daniel's lifeless body dropped to the floor as Monono pulled the dagger from his chest. He laughed, looking at his own blood drip on the floor.
I guess I forgot to mention,
Monono said.
that when a mortal tries to kill an immortal, the energy from the immortal transfers to the immortal, killing him. Only an immortal can withstand the power transfer. Oh well.
Monono dropped the dagger on the floor and turned and faced the hall. Trowel got back to his feet and walked up to his left side. However, did not move from the spot. He just stared into the hall.
I know you're hiding,
Monono said.
Come out.
Tim, Erin, Justin, and Mark were shocked to hear that Monono knew they were there. Only Daniel revealed that he was hiding, and didn't reveal he was alone.
Come out before I decide to torture you, before I kill you,
Monono shouted. Slowly, the four remaining coven members came out from their hiding places. They stood up looking at each other, out of fear they were about to die. Monono just laughed at the sight of them.
4?
Monono said.
That is all that is left of Toller's cult? Well, the final members are about to die.
The four of them slowly began to walk backwards, hoping they might be able to get away before Monono could kill them. Without hesitation, they all turned and began to run. However, 2 Shadkins appeared blocking their way. Knowing their end had come, they decided to fight. They charged the creatures and attacked. Mark pulled 2 daggers like Daniel had from his cloak and shoved them into the chests of both creatures. 2 powerful shocks shot through the blades into his body, sending him flying across the room and smashing him through the coffee table. When the others saw this, they realized they could not win no matter what they did. Both creatures raised their blades on their right hands and slashed the 3 coven members. They dropped to the floor dead as blood oozed out of the wounds.
Why were they here?
Monono asked. I am not sure, Trowel responded. I didn't even know they were here until we started heading for the basement.
They were watching us,
Monono said.
This whole stunt was a distraction while they freed the girl.
What? Trowel shouted.
Shadkins, to the basement,
Monono shouted.
Kill anything that is not the girl.
The 2 Shadkins vanished as Monono and Trowel ran down the hall towards the door to the basement. You know where the keys are, don't you? Steve said. Tell me where they are. Just then, the loud bang of Trowel being thrown to the ground and the footsteps running towards Monono could be heard. The running front steps suddenly stepped, and a moment later the running front steps stopped suddenly, and a moment later another thud came of the lifeless body of Daniel hitting the ground. They're going to be down here any second, Steve said. If you know where the keys are, tell me. I know they're going to be here soon, Cyrus said. That's why I have no time to deal with you. Cyrus grabbed his sword, pulling it from its sheath. Once his sword was out, he turned it into a dual end and smacked Steve in the chest with it very lightly. However, to him it was like getting hit by a baseball bat swung by a pro. Steve fell to the ground and was out. Not wasting any time, Cyrus rushed over to the cell and walked inside. Natalie was thrilled to see him. But before she could say anything, he bent over and grabbed the cuffs around her ankles and easily snapped them off. He did the same to the cuffs around her wrists. She fell to the ground, but Cyrus helped her up. Once on her feet again, Natalie gave him a big hug. The crashing sound of Mark smashing through the coffee table came. Cyrus grabbed Natalie's hand and took off towards the basement doors. Once they were there, the 2 Shadkins appeared and quickly spotted them. 6 more appeared and charged after them. Cyrus threw open the basement doors with his free hand and jumped up the steps, pulling Natalie with him.
Once his feet hit the ground, he took off running towards the woods. He began to pull Natalie in close to him so he could take off into the air. When she was almost to him, her hand slipped and she fell to the ground. He stopped and helped her back to her feet. A scream came from the woods, and both Natalie and Cyrus looked up to see a shadkin walking out of the woods, holding the lifeless body of Carl. When it spotted them, it dropped him and flew at them. Two more joined it as it charged them. Cyrus's path was blocked now. Suddenly, two of the oncoming shadkins fell to the ground and melted into darkness. The third shadkin joined the other two a moment later. When Natalie looked to see who killed the creatures, she was surprised to see Sage standing in their place, with a light blue crystal sword raised in the air. However, there was something different about him now. He was wearing the same outfit Cyrus was wearing. Black trench coat, armor under it, with black baggy cargo pants. The only difference was that Sage's trench coat was sleeveless. "Sage!" Natalie shouted as she began to run towards him.
"Not now," he said. "Cyrus, get her out of here and to the safe haven."
"Yes, Michael,"
Cyrus said. Cyrus pulled Natalie close to him. She put her right arm around his neck as he scooped up her legs with his left arm and placed his right arm behind her back. Immediately after picking her up, his two bright white wings shot out of his back. With a quick movement of his wings, he took to the air. As Cyrus took to the sky, the 8 shadkins in the basement reached the stairs. They did not see Cyrus, but quickly saw Sage, standing, watching Cyrus fly away. They charged him with their blades, ready to slash when they reached striking distance. They slashed at him, only for him to roll out of the way. 2 of the shadkins quickly rebounded with their hands and tried to grab him. Sage, who just got up on one knee, hardly saw the incoming attack. They grabbed his coat and pulled him towards them, but Sage sliced through their arms and followed up with a quick slash through their bodies. The remaining 6 surrounded him, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Monono standing at the edge of the basement doors, looking into the sky. 3 dragpants appeared and took off into the sky after Cyrus. Sage knew he had to go after them. He pulled out his sword to his chest and grabbed it with both hands. The glow burst into orange flames. He quickly turned the sword upside down and jammed it into the ground. The flames shot out of the sword into the ground and shot up out of the ground in a circle where the 6 shadkins were. They all caught fire and faded into the abyss. Wasting no time, Sage spread his wings and shot into the air after the 3 dragpants who were following Cyrus. Sage could see them just in the distance and flapped his wings and shot even faster through the air to catch up with the winged beasts.
Chapter 20. Safe Haven.
"Where are we going?" Natalie asked. "We have flown past 2 mountains already."
"We're being followed," Cyrus said. "Dragpants are on our tail, and I'm not sure where Sage is. He still might be fighting the shadkins. More could have appeared for all we know. Hold on tight. I'm going to try to hide below in the trees."
"Okay,"
Natalie said. Cyrus began to fly high into the sky at a very fast speed. He flipped upside down on his back and was facing the ground. Natalie could see all the stars and the bright moon for a brief second before. Cyrus started swooping down towards the ground, doing a loop as he gained speed, heading right for the trees on the mountain. Once he reached the trees, he swung his legs under him, so he went down straight. They vanished into the trees only seconds before the dragpants came into sight. They clearly did not see Cyrus fly into the trees, since they flew right past them.
"It worked," Cyrus said. "They went right past us."
"Should we get going?"
Natalie asked.
"Not yet," Cyrus said. "I want them to continue on so they will not see us as we leave. Also, there could be more to come."
Just as Cyrus got done speaking, a white streak flew by the trees. It was Sage, heading after the dragpants. Cyrus realized who it was and quickly took to the sky.
Once in the open air, he shouted out in a strange language that Natalie could not understand. Sage stopped instantly and turned to see the figure of Cyrus way back. He flapped his wings and flew over to them.
"Where are the drag pents?"
Sage asked.
"They flew over us," Cyrus said. "We were hiding in the trees just in case you were still back fighting with the Shadkins." "Good thinking," Sage said. "Cyrus, you need to head for the safe haven. You know, the one in the mountains. I'll take care of the drag pents. I fear more are to follow. Monono is not going to give in this easily. He just wants the power of the scroll just as bad as he wants the throne of the Almighty." "Okay," Cyrus said. "We'll see you there."
Sage began to turn to follow after the drag pents when Natalie spoke up. "Sage," Natalie said, "I'm sorry for not believing you."
"I understand," Sage said, still with his back to her. "It's hard to believe when you do not see things like this in everyday life. Just remember, if you cannot see something, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist."
"I understand," Natalie said. "You are not mad at me, are you?"
"No," Sage said. "However, you need to go now. If Cyrus gets caught by any more drag pens, he won't be able to fight them as long as he has you in his arms."
"All right," Natalie said.
"They heard you call," Sage said. "They're coming back this way. Quickly, Cyrus."
"Right," Cyrus said. With a great flap of his wings, he took off to the north with Natalie. With the possibility of more drag pens on his way, Cyrus was not taking any chances. He flew even faster than when he carried Kiana, knowing if he went any faster, Natalie would die. They quickly covered a great distance and were out of sight of any creatures that might try to follow them. Cyrus slowly began to slow his speed so he would not risk Natalie's life and continued toward the safe haven. Sage did not have to move from his spot since the 3 drag pents were coming right for him. He knew they would come ready to strike him down the moment they could see him. So he readied his sword to be the first to strike. The creatures came into sight with still a good distance to cover when Sage turned around and saw something in the very far distance of the mountains. "Just my luck," Sage said. "A huge mass of these stupid creatures are coming right for me." There had to be at least 50 to 60 drag pents, all set on bringing Natalie to their master. However, the first 3 would reach him first, so he quickly returned his attention to them. Within moments, the 3 came in for their attack, with their claws ready to strike. The closest of the 3 reached Sage first, and swooped in and slashed at him. Sage dodged the attack by flapping his wings and moved just enough so that the creature flew right under him. A mistake that the drag pent paid dearly for. Sage shoved his sword right through his back, killing it. The other 2 flew in to attack while he was distracted. Sage quickly rotated the sword so the blade was facing out, then kicked the drag pent as he pulled the sword up. The creature flew to the ground, as Sage turned and pulled the sword into a slash that caught the other 2 across their chests, killing them. They joined their fellow drag pent hurtling to the ground. With those 3 dead and heading to the abyss, Sage grabbed a rag from the pocket of the trench coat and cleaned the blood off the blade. Once it was cleaned, he turned his attention to the oncoming flock of drag pents. "Well, I can see there are about 60 of them," Sage said to himself as he floated in the air, awaiting the flock to reach him. "Only one of me, and there is no telling how many more could be coming after this. I have no choice." Sage pulled his sword in front of his face, which was lighted up by the bluish glow coming off the sword. He closed his eyes and waited for the flock of creatures to come within striking distance, which did not take very long. The flock arrived only moments after Sage closed his eyes. The closest dragpens flew past him to see what he would do. When they saw he did not attack, they turned around, ready to strike, as those still approaching with the same idea. Sage's eyes flung open, as they were glowing white with the bluish tint where the pupil was. His hair turned bright blue, and a white glow came off his body. After opening his eyes, his lips began to move.
"In the name of the Almighty," Sage said, "empower my sword with your glory."
Holding firm with his right hand, he extended his right arm above his head. As soon as he did so, the white light, so bright and pure, lit up the sky like it was day. The light engulfed all of the dragpens, which burst into flames and turned into ashes. The light was visible for miles around. Only those within a few miles of the light would have died at the sight of it being so pure. After a few moments passed, the light vanished, and the flock of dragpens was gone. Sage returned his sword to its sheath. As his hair and eyes returned to normal, and the glow faded, once his sword was resheathed, he took off after Cyrus and Natalie. Finally, after a long flight of being chased by evil creatures, Cyrus sat down on top of a mountain, where he landed just above where the trees ended, and it was all rocks. Right next to the post, it was a small path that led up to a cave only 30 feet away. He lowered Natalie's feet until they touched the ground before he let go of her. Once she felt the ground under her, she let go of Cyrus's neck. "Where are we?" Natalie asked. "I thought we were going to Safe Haven."
"We did," Cyrus said. "Welcome to the Safe Haven in these parts. It's a cave, which is not known by any human. Planes that fly over these parts never see it, so it was the perfect place to put one."
"I am not sleeping on rocks," Natalie said.
"You really don't have a choice," Cyrus said. "It's either sleeping on rocks or going back to Monono and dying."
"Those rocks seem more comfortable by the second," Natalie said. "Now that you speak of what I just came from."
"I thought so," Cyrus said. "By the way, I think you'll like it here."
Cyrus folded his wings on his back before they disappeared. Then the two of them walked up the path into the cave. It was very dark inside, and the light of the moon hardly went past the entrance.
"Wait here,"
Cyrus said, walking into the cave and quickly vanishing into the thick darkness. Moments later, several sparks could be seen deep inside. Then suddenly a flame shot up and lit the entire cave. Natalie was amazed at the sight. There were several sleeping bags around the fireplace where Cyrus stood. On the left wall of the cave were two big rocks with a metal grate over them, making a grill. A rope hung in the back of the cave from the left wall to the right wall, holding blankets and towels. Below them were several boxes with the word "food" written across them. "This is amazing," Natalie said, walking into the cave. "You didn't tell me you had all of this here."
"I did not ask," Cyrus said. "Also, for this to be a safe haven, we need to have the supplies to survive. This is not all this place has. In the far right corner is a path that leads down about 20 feet into the mountain, where there's a heated spring."
"Oh, so I could use a bath right now," Natalie said. "After all, I did fall to the ground and got dirty during the rescue."
"Please feel free to clean up," Cyrus said. "However, You might want to hurry up. Sage will be here soon. We'll have much to talk about.
Oh, Natalie said. Then I'll wait until he gets here before I clean up. We're going to stay the night here, right?
Yeah, Cyrus said, walking over to her. While we wait, sit and warm yourself by the fire. I don't know how long it will be before Sage arrives.
So Natalie walked with Cyrus over to the fire and sat and began to get warm. Even though she was sitting as close as she could, she was still cold. Cyrus walked over to the clothesline, grabbed a blanket, and put it over her shoulders. About 20 minutes went by, and Sage finally showed up. He flew past the entrance of the cave before landing in the same spot Cyrus did. He walked up the path into the cave. When Natalie saw him walk in, she jumped up from her spot by the fire, dropping the blanket, and ran over to him, and jumped and gave him a big hug. "Sage!" she shouted. "I'm so glad you're finally here."
So am I,
Sage said. It was only this morning since I last saw you." "Yeah," Natalie said. "However, I've been through a lot. I should have listened to Cyrus and stayed at the hotel." "Yes, you should have," Sage said. "However, you did not, and you know now that you should have. That is what matters. I brought you something." Sage held up a backpack and handed it to her. "What's in it?" Natalie asked. "I stopped at the hotel and grabbed you some clean clothes," Sage said. "I am not sure how long you will have to stay in hiding. There's only enough for 2 days. That will get you through until your parents get back."
So, I guess we're waiting for them to get back?
Cyrus asked. "Yeah," Sage said. "When they return, I will explain to them what is going on. Hopefully, they will take it better than she did." "Then what?" Natalie asked. "What comes after my parents get back?" Sage turned and looked outside the cave into the night sky. He did not respond for several moments. Then he turned and faced Natalie. "Then you, Kiana, and your parents are going to have to move to another safe haven," Sage said. "This new one will be in a location that only I will know. This way, Monono will not be able to fight you. Your family will have to stay there until either Monono is defeated or we can get the scroll." "Then why don't you grab some more angels and storm the house and take it?" Natalie asked, upset. "I would love to do that," Sage said. "However, the Almighty is not allowing that. I have already asked for the troops to do that. He said there will be no more angels involved in this conflict. I am guessing it has something to do with you not staying in the cell when you escaped the first time." "You know about that?" Natalie asked. "Yes," Sage said. "Well, then you will just have to beat him," Natalie said. "He will not fight me," Sage said. "He remembers the last time he did. He came close to going to the abyss to take the... He came too close to going to the abyss to take the chance again. He would only face me if he was able to get the power of the Almighty. The only way he would fight me other than that is if he sent his whole coven." "How big is it?" Natalie asked. "Apparently, he has shown us his whole coven," Sage said. "According to the information we had, I have already sent the whole coven besides a few of the common angels to the abyss."
You mean his coven has grown?
Cyrus asked. "Possibly," Sage replied. "Either he's been keeping the numbers of his coven a secret, or the numbers have grown greatly in the past few days. He showed us today that his coven is bigger than what we thought." "I thought you angels knew everything," Natalie said. "We know more than you could ever imagine," Sage said. "However, we do not know everything. Only the Father and the Lamb know everything. What they choose to reveal to us is according to the Father's plan. We do what we are told, and as we do, we figure out the information ourselves or are informed. Natalie turned and ran back to the fire. When she got there, she knelt by the fire and began to cry. Cyrus went to comfort her, but Sage raised a hand and walked over to her. He put his arm around her shoulder as they knelt by the fire. She lifted her head with tears rolling down her cheeks. "I don't want to live in seclusion for the rest of my life," Natalie said. "I don't want to wonder if some creature from hell is watching me, just waiting to attack or kidnap me. I just want a normal life, free from this world of yours." "I know," Sage said as he placed his pointer finger of his right hand to her cheek, lifting a tear off her face. "I know you heard from the Almighty. He told you why things happened. He wanted to get your attention." "Well, he got it," Natalie said. "What more does he want?" "He wants your life," Sage said. "He wants you to give up your life to believe in him, to have a life that would be pleasing to him. The Almighty allows bad things to happen in life to test his people. To those who do not belong to him, it is to get their attention. This is not normal by any means, but you are here, and he has succeeded in getting your attention. When are you going to realize that no matter what happens after this conflict is over, the Almighty is the only one who can always be there for you? Please, just think about it. You have a chance to have a relationship with the Creator. We angels are not so lucky. We all envy you. Just think about it." Sage stood up and walked over to Cyrus and motioned for him to follow him outside. Sage continued to walk outside down the path to where he and Cyrus had both landed. Cyrus walked over to Natalie, picked up the blanket, and again placed it over her shoulders. She was still crying, but not as much. After placing the blanket over her shoulders, he whispered something into her ear, which made her turn and look at him. He nodded his head and headed outside the cave. Chapter 21. The Angel's Sword. Sage and Cyrus sat around the fire, staring at the flames dancing freely. An hour had passed since Cyrus and Natalie first arrived at the safe haven. She had been quiet since she and Sage had talked. The tears had stopped rolling down her face, and the way she looked at the fire, something was on her mind. "Sage?" she said. "Yeah?" Sage replied. Why didn't you tell me you were an angel? I thought angels couldn't lie." "I did not lie to you," Sage said. "For as long as you knew me, I had no clue I was an angel, let alone the captain of all angels." "Then, how did you find out?" Natalie said. "That task I was on that I told you about in my note," Sage began. "Well, Cyrus had come to talk to me the night before. After talking to a friend that I actually knew better than I thought, I decided to accept the task, which turned out is how I got my memory back. Cyrus had me looking for my sword, which the Almighty had tied to my memory that I lost." "Well, not really lost. He was the one that blocked my memory. He just decided to make my sword the way I got it back." "Was it hard to find?" Natalie asked. "It was more frustrating than hard," Sage answered. Will you tell me about how you found it?" Natalie asked. "Sure," Sage said. "I've been on the mountain where Dr. Toller's house was 2 days before I knew where the sword was located." "What is that feeling?" Sage asked himself. "Could that be the sword? Cyrus said I was linked to it, and it is calling to me. If it's my sword, why do I know that it is not just the sword? I feel 7 life forms in the exact same area. I better hurry before they take it."
Sage continued forward, and within a few minutes, he walked into a small clearing that was surrounded by trees. What little light was left crept into the opening. At the far end of the clearing near the trees, he could see his sword stuck in the ground. Before he continued, he looked around and grabbed the handle of his sword ready to draw it. Remembering what Cyrus had told him, he started moving forward very slowly, not seeing the life forms he had sensed only a few minutes ago. He got about a fourth of the way to his sword when 3 dragpents jumped out and attacked him, 1 from behind him and 2 from each side. Sage quickly drew his sword and turned and forced it into the chest of the dragpent to his right. With a backflip kick, he knocked the dead creature to the ground and pulled the sword from its chest. Sage landed with his back to the dragpent that was on his left. He quickly had to jump out of the way of that one's attack. Once he landed, he charged the creature jumping onto its back and stuck his blade into the back of its neck. Before the creature fell to the ground, Sage jumped off, pulling the sword out of the creature's neck. As he came down through the air, the last dragpent stood ready to attack. However, Sage was ready for it. As he came down, he jammed the sword into the top of its head. The creature fell over dead, while Sage stood amazed at what he just did. "How did I do that?" Sage asked. That was only 3. I thought I sent 7. Where are the other 4? Before he could take another step, the other 4 jumped out and went to grab him. He grabbed the sword at the top of the other dragpent's skull and chopped off the arm of the 2 of the charging creatures. Followed by a spinning jump, he sliced it across the chest, causing the creature to fall to the ground. One of the remaining 2 dragpents grabbed him and held him for the other to attack. Sage struggled to get free, but was unable to. The other creature came charging, ready to kill him. Just as the dragpent reached him, he raised the sword. Just as the dragpent reached him, he raised the sword and stabbed it right through the heart. The creature fell backwards, and Sage held onto the sword, pulling it out as he killed the creature. Once the sword was free, Sage turned the sword so the blade ran even with his arm, then drove it right back into the dragpent's side. The creature let go, and he spun around, slicing right through its neck. With all 7 dragpents dead, they all burst into black smoke and were gone. "How am I able to do this?" Sage asked himself. "Is that all there is? Are there any more? I don't sense any more creatures. Wait a minute. Those creatures were from my dreams. I cannot wait any longer. I need to know my past." Sage continued to walk towards the sword when 3 Shadkins appeared out of the shadows and stood behind him. He quickly realized that the fight was not over. He turned around only to get hit by the blade of the center Shadkin. The power from the hit sent Sage flying the rest of the way across the clearing, and he hit against a tree. He then fell to the ground and gasped for air. The creature moved towards him, but when he opened his eyes, he saw that he was right next to his sword. The creatures realized where they knocked him and moved even faster to get him. Sage jumped up and grabbed his sword and started to pull, when one of the Shadkins nailed him across the chest, which sent him back into and through the same tree. The blade of that Shadkin left slashed across his chest, from which blood started to gush out as he slowly began to stand. The same Shadkin went to finish him with the final blow. As the blade of the Shadkin was about to hit, Sage blocked and attacked with his sword. The Shadkin was shocked to see the sword. "You helped me pull it out when you hit me," Sage said, looking right into the Shadkin's eyes. As Sage held the sword, stopping the blade from killing him, bright white angel wings shot out of his back. The light was bright, and the Shadkin dropped back to where the other 2 Shadkins were. Sage did not waste any time. Using his strong winds, he flew at them. And before they could even try to block or counter, Sage slashed through all of 3 of them. They fell to the ground and faded away. "Go back to the abyss where you belong," Sage said. "It feels good to be back to normal." However, that was definitely not Monono's whole army. Sage looked at him, his clothes ripped away and dirty from the battle. I need to change, Sage said as he spread his wings and took to the sky.
Wow,
Natalie said. Yeah, Sage replied. I am still feeling the pain from that creature's blade. However, that was not all the story, because after I changed, I had to go save Kiana. The Shadkin found her where she was being hidden. I barely got to her in time, or the creatures would have killed her.
Is she okay?
Natalie asked. She's okay, Sage said. A few bruises and scrapes are all. The Shadkin rushed at Kiana with its new weapon and slashed at her. She quickly jumped towards the door from her kneeling position just before the blade slashed through the floor. Kiana quickly got up and ran out the door into the woods. With the Shadkin right behind her, she tripped and fell to the ground only several feet from the cabin. When she looked back, the Shadkin was upon her and was bringing down the blade on her body. She closed her eyes, awaiting the blow, but it never came. So she opened her eyes, only to see the Shadkin's blade had been stopped by a sword. She looked up to see Sage flying over her, holding tightly onto the weapon as he had used to stop the attack.
Sage!
Kiana said, excited to see him, and then she noticed the wings coming out of his back.
You're an angel?
Sage looked at her and said, Yeah, I'll explain in a minute. Sage quickly forced the blade up and slashed at the Shadkin, forcing it to stumble backwards. Once it gained its balance, it looked down to see a huge slash across its chest, with blood oozing out.
I got what I came for,
said the Shadkin, holding up the scroll. Sage saw it and rushed in and attacked, thrusting his sword into the body, only as the Shadkin faded backwards from the body, avoiding the attack. Sage pulled his sword from the fake lifeless body of Dr. Toller, ready to attack the Shadkin again, but before he could, it faded into the shadows with the scroll. Sage tore a piece of Dr. Toller's shirt off. He wiped his blade clean and returned to Kiana, who was already on her feet, admiring his wings.
Why didn't you tell me you were an angel?
Kiana asked. I just found out today, Sage said. Well, I remembered today. Long story.
I have time,
Kiana said. I don't, Sage said. Cyrus thinks the reason why Monono did not kill Natalie was because he needed to wait until midnight. Actually, it was because he did not have the scroll.
Yeah?
Kiana said.
I should have told him. I forgot that I had it and Natalie's pushed me out the window. I was more worried about her getting caught. Having the scroll escaped my mind.
Well, now they have it, Sage said. Cyrus left to go help Natalie escape. He is going to need my help, especially if they're going to go down to kill her. When he is opening the cell.
You weren't going to leave too?
Kiana asked, grabbing him around the waist so he couldn't leave. I have to, Sage said. Go into the house and stay. Once we have Natalie, I will be back for you. Trust me, you still have that weapon Cyrus gave you.
Yes,
Kiana said and let go of Sage to pull it from her pocket. Use it if any creature comes back, Sage said. Before Kiana could respond, Sage took off through the trees into the sky. Kiana was shocked that he moved faster than Cyrus did. She quickly remembered what Sage had said and ran inside and shut the door. From there, I came to help with your rescue, Sage said.
Wow,
Natalie said. You should try to get some sleep now, Sage said. You're going to need your strength. Sage stood up and walked over to Cyrus and motioned for him to follow him. Sage continued to walk outside down the path to where he and Cyrus had both landed. Cyrus walked over to Natalie and picked up the blanket again and placed it over her shoulders. After placing the blanket on her shoulders, he whispered something into her ear which made her turn and look at him. He nodded his head and headed outside the cave. Cyrus walked out of the cave and down the path to where Sage was waiting for him. As he approached him, he had his back to him. He had head staring up into the night sky, looking at the few stars that were visible. After a few moments, Cyrus decided to leave him alone and started back up to the cave. Beautiful, are they not? Sage said.
You mean the stars?
Cyrus asked. Yes, Sage replied.
Of course they are,
Cyrus said.
Everything the Almighty created is. It represents Him and how perfect He is.
Cyrus, you have no idea what I'm talking about, Sage said.
What are you talking about?
He said. While I was like them, Sage began, the Almighty granted me the pleasure of being as close as possible to man as I could without actually becoming human.
What was it like?
Cyrus asked. We all wish we could experience what they have, Sage said. I got the closest of any of us will ever get. Looking at this sky now makes me wish I could experience it the way I did when I was still like them. To stare up at the night sky and let my imagination run wild on how big the universe is. However, now I look at the sky and I can answer the question.
Well, that should make you feel even more whole, knowing that you could answer the question,
Cyrus said. Not really, Sage replied. There's something about not knowing that is so filling. I could not even begin to explain what it feels like. I feel so bad for them now, so busy trying to learn all they can, when it is such an amazing feeling to know that you actually have no clue. The really sad thing is, they will never experience it. Out of my whole experience as a human, I wish I could have had the experience knowing what the Almighty was like and being able to have that feeling looking at His creation. Sage lowered his head for a few moments, then turned and faced Cyrus and walked over to him. He placed his hand on his shoulder. The experience I had was so incredible. I wish now it did not end, Sage said. However, I am honored to be allowed to experience it. It is now past, and we have a job to do. The reason why I called you here is that we have some work to do.
What is it?
Cyrus asked. Natalie will have to stay in hiding until Monono is defeated, Sage answered. I was not sure how long that could be until I came out here. Tonight, Monono's reign comes to an end. The Almighty has told me nothing on how it will end, but he will be defeated.
What do you have to do?
Cyrus asked. First, Sage began, I need to get Kiana. I left her at the cabin when I helped her out after you left. I was not expecting such a loud escape for Natalie. Now that they have no one, they will go after the one they know where her location is. However, I have a task for you, which is to do your best. Spy on Monono.
Okay,
Cyrus said.
Just watch or engage if they come after Natalie.
No, Sage said. Just watch. I do not want to leave Natalie alone. That is why I am going now. If I'm not back within an hour, you will have to leave her.
Do you think that's wise?
Cyrus asked. No, Sage said. However, I'm not leaving her unarmed. If you have to leave, you are to give her this. Sage pulled out a long crystal dagger, so fine that it was clearly not from this world. A tiny whitish blue glow surrounded the dagger.
You want me to give her the coral dagger?
Cyrus asked.
That is one of the most powerful weapons in existence. Well, next to your sword, that is. If she uses it wrong, she would be killed and in the worst possible death.
I know what could happen, Sage said. However, we have no choice. The Almighty told me to pick a weapon to give to her so she could defend herself. I was thinking of that in case Monono sent his whole coven after us. However, I see that it is not for that reason. I'm just glad that I thought to ask for the dagger instead of now.
I don't like this,
Cyrus said. You think I want to give a weapon to her that if she uses it with even a speck of wrong motive, Sage said, she would be put through a horrific death. She would be put through a horrific death that seems billions of years have passed when it only happens in a second. I think not. You are only to give her this if you have to. If so, then make sure she knows exactly how to use it.
I will,
Cyrus said.
You gonna say goodbye before you leave?
I most likely should not, Sage said. However, with the state she is in, I am not sure she would understand.
Okay,
Cyrus said. The two angels headed back up the path to the mouth of the cave. As they walked, Cyrus put the coral dagger into his coat. Once they reached the top of the path, they both walked into the cave. When they reached the fire where Natalie was, they found her asleep. Not wanting to wake her, Sage bent over, pulled the blanket that had fallen off her back over her shoulders, and gave her a peck on the cheek. Sleep well, Sage whispered into her ear. Then he stood and looked at Cyrus, who had sat down on the other side of the fire. Keep her safe.
I will,
Cyrus said as the two extended hands. They reached past their hands and grabbed each other's forearms.
Move fast.
I will, Sage said. He turned and began to run as fast as he could towards the mouth of the cave. With each step, his speed increased until he was moving extremely fast. As soon as he reached the mouth of the cave, his wings shot out of his back, and he took off into the night sky.
Chapter 22. Diversion.
Natalie,
Cyrus said, poking her to get her to wake up.
Natalie, please wake up.
What?
She responded.
I'm trying to sleep.
You need to get up. This is very important,
Cyrus said.
Have we been found?
She asked, sitting up from the cave floor.
No,
Cyrus answered.
However, it has something to do with that.
Okay.
Natalie said, trying to clear the cobwebs from her head.
What is it?
Natalie turned and faced Cyrus and saw him crouching, but he did not stay that way now that she was awake. She stood up, but for the short moment she caught a glimpse of his face. He looked like he was unsure of what was on his mind.
I need to leave, Cyrus eventually said. Sage is yet to return, and he gave me orders to do no matter what if he returned on time or not.
Where are you going?
Natalie asked.
Can I go with you?
No, he responded. Michael has me to keep an eye on you. Michael has asked me to keep an eye on Monono and his forces. This way we have a heads up on what he's doing.
So, if they find me, you can intervene?
She asked.
No, Cyrus answered. Sage told me only to watch.
Well, when will you be back?
Natalie asked.
I'm not sure,
Cyrus responded.
What if they find this cave?
She asked.
That's why I do not want to leave, Cyrus said. However, I have my orders. I must do. That is why Sage left you a weapon just in case this happened.
A weapon?
Natalie asked.
You mean I will have to fight those creatures if they find me?
Yeah, Cyrus said. However, I would not say fight. More like defend.
What are you talking about?
Natalie said.
I will have to use something I've never used before.
Don't worry about that,
Cyrus continued.
This weapon takes no practice to use. as long as you follow the guidelines.
Cyrus pulled the coral dagger out of his coat. Natalie stood up to get a look at the white crystal dagger, which sparkled from the fire. She became mesmerized by such a fine crystal that was not of this world. Cyrus held it out for her to take. She hesitated, but slowly reached and grabbed the handle. As soon as she touched the handle, its crystal started to glow with a tint of blue. Cyrus let go, and Natalie brought it closer to her face to look at the fine craftsmanship. "How do I use it?" she asked.
There are many ways to use the coral dagger's power, answered Cyrus. However, this dagger is so great that this is a last resort for us. Let me tell you that this power could easily kill you.
"Kill me?" Natalie said, nervous. "Then why did you give it to me?"
All of Monono's minions would not come near you out of fear of being sent to the abyss, answered Cyrus. The power could kill you, but since you are the user, you should be protected. Well, that is, if you follow what I tell you.
"Okay," Natalie responded.
Do not jam the coral in the ground, Cyrus said. You would not have any protection and you would die. But before you did, you would go through the most painful torture possible. You would think days would have gone by when only seconds had. This could continue for several minutes before you actually die.
"I am not sure I want to use this weapon," Natalie said.
If you do not do that, Cyrus continued, you'll be fine. If a dragpen or shadkin tries to attack you, stab them with the dagger. The power will kill them and send them to the abyss. That's all you have to do.
"Okay," Natalie said, still unsure if she wanted to use the weapon.
I must go now, Cyrus said. Sage should be back soon. Well, I hope he will. Try not to sleep until after he returns.
"Not a problem," Natalie said. "Now that you told me what could happen if I used the coral wrong."
Good, Cyrus responded. Keep an eye out for Sage as well. Anything that makes you wonder, because it is more likely one of Monono's minions.
After saying that, Cyrus turned and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Once he reached the edge of the cave, he spread his wings and took off towards the sky. Natalie ran to the entrance and watched Cyrus fly off. As soon as he was out of sight, she went back inside the cave. A wind blew, which made her cold. When she got back to the fire, she remembered that there was a hot spring. So Natalie set down the dagger and walked over to her bag of clothes that Sage brought for her. She looked through and grabbed some clean clothes as well as a towel, and grabbed a light and walked over to the corner where the path that led to the spring was.
"Where is your sister?"
Monono shouted. "I don't know," Kiana said in the scared voice. I haven't seen her since she shoved me out the window." "She must be at another safe haven," Trial said. "I don't understand why they didn't take her back to the cabin."
"Michael was the one who told Cyrus where to take her,"
said Monono.
"He must have known we discovered the location. As far as I know, there are only 3 or 4 safe havens around here. We have discovered one. That means there can only be 2 or 3 left. I don't see why they would take her to one too far away."
"So what do we do?" Trowlance asked.
"We?"
Monono laughed.
"You are staying here. Michael will go back to the cabin to get her. When he sees she isn't there, he will go looking for her. The chances of him finding you before I can find her sister are unlikely. If he does find you, keep his attention, and one of the Shatkins will grab the girl and bring her to me.
What if he kills me? Troll asked. I won't stand a chance against him.
Once I have the power of God,
Monono responded,
I will be able to return your spirit to your body. So don't fear death. Do what it takes to keep him here as long as you can. Well, that is if he finds her.
Okay, Troll said. Monono took to the sky with his bat-like wings that came from his back. He went through the trees and into the night sky. Once Monono was out of sight, Troll grabbed Kiana by the back of her shirt and threw her inside the hidden cabin, about a few hundred feet into the woods from Dr. Toller's house. Kiana didn't seem to move once she hit the floor. Troll walked over to her to make sure she was still alive. When he got to her, she saw that she was praying. That won't do any good, Troll said. Once Monono has his power, he won't be able to stop him. Amen, Kiana said, then turning her attention to Troll. We will see. I know Sage, and he won't give up looking for me until he finds me. When he does, you will wish you weren't born. Sure I will, Troll said. Angels of the Almighty aren't allowed to kill humans. They are close to his heart. Then why did you ask Monono what if Sage kills you? Kiana asked. Troll went to respond, but stopped himself. He had a weird look on his face, like he was thinking. After a moment or two, he remembered that he did ask Monono that. After realizing he did say that, he looked at Kiana. Shut up, Troll responded. I have had enough of your mouth. I want it quiet. Kiana got up and walked over to the couch. She began to wonder if Sage would find her. After a few minutes of silence, Kiana became at peace and so overjoyed that she began to sing. I told you to shut up, Troll said. Kiana continued to sing. She was filled with the Spirit of God. She didn't hear what Troll said. If you don't shut your mouth, I will come over there and shut it for you, Troll responded. Kiana didn't listen and continued to sing. Not only that, but louder. Troll tried to ignore her, but he finally had enough and stood up and walked over towards Kiana. She saw him coming and stopped singing and began to back away from him towards the corner. Sure, now you stop, Troll said, and walking towards her. However, it is too late. Monono wants you alive just in case you are the seal holder. However, he didn't say you had to be 100%. So I think I will teach you a lesson about listening. I think I will begin by whipping out your hair, one by one. Kiana stopped moving when her back hit the wall. Trowel came upon her and grabbed a handful of her hair and dragged her away from the wall. She began to cry from the pain of the pull. "Hold still," Trowel said, backhanding her, which sent her to the floor. "Stop!" Kiana shouted. "Leave me alone!" "Maybe you will listen next time when you are told to shut up," Charles shouted as he grabbed her by her hair and lifted her to her feet. Kiana grabbed onto his hand, trying to free herself from his grip. When that failed, she kicked him with all her might in his shin. He quickly let go, and she ran for the back of the cabin. Charles quickly recovered from the fierce pain that shot through his body. Kiana was again trapped. "Oh, now I'm going to beat you as well as pull out all of your hair," Trowel shouted again, walking towards her. "Get away from me, you creep!" Kiana shouted, kicking, trying to keep Trowel away. "No," Trowel said, reaching for her hair.
"She told you to stay away,"
a voice said. Both Trowel and Kiana looked to see who had found the hidden cabin. There was Sage, standing in the doorway, his hand on his sword, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. He had a serious look on his face, ready to strike down Trowel if he even moved. "Michael," Trowel said, returning his arm to his side, "how did you find this place?" "I was searching the house when a sudden feeling came over me that I was close," Sage said. "I was just in the wrong area. I checked the woods, and what did I find but a hidden cabin?" "You can't have the girl," Trowel responded. "Monono has claimed her. If you want to go against the soon-to-be ruler of heaven and the universe, go right ahead. As soon as he has the power of God, you will be no match for him." "That won't happen," Sage said. "As I speak, an army of angels is being assembled to bring an end to Monono's reign. Kiana, come with me. It is time to take you to see Natalie." Kiana moved slowly along the wall away from Trowel's reach and then headed towards Sage. She got about halfway before Trowel ran and grabbed her. Once he had her, he put a dagger from under his pant leg and put it to her throat. "If you even move," Trowel said, "she will be dead before you can get to her." "Then there will be nothing from keeping me from killing you," Sage responded. "Angels of the Almighty aren't allowed to kill humans. We are too close to his heart for him to allow that." "Your eyes are completely shut," Sage said. "We are allowed to do what is needed to make sure his will comes about. Also, you clearly have not read the scriptures. We have killed many humans, and I'll do it again if I have to." "I'll release the girl," Trowel responded. "Then it will be me and you. Let's see who is stronger." "If you want to die that badly," Sage said, I'll be glad to be the one to send you to see the Almighty in person. However, I am sure he will not be glad to see you after what you've been doing." "We shall see," Trowel replied, letting go of Kiana. Still holding the dagger, Trowel charged Sage, and once he was in reaching distance, tried to shove the dagger into his chest. Sage easily grabbed his arm and knocked the dagger from his hand. In the same motion, he picked him up and threw him out the door. He hit the porch and rolled a few feet into the woods. Sage followed after him. Once outside, Trowel was already picking himself up. "You're quick." "You're quick," Trowel said. "However, when it comes down to you and Monono, You will be defeated.
We shall see, Sage said. I'm looking forward to sending him to the abyss, personally. Trall rushed him again, but Sage sidestepped and elbowed him in the back. After wincing in pain, he tried to backhand him, only to get his arm caught again and was thrown back to the ground. Trall shouted from the pain. Sage clearly was not enjoying this mockery of a battle. You have no chance against me, Sage said. You are wasting your time trying to defeat somebody who cannot be killed. We shall see, Trall said again, getting to his feet, this time slower than he had before. I will defeat you, or die trying. What a waste of life, Sage responded. You would rather die than give in to someone who is far superior? Shut up! Trall shouted again, throwing another punch at Sage, which again was caught. He twisted Trall's arm behind his back and put pressure on the back of his knee, sending him down to one knee. This is foolish, Sage said. Not even all the power you have can affect me, since your power comes from what is fallen, and mine comes from what is righteous. I know I can't defeat you, Trall said. I was just wasting time so the Shadkin could grab the girl. What? Sage said, letting go of his arm. Sage made his way back to the cabin door. Trall rushed him, trying to waste more time. Sage saw the Shadkin had Kiana cornered, but before he could get inside, Trall hit him from behind. With no effect, Sage threw him through the air and bounced him off a tree. When Sage looked back, Kiana and the Shadkin were gone. Drawing his sword, Sage walked over to Trall and kicked him as he slowly tried to get up. He flew back against the tree and fell back to the ground on his stomach. Sage flipped him over and placed the blade of his sword right against his throat. Where did it take her? Sage demanded. I will never tell you, Trall said. I will die before telling you. You know the weapons of the righteous armies as well, the fallen, Sage asked. Yes, answered Troll, spitting out blood. Then you know about the coral dagger, Sage said. I know about it, Trall said. What does it have to do with the girl? My sword has the same power, shouted Sage. I will use the power against you, which will not only kill you, but make the last few seconds you are alive the most painful feeling possible in this realm. So you have 2 seconds to tell me, or die. 1, 2... The Shadkin is taking her to where her sister is, Trall shouted. Monono does not know where we are hiding her. He found the location, Trall said. The Shadkin entered my body and told me before I attacked the girl that Monono was on his way there, and that I should follow the Shadkin to the location once he arrives. For your sake, I hope you are telling the truth, Sage said. If not, I will find you and use the power of the coral on you. Sage turned and began to take to the sky. Before he could even get a few feet off the ground, Trall, using his most powerful spell, fired it at him. Sage dodged the attack without turning around. He quickly turned and faced the injured sorcerer. Trall was standing, hunched over, and now holding his staff that he had summoned. He began to chant the same spell that he had just fired. A bright orange light with black smoke appeared on the jewel tip of his staff and then flew towards Sage. He quickly swung his sword and deflected the attack back at Trall. The attack struck him and casting a bright orangish yellow light throughout the woods. It faded as fast as it appeared, and Trall's lifeless body hit the ground.
Too bad, Sage said. He chose his fate, but now I need to get to Kiana and Natalie. Sage turned towards the sky and took off, heading towards the safe haven where Natalie was. Chapter 23. Coral Dagger. Natalie emerged from the path that led to the hot spring. Her hair was still wet, and she was wearing clean clothes. After setting down her dirty ones next to her bag, she walked over to the fire and placed 2 logs on it to keep it going. She then searched the bag for her brush. After finding it, she quickly brushed her hair and returned it to the pocket. After placing the brush in her bag, she stood up and looked around and saw that Sage was not back yet. Wondering what was taking him so long, she walked over to the edge of the cave and checked the sky. Nothing. "Sage, what's taking you so long?" she asked herself. "Are you ever going to come back?" A wind blew across the entrance of the cave, which chilled her, so she went back inside the cave. She grabbed the book she had been reading and took a seat beside the fire, which was now blazing from the 2 logs she put in only a few minutes ago. Several minutes went by, and Natalie seemed to be having trouble focusing on what she was reading. Every few minutes, she would lower her book, thinking she heard something outside. However, when she tried to see if she could hear it again, nothing came. Finally, she knew she heard something outside, so she hopped up and walked over to the entrance. She looked out and she saw nothing. "If it wasn't Sage," Natalie said, "what did I hear?" The bush at the beginning of the path near the clearing where Cyrus landed began to move. Natalie slowly began to walk down the path to see what was causing the bush to move. When she got about halfway down the path, a dragpent jumped out of the bush and began to charge her. Natalie, realizing she didn't have the dagger with her, turned around and headed back up the path. When she reached the entrance of the cave, the dragpent grabbed her leg, causing her to trip. She quickly turned and began to kick the creature in its face. The creature let go long enough for Natalie to get back to her feet. She ran into the cave. As soon as she entered the cave, she saw the coral dagger lying on her sleeping bag right where she left it before she went to the hot spring. She ran over and picked it up. As soon as she grabbed the dagger, the dragpent slashed her in the back, causing a terrible burning sensation. "Arg!" Natalie shouted in pain. Natalie turned around quickly as the creature grabbed her free hand. It pulled her close to itself. As soon as she was within the reach of the creature's chest, she shoved the coral dagger right where the creature's heart would have been, if it had one. Instantly, the dragpent's head shot back, and very pure and bright light shot out of its mouth and eyes. The creature threw Natalie back as it began to struggle from the outrageous suffering. It searched all over looking for the source, but it had been removed when Natalie was thrown. She still held the dagger at the time. Natalie slowly raised her head, watching as cracks appeared across the scales of the creature. The dragpent let out an ear-piercing noise that caused her to cover her ears. The pure bright light began to come out of the cracks of the skin. In a bright flash, the creature exploded, killing it and shattering the skin into dust. Natalie quickly turned her head from such bright light. The light quickly faded, and Natalie turned back to see the creature was gone. There was no evidence that even showed the creature had been standing in the spot. After a moment of resting, she realized the burning sensation had left as soon as the dragpent was killed. "How did they find me?" Natalie wondered. "I thought they didn't know of the location. Come on, Sage, get back here." Natalie stood up and walked over and grabbed her sleeping bag. She then moved to the entrance of the path that led to the hot springs. She wanted to have an advantage over any other creature that came. Once in the path, she put the sleeping bag around her, making it harder to see in the dark corner. "I dare another creature to come and try anything," Natalie said. "I should have never set this dagger down. I won't until Sage returns." Natalie sat in the corner of the cave right next to the path for several minutes.
About halfway through, she ran back over to the fire and placed more logs on it to keep it going. She could feel the fire just enough from where she was hiding. After about 10 minutes, Natalie saw a shadow on the entrance of the cave, as if whatever caused it was flying overhead. "He's back," Natalie said as she stood up and dropped the sleeping bag, still holding onto the dagger. She began to walk towards the cave entrance. As she took a step, a dark hand shot out of the path entrance and grabbed her shoulder. She turned quickly to see a shadkin had been watching her from behind the path. She turned and tried to stab the creature with the coral dagger, but before she could, the creature shoved her to the ground. Natalie rolled across the floor of the cave. When she stopped, she started to get back up. When she looked up, the shadkin charged at her and brought the huge blade on its arm down on her. She blocked it with the dagger. Surprised she successfully blocked the attack by using all of her strength, she forced the shadkin's blade to the side, then slashed at it. She caught it across the gut and followed it up, and sliced right through the huge sleeve that the blade came from. The shadkin stumbled backwards and shrieked from the two attacks that hit it. Natalie, feeling very confident, had a huge smile on her face. It quickly vanished when the slash on the gut healed and the blade grew right back. Before she could think of it, she charged at the creature, hoping to pierce it with the dagger, causing it to go to the abyss, the same way she sent the dragpent. Before she could reach it, the creature hit her with its other arm, sending her to the ground. The creature hit her right in the face. As she tried to stand up, her body was too frail from the last blow. The shadkin, seeing she couldn't block it if she wanted to, charged. The creature reached her and slashed her across her chest with its huge blade. The blade cut right through her shirt and across her... The blade cut right through her shirt and cut her across the bottom part of the rib cage. "Arg!" Natalie shouted, grabbing her ribs as she dropped to her knees. She let go of the dagger and tears began to flow from her eyes. Doubts that she would survive filled her head very quickly. After a moment of crying, she removed her hand and saw the blood that came from the wound. She checked and saw the cut was not deep and was only bleeding a little. She again looked at the blood on her hand. She remembered that the voice in her dream said she would make it through this ordeal alive. After the encouraging words, she closed her eyes and whispered a quick prayer before grabbing the dagger and rising to her feet with new life. The shadkin was surprised to see her stand up after such a power punch and slash. Not caring, it again charged and slashed at her with its blade. Natalie, not knowing how, sidestepped the attack and brought the dagger up and caught the creature right across the face. She slashed him from bottom of the jaw across its dark red eye to its ear. The shadkin began to shriek, grabbing its face. A little light came from the cut, and the creature pulled back its hands. The light quickly flashed as the shadkin's head crumbled into dust. Natalie lowered the dagger and took a deep breath. "How did I do that?" she wondered. "I just remember asking the Almighty to help me. I guess what Cyrus and Sage have been telling me is true." Before Natalie could catch her breath, three more shadkins appeared from the darkness, as well as 3 dragprints entered the cave entrance. They did not move from their spot. A moment later, Natalie picked up her head and saw the shadkins standing only a few feet in front of her. Then one of the dragpents growled to make her aware of their presence. "What am I going to do now?" Natalie asked. "I could still use your help." Just then the 3 shadkins charged at her as well as the dragpents. Natalie ran towards the far wall, and when she got there, she turned to face her attackers. They closed in on her, but as soon as they came into strike, Natalie raised the dagger. Before the strikes hit the dagger, began to glow very bright and stopped the creature's attacks. The dagger extended into a sword. Natalie was shocked by what happened. "Cyrus didn't say this thing could become a sword," Natalie said to herself. "Did he know it could do this?" The creatures, who also surprised by what happened, looked at each other, but then quickly attacked again. Natalie, using the coral sword now, defended herself against the attacks. However, she didn't do a good job. She would block one, but then get struck by another one of the creatures. After being forced to take a step back towards the wall, she lunged at the closest Shadkin. The creature blocked the attack and lifted the sword up. As the Shadkin held the sword in the air, one of the Dragpents came in and slashed her with its long nails, right across the stomach. One of the nails caught the cut the first Shadkin caught her. Natalie let go of the sword, which fell to the cave floor. She grabbed her stomach and was backhanded by the same Dragpent. She flew, and her back nailed the cave wall, and she fell to the ground, retching in pain from the slash and the burning sensation. Tears began to flow from her eyes. Suddenly another Dragpent slashed her across her back, going over the scratches she had already received. She looked up and saw one of the Shadkins was bringing its blade down on her back. Not having enough energy to move, she laid waiting to die. The next thing she realized was the blade struck the ground right next to her head. She looked, and somehow she moved out of the way. The rest of the creatures tried to deal with the death blow, but Natalie continued to roll out of the way. Doing her best to ignore the pain, she tried to make her way to the sword. After several moves, she reached the sword and continued to roll. Natalie somehow managed to escape the circles of the creatures. When she was far enough away from them, she tried to get back to her feet. Before she could fully stand up, one of the Shadkins rammed her, sending her back to the floor of the cave. Natalie tried to get back to her feet. Slowly she stood up, but her body was barely able to keep her up. The Dragpents and the Shadkins realized she had nothing left, so they charged her. Moments before the creatures reached her, she fell to her knees, and then her body fell forward. As she hit the ground, her right hand, still holding the sword, jammed it into the ground as it hit. Instantly, the cave began to shake, and cracks started to appear all over. The bright and pure light began to seep out of the cracks and went all over the place. The creatures were hit by several of the beams of light, and quickly began to shriek from the suffering. Within seconds, the light exploded through the cracks and engulfed everything in the cave. The cave stayed lit up for several seconds before fading. The floor of the cave now had a big hole in it. The hole went down about 10 feet deep and was about 6 to 7 feet wide. Natalie's arm hung over the edge of the hole. The dagger slowly slipped from her fingers and into the hole. Several minutes later, Natalie heard a very familiar voice.
"Natalie?"
A voice said.
"Natalie, wake up! Please don't die!"
Natalie slowly began to open her eyes, and as they began to focus, the image of her sister became clear. Once she realized who was holding her head, she shot up and grabbed her and gave her a big hug.
"You're safe," Natalie said. "It's about time you and Sage got back." "Natalie,"
Kiana said.
"We aren't safe."
Natalie pulled away and looked at her sister. She had a scared look on her face. She then noticed someone standing a few feet from her, so she slowly looked up, and there stood Monono.
You have been causing me more trouble than I wanted,
Monono said, grabbing Natalie's shirt and lifting her up until she was face to face with him.
Now I have the scroll, and I have you. It is time for you to die.
Just then, 3 men walked in wearing black robes with their hoods covering their faces. They quickly walked over to Monono. "Master?"
Can't you see I'm busy?
Monono said.
"Michael is on his way here,"
Another said.
"He should be here at any moment,"
The third said. Monono set down Natalie and walked over towards the cave entrance and looked into the night sky and saw in the distance something flying right for the cave. Monono began to speak with the 3 men. Meanwhile, while Monono was talking to the 3 men, Kiana grabbed Natalie and pulled her over to the corner.
Take this, Kiana said, handing her the weapon that Cyrus gave her. What is it? Natalie asked. It's like a bomb, Kiana said. Cyrus gave it to me before he left me in the cabin. All you need to do is press the top button down. To activate it, press the button again, then shove it into the ground or something and let go. Within seconds, a light so bright will erupt from it. That should take care of Monono. Thanks, Natalie said. I have my own weapon. Wait, where did it go? What weapon? Kiana asked. Cyrus gave me a dagger that turned into a sword, Natalie said. I had it while I was fighting the creatures. I wonder if it fell in the hole, Kiana said, pointing to the hole over where they were before Monono picked her up. No, Natalie said. I guess I do need your weapon. Here, Kiana said. Quick, hide it. Monono's on his way over. Natalie quickly pressed the top button, then put it into her pocket. Monono was now walking over to them. The three men whom he was talking to were now gone.
You will not get away this time,
Monono said.
I will kill you now.
Kiana, Natalie said, when I say run, I want you to run into the cave entrance and down the path as fast as you can. Okay, Kiana said. Monono reached them and blocked them from trying to move. Natalie stood, putting Kiana behind her. Monono grabbed her by the shirt and pulled her close to him.
Now you die,
Monono said. We'll see about that, Natalie said, with boldness and courage. Kiana, run! Kiana ran right past Monono and Natalie. Monono turned and, letting go of Natalie, went to grab her. Natalie quickly grabbed the weapon Kiana gave her from her pocket and pressed and held the button. Monono? Natalie said. Monono turned back to see what Natalie wanted. She quickly shoved the weapon right into his chest. She let go of the top button. Monono recognized what she had just shoved into his chest, so he grabbed it as she ran past him. Once he pulled it from his chest, he threw it into the air and began to run. Natalie reached the cave entrance as the light from the weapon exploded through the cave. Monono was engulfed by the light. Chapter 24. Wrath. Natalie continued down the path. Kiana was waiting at the bottom, about 2/3 of the way down. Her foot caught a crack that formed when she accidentally jammed the coral sword into the ground. She tripped and hit her head on a sharp rock. Natalie's lifeless body lay on the ground, not moving, blood gushing out of the wound on her head. The light in the cave faded, and Monono slowly emerged from the cave. His strength was quickly leaving him, and within moments he would vanish into the abyss. He fell to the ground. He looked down the path and saw Kiana holding Natalie. He noticed the blood coming from her head and the bloody rock.
She dead,
Monono said barely. Using the last bit of strength, he pulled the scroll from his belt. He unrolled it, only to see the writing had now changed to the enchantment. He read it aloud. As soon as he was done, Natalie's body began to glow bright blue. The energy moved to her chest, then formed a giant ball that rose up into the air and flew over and smashed into his chest, absorbing the energy. His body began to glow, and his strength had returned to him. The light emitting from his body became even brighter and quickly engulfed him completely. Kiana was still kneeling, holding her sister in her arms. She looked up to see where the light was coming from. After a minute or two, the light exploded and vanished. Monono stood, his eyes blazing bright, blood-red energy. The power that was hidden in Natalie's body had passed to Monono. Sage flew as fast as he could, headed right for the safe haven. The mountains flew by him as he moved through the air. How could Monono find us so fast? Wondered Sage. I figured we had at least until morning before you would find it. As he continued his way towards his target, up ahead the safe haven came into view. He still had a few moments before he arrived,
but that could mean the difference between life and death for both Kiana and Natalie. As he approached, 3 little dots flew up and stopped in his path. As he got closer, he noticed they were members of Monono's coven. He slowly came down and came to a stop a few feet from them. It was the 3 men who had been talking to Monono. They floated a few feet from each other with huge gargoyle wings. "Get out of my way," Sage shouted. "I will not hesitate to send you to where you belong." "Master Monono has told us to make sure you do not make it to the haven until he is ready," the one in the middle said. "So therefore, you must wait here or face us in battle," the one to the right said. "And your chances of winning are very low," the one on the left said. "I don't have time for this," Sage said. "If you do not move, I will cut you down where you stand." "Try us," the 3 men said. "I know you," Sage said, drawing his sword. "You are the Trigg brothers. Well, that is what you like to go by." "Yes," the 3 men said. "I am Forest Trigg," the man in the middle said. "I am Winter Trigg," the man to the left said. "I am Black Trigg," the man to the right said. "I am Michael," Sage said. "However, you can call me Sage. But you will not have a chance to do that since you are in my way and, well, I'm in a hurry." "Try it," said the 3 men as they drew their swords. Sage rushed at them with great speed. The 3 scattered as Forrest blocked his attack. The other 2 came in from the sides and slashed at him. Sage quickly dodged Winter's attack as he grabbed his cloak and threw him into Forrest. Using his sword, he blocked Black's attack and pushed him back, struck him with the back part of his sword. He flew and crashed into his brothers. They quickly recomposed themselves. "You are good," Winter said. "Better than I thought," Black said. "I see that you have kept your skills after 7 years of not seeing any combat," Forrest said. "However, you will need to do better than that to defeat our master." They scattered before Sage could make a comment. They flew around and circled their target, and all at once flew in for a combined attack. They flew in from 3 sides, all with their blades ready to strike. When they reached him, they slashed at Sage, one at his head, one at his body, and the other at his back, knowing they could only block one. As they attacked, Sage lifted his sword towards Winter, who was coming down on his head. As his blade approached, he swung his sword in a half circle, catching both Winter's blade as well as Forrest, who was slashing at his body. The circle swing not only blocked their attacks, but caused them to follow the motion of his blade. As Sage swung his sword, he also turned, bringing the swords of the 2 angels around, which he used to block the attack of Black. Sage stood holding the blade at an angle above his head, pressing the swords of Winter and Forrest against Black's. Only Sage and Black were able to move their swords, but before Black could, he swung his sword downward and slashed Black along his shins, sending his legs flying the same direction the sword was moving. Sage followed it up with a powerful blow to the back of his blade. Sage followed it up with a powerful blow with the Sage followed it up with a powerful blow with the black. Sage followed it up with a powerful blow with the back of his blade to Winter's head. He flew forward, allowing him to attack Black. Black had more than enough time to counter the attack of Sage, since his blade was the only other one able to move. As Sage attacked, Black blocked and then lunged at him, only to have Sage hit his attack away from him, then kick him in the gut. He quickly threw his sword into the air and clapped his hands together and smashed him towards the earth. Black stopped himself, with still a huge distance between him and the ground. He flew back up to where Forrest and Winter were now hovering. Once he reached them, they looked at each other, not sure what to do. "You are good," said Winter. "Better than I thought," said Black.
You are good, said Winter. Better than I thought, said Black. I see that you have kept your skills after 7 years of not seeing any combat, said Forrest. However, you will need to do better than that to defeat our master. I'm done with you, said Sage, and I will find out. The three separated and began circling Sage like vultures circling an animal near death, just waiting for it to drop dead. After a few moments circling, they flew in to strike. Before they could reach him, and bright light came from within the cave. They stopped and turned to see the source of the light was coming from. Did Natalie use the coral? Sage thought. No, the power would be far greater than that. Cyrus must have given her another weapon as well. Master, Black said. Should we go and check? Forrest asked. No, Winter said. We have our orders, and we must see to them. I've had enough of this, Sage shouted, the glow of his sword bursting into flames. You have distracted me long enough. Now feel my wrath. Sage, Cyrus said, flying over to them. Cyrus, Sage said, what are you doing here? The Almighty told me to get back to the cave, Cyrus said, stopping by Sage. He told me that Monono was on his way to the cave and that the creatures I was watching were to keep me distracted, so I came as fast as I could. I just saw a flash of light come from the cave, Sage said. However, it was not the coral. Did you give her another weapon? No, Cyrus said. I did give Kiana... Kiana's with her, Sage said. A Shadkin grabbed her while I was dealing with Troll. She must have used the bomb, Cyrus said. We've got to get there, Sage said. Go. I'll take care of these jokers, Cyrus said. Okay, hurry up, though, Sage said. Sage took off towards the cave when Winter tried to attack him as he passed. Cyrus flew in and blocked the attack with his sword. I think not, Cyrus said. You're all mine. The other two angels charged in with their swords, out ready to attack a much weaker angel than Michael. Just as he attacked, Cyrus pushed up Winter's sword and kicked him in the chin, before turning just in time to block the other two attacks. Before anyone could continue, a blinding light shot into the sky. The whole mountaintop was engulfed in the light. Natalie, Cyrus said. Monono must have killed the girl, Black said. This means we are unbeatable. I would disagree, Cyrus said as he pushed back their swords. Almighty's glory. Winter, Black, and Forrest all caught themselves and went to attack. Just as they began to charge, bright white light shot off of Cyrus's body, so pure and holy that the three fallen angels instantly burst into flames and faded into the abyss. Seconds later, the light faded, and Cyrus looked pleased they were now gone. Good, Cyrus said, placing his sword into its sheath. I hope Sage got there before that light happened. However, I feel something bad just happened to Natalie and Kiana. I'm coming, Michael. Cyrus flew towards the safe haven as fast as he could, not knowing the condition Kiana or Natalie was going to be in, or if Monono and Sage had begun to fight. Monono bent over and picked up the scroll and placed it in his pants, then began to walk down the path towards Kiana, who was trying to wake up Natalie. When he reached her, he grabbed her by the back of her shirt and pulled her up until she was face to face with him. Your sister is dead, Monono said with a firm voice that had authority. Now, it is your turn to join her in death. Monono glanced up at the sky and saw Sage was within moments of reaching him. He glanced at Kiana and then dropped her. She landed on her stomach, which knocked the wind out of her. Michael is here,
Monono said, continuing down the path.
I want you to see what I do to him before I kill you.
Sage will make you pay for what you did, Kiana shouted. You will wish you even laid a finger on us.
We shall see,
Monono said, now standing in the center of the clearing at the bottom of the path. A moment later, Sage sat down a few feet from Monono. His wings folded behind his back and were gone. His hand grasped his sword, ready to draw it at any moment.
I've been waiting for you, Michael,
Monono said.
You are too late. I have already taken the Almighty's power.
Monono pulled the open scroll from his pants and held it up so he could see. Then he pointed in the direction where Kiana was. She had made her way back over to Natalie and was again holding her head. She looked up and saw Sage staring right into Monono's eyes.
Sage!
Shouted Kiana.
Natalie won't wake up!
Monono, Sage said in a firm voice, your reign of terror ends tonight.
I cannot be defeated,
Monono said, dropping the scroll to the ground.
I now have the power of God.
Suddenly the scroll in the ground burst into flames and quickly was reduced to ashes. Now, why would you destroy the scroll? Now, why would you destroy the scroll? Sage asked.
There was a way to remove the power just stolen,
Monono said.
I am not about to allow that to happen.
Funny, Sage said. If you really have the power of God, I would think you would be able to prevent someone from removing your power, just the same way the Almighty could prevent you from getting his power.
Shut up,
Monono said.
I am God now, and you will bow or be sent to the abyss, where I know there are some former allies of mine who would love to make it hell for you.
You have to send me there first, Sage said. I'm sure you will see the bottomless pit before I spend any time there.
We shall see,
Monono said.
Then draw, and let me show you how weak you are compared to me.
I would be honored to teach you a lesson, Sage said, drawing his sword from his sheath. Only the captain of the Almighty's army can wield the... Only the captain of the Almighty's army can wield the Cryridian sword. You wield nothing but a normal sword for a fallen angel.
I will use this average sword,
Monono said, drawing his sword,
just to show you how far superior I am.
The angels charged at each other, and both attacked with swift attacks. Back and forth, one attacked while the other blocked. Mostly both attacked, and their swords stopped the other's attack. Sage sliced through the air as Monono blocked and attempted a similar move, only to have it blocked. The two continued for several moments before they both jumped backwards and stood in attacking positions as they stared into the eyes of their opponent. Not one attack was getting through the other's defenses, which would get on the nerves of some fighters, but not angels.
Not bad, Michael,
Monono said,
for not seeing combat for 7 years. You're still at the top of your game.
Thanks, Sage said. You have improved greatly. I'm shocked that it is you who stands before me as an opponent. You are the least skilled with the sword of the 6 Covens.
Do you now believe that I have the power of the Almighty?
Monono asked.
My fast improvement with a sword is just the start of my new power.
Taking the Almighty's power?
Sage said. I think not, but getting some kind of power, that's a possibility. But I know that the Almighty has his reasons for doing this, if you did.
I'll just have to show you what the Almighty is
What the?
I'll just have to show you that the Almighty is dead,
Monono said.
I am not him, and you will fall at my feet now.
Monono charged Sage with a far greater speed than he had before. As he reached him, Sage barely got his sword up to block the oncoming attack. Just as he blocked, Monono kicked him in the gut, sending Sage bent over. Then, following up, he struck him in the back of the head with the bottom of the handle of his sword. Sage fell to the ground from the powerful blow, only to again get kicked in his side. The force of the kick sent him up in the air. With a sickening whack, he hit the side of the rock wall. With a sickening crack, he hit the side of the rock wall below the cave mouth. As he crashed into the wall, rocks flew all over, landing on the ground below. After a few moments, Sage fell and hit the ground.
I told you, Michael,
Monono said.
I am God now. You cannot win this battle. And since the source of your power is now gone.
Lucky shot, Sage said, standing up from the ground. I have yet to begin to fight.
Then let's see what you've got,
Monono said. It would be my pleasure, Sage said as he charged at him. Sage attacked fiercely. With every attack, Monono blocked with ease. Once blocked, he pushed back the blade and tried again. Every attack Monono blocked, laughing at the futile attempt by the captain of the Lord's army. Sage swung his sword at Monono's body. With ease, he blocked the attack. Sage threw back his sword and slashed at him across the chest, catching him, slicing through his shirt and through the flesh. Monono stumbled backwards, shocked to see that he had been hit.
You will pay for that,
Monono shouted, charging Sage with his sword ready to fight. The two engaged in combat once again. While one attacked, the other blocked. Evenly matched, no one controlled the fight. Monono was getting angrier for not being able to overpower Sage. After several moments, the two jumped back, looking at each other with pure hatred. So this is the power of the new god, Sage said. I guess God is not all powerful as he thought he was.
Shut up,
Monono said.
I've just been playing with you, making you think you could win. What do you say we take this battle to the next level?
Fine with me, Sage said as he jammed his sword into the ground and took off his trench coat. He threw it to the ground before grabbing his sword and pulling it from the ground. Shall we?
Marco,
Cyrus shouted at...
Marco,
Cyrus shouted as he dropped from the sky.
What's going on?
Ah,
Cyrus, Monono said. You too can join Michael in the abyss once I have done playing with him.
You don't stand a chance against Michael, Cyrus said. He will defeat you and send you where you rightfully belong.
If so, why am I still here and not in the abyss?
Monono asked.
If Michael is so strong, then I should be easy to beat.
You will join your kind tonight, Cyrus said. It does not matter how fast you are beaten. Just know that you will lose.
I have a better answer,
Monono said.
It's because the Almighty is gone, and I have his power.
Shut you mouth, and let's go on with this fight, Sage said, as two bright white wings shot out of his back and flapped, lifting him in the air.
Then let's,
Monono said, as two huge gargoyle wings shot out of his back and took him to the sky.
I have had enough of this fight. I am ready to end this.
Monono charged and attempted to get the first strike. Sage sidestepped and countered with his own strike. He caught Monono across the lower back and brought his sword around, hit his sword, and came back with another strike. Monono dodged the second attack and returned the slash Sage got with his own. Catching him across the chest and then across the arm, he went for a third across the leg, but Sage blocked the attack. Monono broke the struggle and took to the air. Sage followed after him. He positioned his sword ready to strike once he stopped. Once Monono turned around, Sage struck him, but he flew to the side and struck Sage several times before sending him soaring across the sky with the end of his handle after hitting him in the face with it. He flew back and stopped several yards away, trying to refocus on the battle at hand. Monono flew in with another attack. Sage was just able to block the attack, but did not see the punch that hit him in the gut, followed by an elbow to his back. He flew to the ground, but landed on the tips of his fingers and toes. Monono dropped straight down with his sword pointed at Sage's back. Pushing off with his hands and using a strong flap of his wings, Sage moved to the right just as the sword pierced the ground.
"You cannot win, Michael," Monono shouted. "I have already gotten the upper hand."
"I'm just warming up," Sage said. "Try this." The Cryridian sword began to glow a bright white. The glow turned to a white mist. Kiana, who watched the fight from the path, had to turn away from the brightness.
"Using the glory of the Almighty will have no effect on me," Monono said. Feel free to try. Then I will be more glad to send you to the abyss after."
"I have not called on the glory of the Almighty," Sage said. "I'm using the power of the coral dagger."
"What?"
Monono said.
"How? Your sword is not made of that crystal."
"No, it's not," Sage said. "However, it does share the power." Sage rushed Monono and slashed at him, but Monono flew back just in time to dodge the attack. He swung again, and he moved out of the way again. Monono came back with a strike of his own, but Sage blocked it and followed it up with a kick to his gut. Monono quickly grabbed the leg and threw him against the rocks, just below the path to the cave. Sage dropped his sword and fell to the ground. The sword returned back to normal.
"You have no hope," Monono said. "The Almighty is no longer."
"Sage," Kiana said. "Natalie's alive. I can feel her heart beating. It's faint, but I can feel it." "I know," Sage said, getting back to his feet.
"No, it's impossible," Monono said. "She had to die for me to take the power from within her body." "No," Monono said. "I am God."
"No, you are not," Sage said, picking up his sword. "I've known from the moment I landed here that she was still alive. The Almighty told me to play with your ego and to get you to think I was no match for you. So I've been throwing the fight the whole time. Why do you think I did not hit you when I was using the coral power? Now, you are convinced you cannot be defeated, and it's time to show you that you can never have the Almighty's power." Sage raised his sword and rushed at Monono. He flew across the ground faster than he had moved before. He slashed at his chest. Monono blocked the attack, but before he could force him off, Sage came back with another attack. He blocked again, and the two went back and forth, trading attacks and blocking them. Monono was surprised at the speed and power Sage was using in his attacks. He just barely blocking the attacks. Sage slashed at his head, but it was blocked. Spinning around, he came with another attack, but again, it was blocked. Spinning back around, he slashed low. Monono blocked it, but Sage forced the sword back and quickly struck him in his side with the back of his blade, then following it up with a knee to his gut. Monono stumbled backwards, wrenching in pain. He was not sure how Sage was managed to turn the battle back in his favor. However, he was not about to give up. He raised his sword and charged back at him. Sage crossed the blades with him, blocking the attack, then sidestepping and quickly bringing his sword blade across his shins, slicing deep. Monono let out a shout from the pain, but before he could regain his status, Sage came back and rammed his shoulder into his chest, sending him hurtling towards the rocks. Once Monono hit the rocks, he was dazed. His arms fell to his side with his sword still in his hand. As he tried to refocus, Sage came down on him with his sword, sticking it right through his right shoulder into the rocks. "Arg!" shouted Monono. "You have been defeated," Sage said. "The Almighty was just pulling the hood over your eyes to make you think you had his power. Yes, you became stronger, but nowhere near as strong as you think you are."
"Shut up!"
Monono shouted, still feeling the pain surge throughout his body.
"I am still here, and I will defeat you."
Not this time, Sage said. "That is, if you ever get out of the abyss, but now you have to get what's coming." The Cryridian sword again began to glow bright. The glow again turned to a bright white mist. Monono started to shriek from the pain he was going through. Sage pulled his sword from his shoulder and pointed it right at the center of his chest. Just as he brought the sword down, Monono slashed at him. The slash caught Sage right across his chest, sending him into the air. Monono jumped up, still hurt from the sword in his shoulder.
"I am not defeated,"
Monono shouted.
"I am God! If you want to defeat me, then come after me."
"Not this time," Sage said, charging at him with his sword. Monono dodged the attack and took off to the sky, back towards Red Creek. Sage turned and looked at Kiana. Cyrus was already over there, checking on her. "How is she doing?"
"I'm not sure,"
Kiana said.
I don't think she'll survive another few minutes unless we get her to a hospital."
Sage flew over to Kiana, Cyrus, and Natalie. He kneeled down and took her head into his lap. Kiana stood up and backed away, watching as he placed his fingers again on her neck to feel for her heartbeat. "She's barely still alive," Sage said. "There is not enough time to get her to a hospital. I will have to heal her here." Sage placed his hand over the wound and pressed lightly against it. He placed his other hand on the opposite of her head and closed his eyes. A moment later, he removed his hands and the wound was gone. He felt her heartbeat. It was normal. "She's okay," Sage said.
"Why is she not awake?"
Kiana asked. "She's still out from the blow to her head," Sage said. "I have healed all the damage done by it. She will wake soon. Cyrus, take both of them back to the house. I'll come and check on them soon. Going after Monono and make sure he gets what's coming."
"All right,"
Cyrus said.
"Good luck,"
Kiana said. Cyrus carefully picked up Natalie in his arms, and Kiana climbed on his back. Once she was on and had tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, he took off into the sky. Sage followed after them, making sure Kiana was not going to fall off. Once high in the sky, the two angels took off in different directions. Sage followed after Monono, who was heading back for Red Creek. Cyrus headed back to Red Creek, taking a different path, so that it would not run into Monono first. Chapter 25. Abyss. Flying through the night sky, Sage slowly gained on Monono. 10 minutes had passed since he left the safe haven, changing the direction he went so that he could hide, knowing that he did not have the power of the Almighty. "He will not get away for long," Sage said to himself. "The Almighty told me that tonight he falls, and I'm going to make sure that it happens." After another 10 minutes, Sage began to wonder where Monono could be. He was now a few miles away from Red Creek, and no sign of Monono. Where could he be? Sage asked himself.
I know he didn't get too far away. I should have caught him by now. I should have gone right after him and had Cyrus heal Natalie. Natalie! Sage turned and faced the direction of Red Creek and took off as fast as he could. His wings did not seem to move as he moved through the sky. In fact, his wings were moving just so fast that no human eye could make out the movement. I bet he saw Cyrus leave with Natalie and Kiana, Sage said. He's going to try to finish the job. Bet he thinks if he kills her, he will have the Almighty's full power. Cyrus was now off Red Creek, flying much slower than he normally would. Carrying the two people hardly would make a difference, but the fact that he could fall made him take caution. Natalie was still out, and Kiana was still worried that she was going to die.
When is she going to wake up?
Kiana asked.
Sage said she would wake up sometime,
Cyrus said.
I'm sure she will wake up soon.
I hope you're right,
Kiana said.
I hope she never wakes up,
a voice said. Cyrus stopped and quickly turned around to see Monono only a few feet behind him, hovering in the air as his wings flapped to keep him airborne.
How are you still around?
Cyrus asked.
I figured Michael would have taken care of you by now. He has to find me for him to beat me,
Monono replied.
As I was flying, I realized that I took the power from this girl, but since she was still alive, that is why I am not able to use the full power of the Almighty. Lucky for me, you just happened to be flying where I was looking.
You'll have to get through me before you get a hold of these girls, Cyrus said.
Big words for a common angel,
Monono said.
I would expect nothing less from an angel of the righteous army. However, you seem to have your arms full. If I attack, how will you defend yourself and the girls?
Who said anything about fighting? Cyrus said. I'll just have to waste time until Michael shows up. He'll figure out what you're up to and he'll show up.
However, he will come too late, and I will have all of the Almighty's power when he does show up,
Monono said. Cyrus knew he was no match for Monono, and with Natalie and Kiana he was even more vulnerable. So he took off towards the mountains. Before he could get far, Monono flew in front of him, so he turned and went back, only to be blocked again. 3 more times Cyrus tried to get away, only to have Monono block his way.
You see? You cannot get away,
Monono said.
The time has come for me to claim the power that rightly belongs to me.
Monono drew his sword and charged at Cyrus. Before he could turn to fly away, he was upon him. His sword came across his chest, slicing him and forcing him backwards. Once he stopped, he realized that he had dropped her. He searched below to see if he could make her out, but could not see where she was falling.
Looking for her?
Monono asked, raising Natalie high above his head as he held her by her shirt.
Natalie!
Kiana shouted.
Now I end this war,
Monono said, raising the sword. Then, with great force, he slashed at her head. Kiana closed her eyes, not wanting to see the death of her sister. In a blink, it was all over. Well, it should have been. When she opened her eyes, the blade was inches from her sister's head, but not moving. Another blade had stopped the attack. When she looked past the two swords locked in position, she saw that Sage was holding on to the sword that blocked Monono's attack.
"Where did you come from?"
Monono asked.
I didn't even see you approach."
"That's why I know you do not have the Almighty's power," Sage said.
"I will, once I kill her."
"Not while I'm around," Sage said. Sage threw Monono's sword backwards, then quickly forced his sword back down, slicing through the arm, holding... God damn it. Sage threw Monono's sword backwards, then quickly forced his sword back down, slicing his arm, holding Natalie. He followed up by using the other side of his sword to hammer him in the gut. Monono flew backwards from the power of the attack and shouted from the pain, surging through his body from losing his hand. From the moment Sage cut the hand that held Natalie off, she began to fall towards the ground. Cyrus was paying close enough attention and flew down and caught her. He quickly flew back up to Michael, holding her. "Cyrus," Sage said, "take them home. I'll be there as soon as I take care of this scum."
"Okay,"
Cyrus said, then took off towards the town of Red Creek. Since they were flying over it, he flew towards the surface as fast as he dared, with Kiana still on his back.
"Now, Monono,"
Sage said,
"we end this." "You fool," Monono shouted. "I may not have all of the Almighty's power, but I do have some of them, and it's more than enough to beat you."
"We shall see," Sage said.
"Watch what I can do,"
Monono said. With a flash of bright light, his hand returned, grasping a new sword. Now both hands held swords. One a normal sword, the other a sword similar to Sage's. Flames burst out of the common sword and turned it to ash. Monono began to laugh at the reaction on Sage's face.
"That is not all I can do,"
Monono said. Dark clouds began to surround Monono. Within moments, the sky behind him was completely black. The clouds slowly took form before coming to life. A whole army of dragpens flew in the air behind him and at his sides.
"I hope you recognize them," he continued. "They are the ones you have sent to the abyss tonight. That's right, I can call things right from the abyss itself. However, once you are here, I will not call you out. Now go get them, my followers."
All the dragpens flew and began to attack Sage. In seconds, he was completely surrounded. All could be seen was a black blur of creatures mulling where he was flying just moments before. Monono flew backward just to make enough space for all the creatures trying to get to him. Monono just laughed at the sight he was seeing. The Lord's captain being torn apart by weak creatures. His laughter quickly turned into being puzzled when, with a bright flash of light, all the dragpens vanished and Sage charged at him with renewed strength and speed. As his sword reached Monono, he quickly blocked the attack. The two stared at each other with their faces only a few inches away from each other. Monono grinded his teeth, trying to overpower him, but as hard as he tried, he could not move the sword.
What did you do to my followers?"
Monono asked. "Nothing," Sage replied. "The Almighty took care of them, just like I'm going to take care of you."
"You have already said that," Monono said. "I am equal to your strength and skill."
"I've told you," Sage said. "I have been toying with you this whole time. I have yet to show you My true strength. Sage's eyes went white and began to glow as his hair and the rest of his body, in a flash of pure and holy light, he transformed. Monono was forced backwards from the light, and the power came off him. Once the blinding light faded, Sage flew with robes, whiter than snow. His hair and eyes were white. His wings showed amazingly white, but they were no longer transparent. They were real and attached to his back.
This is the power of the captain of the Almighty's army,
Sage bellowed with great authority. He flew at Monono. He blocked the attack once again, but Sage did not seem to mind. The light coming off his sword changed from blue to orange. With a flash, the sword burst into flames, shattering Monono's sword. At the sight of his sword shattering under the flames, he knew he was no match, and took off, trying to escape once again. Before he got far, Sage appeared in front of him and punched him in the gut, then kicked him in the back of his head, sending him flying towards the surface of the earth. With a giant flap of his wings, he stopped himself. Sage flew after him and shoved the flaming sword right through his back as he stopped. Monono shrieked in pain as his body was engulfed in flames and shattered into dust. Natalie suddenly woke up, gasping for air. Realizing she was no longer at the safe haven, she quickly glanced around to see where she was. A surprised look fell upon her face as she realized she was in her room. Moments later, the door opening, and there stood Kiana. She was holding a stack of books in her arms. After walking into the room, did she realize her sister was awake. She dropped the books and tackled her with a hug. "You're finally awake!" Kiana said. "I'm glad to see you too," Natalie said. "How did I get back in my bed?" "Cyrus brought us back here," Kiana said. Where's Sage?" she asked. "He showed up a few moments after we got here," Kiana said. "He stayed until Mom and Dad got back. He explained the whole thing to them. They almost had a harder time believing it than you." "Mom and Dad are home?" Natalie asked. What day is it?" "Thursday," Kiana replied. "You've been out for almost a full week." "All I remember is you and me running out of the cave and I slipped," Natalie said. "After that, I don't remember anything." "You shouldn't," Kiana said. "You were knocked out cold for the rest of the ordeal. I only know that Monono is gone and we have nothing to worry about." "So, Monono is gone?" Natalie asked. "Yup," Kiana said. "So, where is Sage?" "He's gone," Kiana said sadly. He told me that he had to leave. Now that he has his memory back, he has to return to his duty as the captain of the Almighty's army." But I didn't get to say goodbye," Natalie said with a tear in her eye. The next day, Natalie returned to school. She heard that rumors were flying around why she had missed almost 2 full weeks of school. Her parents told the school a family emergency came up. They did not know how to explain to the school that their daughter was caught up in a war between the armies of the Almighty and the Fallen. Most of the day was spent trying to get up on what she had missed. Her teachers were very nice to her and told her that she could take her time making up the missed work. However, she did not listen that much during school. She was too busy wondering if she'd ever see Sage again. After school, Natalie decided to walk home. She did not feel like listening to more rumors about her on the bus. It was close to 7 miles to where she lived from the school, but she did not care. She had walked it a few times, missing the bus and just waiting to be outside, just wanting to be outside on a beautiful day. When she got a few blocks from her house, she heard a voice shouting her name behind her. Not sure who it was, she turned around only to see Erin and Josh walking over to her. They did not look like they were coming over to make friends. "Look what we have here," Erin said. If it isn't Little Miss, I want a guy who is willing to accept me for who I am. I told you I would get you back for getting me all dirty. However, it looks like you have a knack for getting people to want revenge.
I told you I'd get you back for slapping me,
Josh said, walking up to her.
So, Erin and I teamed up to make sure the rest of high school, your life's hell.
My life has already been hell,
Natalie said.
nothing you could do could come close to what I've been through these past 2 weeks. Well, it looks like we have a challenge, Josh,
Erin said.
A challenge indeed, Josh replied. However, I think I'm going to start by repaying your slap. Right now.
He clutched his fists together and reached back, and just as he was about to throw it at Natalie's face, a hand grabbed him by the wrist and lifted him into the air. It happened so fast, he smacked into the person's chest.
I would not do that if I were you,
The stranger said, staring right into his eyes.
Sage,
Natalie said.
Let me go,
Josh said.
I'll tell my dad, and he will...
Come beat me up, Sage replied. Sure, you tell him. I'll be here tomorrow if he wants to try to smack me around.
I'll sue you,
Josh shouted.
for what?
Sage asked. Stopping you from decking a girl? Go ahead, try.
Now get out of here.
Sage dropped him, and he landed on his butt with a thud. Erin grabbed his arm and pulled him to his feet. The two took off, not wanting to see if he would do anything else. Once out of sight, he turned and looked at Natalie. I see you're finally up.
Thanks to you,
Natalie said. No, Sage said. Thanks to the Almighty. He was the one who decided to let you live. I would not have been able to heal you if he decided that you should die.
So, is this whole thing over?
Natalie asked.
Kiana said it was.
It is, Sage said. Monono's in the abyss where he belongs. You do not have any of his coven coming after you either. I have spent this whole week tracking them down and sending them to meet their boss.
So, what's next for you?
Natalie asked. I have to continue my duty as the captain of the Lord's army, Sage said. There are still 5 other covens out there who want to do harm to your race. I have to stop that from happening.
Oh,
Natalie said. I'll drop in every now and then when I can, Sage said. Until then, be who you are and not what somebody else wants you to be. Also, remember why that whole ordeal happened. The Almighty was gracious.
I know, Natalie said. I just need time to work it all out.
I wouldn't wait too long, Sage said. You're not guaranteed to see tomorrow. Sage gave Natalie a big, long hug. She had no clue the next time she would see him again. Once she let go, Sage's wings shot out of his back, and with a quick flap of them, he shot into the sky. Natalie watched until he was out of sight. You've been listening to Angelic Wars, Legend of the Godchild. Angelic Wars, Book 1. Written by Timothy R. Green. Narrated by Adam Daly. We hope you've enjoyed this program.